Imagine being part of the world's elite and getting turned into barbecue in the blink of an eye. A colossal explosion that simply wiped the strongest hunters off the map, all because they made the fatal mistake of challenging the wrong boss. When a bizarre game merged with our reality, the major guilds took absolute control of everything. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Su Yang, awakened the most garbage and useless class in the system, a mere warrior, being humiliated, trampled on, and looked down upon with pure disgust by the elite. He quickly realized that this new world was only for the strong, but right at rock bottom, a holographic screen lit up, binding the insane part-time boss system. Instead of hunting, he took over the body of a level 99 Dragon King. His mission? Send players back to the lobby and steal all their loot, crushing the elite and farming an endless mountain of XP. He evolved to an absurdly overpowered stellar level, until the global system ranked him as the world's new supreme boss. Want to know how a rejected nobody turned into the monarch of destruction? Then settle into your seat and don't blink, because all hell is about to break loose. On the eve of 2076, a game merged with real life. It was a bizarre event, and it was far from friendly. It brought out monsters that almost wiped out the entire population. But right in the middle of the chaos, divine talents emerged, creating the famous hunters and changing everything forever. They took over the world with the mission of always leveling up. But our focus right now is the Great Hunter Square, and there is a guy walking up the stairs looking super bummed out. That is our MC, wearing a face of absolute disappointment, complaining about becoming a basic warrior with 12 strength and 10 in everything else, which is the most basic and weakest class in this whole new world. Leaving the square freshly awakened, some jerks immediately show up to annoy him. They walk up and start mocking him, saying a newbie warrior is nothing special. But Su Yang just pushes the guy away, asking where this annoying fly came from. He calls out his buddy Angfei, congratulating him on his rare Ice Mage class, but he reminds him that mages are physically weak, challenging him to a fight right there. He thinks the kid is way too cocky to pick a fight with such a useless class. But suddenly, someone yells for the mage to quickly look over there. Our MC turns his head too just to see what was going on, and he sees the main team of the Spirit Hunt Guild, the real elite. They are the most powerful rank of force in East Spirit City. He spots a cocky force rank archer getting close to level 95. He recognizes the big shot as the vice leader of that massive guild. Right then, Angfei quickly jumps in front of them, begging to join their party. He gets stopped by a woman until the boss asks what the kid's class is. He says he's an ice mage and instantly scores an invitation card. This leaves our MC totally shocked at how easy the recruitment was. Soon, other randoms try their luck, but the woman immediately rejects them all. She says archers go to the branch guild, completely ignoring the thieves. Trying his luck too, he asks if there was any room for him in the guild, getting absolutely nothing but a really nasty glare from the woman, and then getting completely ignored right after. It finally hits him that, in this world, the only thing that matters is strength. Even weak guilds avoid warriors, so just imagine the city elite. Suddenly, a guy gets hyped, shouting that the guild is raiding the dragon lair. This catches Su Yang's attention as he double-checks if the target is the Black Dragon. That is the worst dungeon around, where failing costs you big time in this system. You lose levels with every single defeat until your account is completely wiped, but the risk of losing rare gear to the dreaded Black Dragon is just huge. Having top-tier 4th-class hunters in their party, they might actually have a shot. This leaves our boy feeling a bit down, really feeling the weight of being weak. But then a glowing panel pops up, offering him a part-time job as a boss. He gets totally confused, not sure if it was some kind of glitch, and he wonders what being a part-time boss even means. He reads the prompt explaining he has to defend dungeons against players, earning massive amounts of experience and loot every time he defeats an invader. But is Su Yang actually going to accept this crazy new gig? Keeping in mind that boss raids can bring up to 100 heroes at a time, it guaranteed huge rewards if he won, but he was terrified of what would happen if he lost. The system then starts a countdown, forcing the guy to make up his mind fast. This freaks our MC out, who has to decide super quickly with only 5 seconds left. So he reaches his finger right out to the system screen, not wanting to be a punching bag for players or get stepped on for the rest of his life, because this was his one and only ticket to becoming truly strong. So, let the real games begin. And with that, the system activates right away. Spawning into the other world, he prays hard to get an overpowered boss, until he finally opens his eyes. he realizes the job totally worked, finding himself surrounded by super high-level monsters. Thinking they all look pretty tiny until a humanoid bows down and calls him king. He realizes his part-time boss character is the level 99 Dragon King. The system confirms his bond as the almighty flame-winged black dragon, leaving Su Yang completely speechless at his monstrous new form. Just then, a brand new system screen flashes right in front of his face, showing 5 million health and over 3,000 strength, which is totally insane. He also has 80% physical and magic resistance, an absolute joke, guaranteeing that absolutely no normal player could ever handle these stats. He feels endless power coursing to every single inch of his new body, bringing him an incredibly refreshing and amazing rush, knowing he can level up endlessly if he keeps farming any players that step foot inside. Then, the monsters beg him to chill out, because his accidental roar almost wiped them out. He orders them all to stand up, faking that classic arrogant boss vibe. The little monster keeps kissing up, saying he will crush the humans once he fully grows. He thinks about his young age in the system, proving there is plenty of room to grow. He takes a quick glance at a cage sitting right nearby, seeing a beautiful elf girl who demands to know what the dragon is plotting. She demands to be let go, threatening that the elves would come hunting the beast. This was the very first time our guy had seen another race since the game became real, but soon a weird spatial ripple grabs both of their attention. The elf gets super hyped up, fully believing her rescue party had finally arrived. She gets freaked out by the monster's weird stare since he was just ignoring her before. With our MC figuring out it was the Spirit Hunt Guild showing up way earlier than expected. Knowing the guild's reputation, he wonders if they were actually ready for a fight. He quickly activates his brand new Dragon Eye skill. He can even hear the guys talking, saying there was no way this mission could fail. Spotting the 4th class invaders sitting well past level 95, they stroll into the lair super pumped and full of confidence. And right off the bat they run into a whole pack of flying wolves. But the guild leader refuses to waste any time on those weaker mobs. He orders the tanks to charge right in and clear the path immediately. Watching it all from afar, he realizes the invaders' strength was pretty impressive. So, he decides it's time to get in on the fun himself. Since they cleared 10% of the dungeon with 0 casualties and lots of resources, our big boss decides to crank up the difficulty of the area a notch, making a massive freak of nature drop straight down from the sky. It is an elite dragon warrior packing 100,000 health, rushing in without giving the hunters any time to react, making the guild leader think the monster actually used teleportation. Right then the tank jumps in front, trying to block the beast's heavy hit, and the vice leader tells the group to stay calm, charging up his heavy ranged attack, shooting rapidly and finishing the creature off. Our guy notices they are super strong while the elf finds the whole scene pretty pathetic. But since one monster wasn't enough, he uses his giant hand to grab a bunch of them, throwing all the creatures down with incredible force, leaving the soldiers confused with so many elite mobs spawning out of nowhere. Right then, the vice leader asks the boss what they should do next, and the leader yells not to be afraid, ordering everyone to push forward, ordering them to focus on healing while the tanks hold off the enemy attacks. Realizing these guys are super stubborn, choosing to fight instead of falling back. But their power level still is not nearly enough to defeat our big boss. Or could they be hiding some kind of trick up their sleeve? Noticing that the party changed routes, heading off in a totally different direction. So, he decides to go check out what was actually over there, finding the Slayer's Heart, an item that completely cancels out dragon powers. Turns out, the invaders found a way to actually go toe-to-toe with the big guy, bringing a massive risk of losing if they manage to grab that item. Meanwhile, the elf tries to hold on tight so she doesn't fall off, having absolutely no clue what the big rush was all about, flying out of his own lair way earlier than he was supposed to, knowing that the invaders were planning to snatch that special item, flying super fast to stop them from pulling off their little plan, cutting back to the hunters waiting down on the ground, with the vice leader complaining about the surprises, thinking the pavilion scammed them. But the boss swears that is impossible, fully trusting the universe ring strategy, with a soldier warning that fighting near the lair might wake up the big boss. But the leader scoffs, saying the beast is brainless and only wakes if they attack it, getting hyped to take down the beast and score the elf as a bonus prize. Just then, they notice some monsters trying to sneak up on them, thinking they were just basic guard dragons wandering off their posts. But they quickly realized the creature's size was way too massive, freaking everyone out at the sheer sight of that gigantic monster, realizing it is the actual dungeon boss standing right in front of them, leaving the guildmaster in shock with no idea why he was out there. And the vice leader becomes absolutely sure the pavilion totally scanned them, with the soldiers terrified to fight like this without grabbing that special item first, already seriously thinking about making a run for it. Noticing the squad's fear, our MC gets pumped to wipe them out and level up, getting one of his heavy-hitting skills ready to go. But out of nowhere he gets hit by a sudden surprise attack, with the guild leader ordering everyone to hold their ground and not fall back, promising tons of cash and loot to whoever helped take down the great dragon. And our boy is really not feeling that cheesy motivational speech, so he challenges all of them to bring it on, even with the fight breaking out right next to the Dragon Slayer's tomb, giving them a tiny chance to grab the item in the middle of the chaos, but throwing that idea away because the big boss charges right at them, delivering a massive hit that could easily wipe any of them out, just using his giant body to smash them without wasting a single skill, focusing entirely on his defense to guarantee a solid win. Right then, the hunters fire back, launching a bunch of attacks at the beast, triggering a massive explosion with that heavy combo attack. The guildmaster then calls for wave 2, hoping to chip away 5% of his health, but looking back at the dragon he realizes the attack literally did nothing, with the party's strongest hits dealing a measly 10,000 damage, telling them to hold the line and keep attacking until the boss's health drops more. They keep attacking, but Xu Yang just finds it annoying since it doesn't even scratch him. It was just getting boring dealing with their stubbornness even as they kept failing, so he decides to end playtime right then and there, flying up high and activating his overpowered roar skill, unleashing a massive firestorm all over the place, marking the absolute end of the line for all the invaders, proving that this rank A guild was absolutely nothing against our MC. With the master super confused about him using a skill way too early, he orders everyone to attack since the boss should be paralyzed after that move, but then he notices the great dragon didn't look stunned at all, screaming in pure rage because he can't understand why the beast isn't paralyzed. Meanwhile, our boy gets ready to spit even more fire, activating his black flame breath and turning them all into crispy barbecue, with the leader swearing this wasn't over and that he would be back one day. Soon the system chimes in that everyone was wiped out, starting the XP conversion, making Xu Yang's level shoot up non-stop, getting mind-blown by his experience bar practically exploding, racking up 990,000 XP, pushing him straight to level 20, hitting the cap and losing 40% but saving the rest for later on, looking around and spotting a massive pile of loot dropped on the ground, scoring 3 diamond tier items with the rest being platinum, a totally massive haul. He even snatches the vice leader's bow to sell for some serious cash, checking out all the sweet rewards dropped by the guild, but then he spots something totally unique sitting right in the middle. It was a gem that shatters any equipment level requirement. He picks the flaming sword to use right away, knowing it would make him unstoppable. With only 5 minutes left on the clock, he just wants to go back and change his class, so he goes ahead and clicks the system's return button, with the screen triggering his massive transformation, getting teleported out of nowhere straight back into his bedroom, thanking his lucky stars that he actually hit level 20 for real, dumping 100 points into strength, 50 into spirit, and so on, causing a massive aura explosion just by applying those stat points, trashing his entire room, realizing he needs to be way more careful later. Noticing it was getting too late to change his class, he decides to just rest, leaving the whole class change quest for the very next day, cutting over to the Spirit Hunt headquarters the following morning, with the girl totally confused about why the guild leader came back so fast. She notices his level drop, which meant the entire team got wiped out, seeing the vice leader drop to level 86 and lose his main weapon, with another random guy crying about losing his diamond boots, leaving the leader furious at the mechanism pavilion for selling them fake tips, swearing he won't rest until he gets a solid explanation for that massive fail, shifting the focus over to the front entrance of the Nanshan orphanage, with the old man shocked by a delivery for Xu Yang, wondering how he even afforded it, showing that the guy had sent a ton of stuff to that orphanage. Right then, a super clumsy kid accidentally bumps into the boxes, making all the packages come crashing down right at the little girl, but a swift hand quickly reaches out to save the girl from the crash. It was clearly our beloved MC springing right into action. She runs straight to him, sweetly calling him her big brother, with the old man totally shocked to find out the kid made 60 million, getting a huge warning to be super careful in those dangerous dungeons, fearing that rookies could lose levels or even their lives if they get careless. But Xu Yang tells him to chill, swearing that the local monsters are totally tame, telling him he needs to hit the temple for a class change, leaving the old man confused. He arrives at the hall and overhears gossip about the Spirit Hunt's total wipeout, walking around and noticing how fast the news spread all over the city, realizing the guild only attacked the Great Dragon because of a fake tip handed out by the Mechanism Pavilion, which hid some really valuable loot around there. Right then, that annoying Wang face shows up demanding to know why he was there, mocking him because no guild wanted a basic warrior on their teams, threatening to teach the guy a lesson since he didn't get the chance the day before, thinking this dude is super annoying, just like a pesky fly buzzing around. slapping him so hard it looked like the mage's face actually attacked his hand, sarcastically saying he only did it to smack a fly right off the guy's face, knocking off 5% of the fool's health with that quick and simple slap, joking that it looked like there was a fly on every single extra's face nearby, making the guys run away in total fear, yelling that they totally got the message. Suddenly, someone standing behind our MC starts clapping at the whole scene. It was a temple guide praising the guy's attitude and highly impressive strength. He asks for help with his class transition and she walks with him right away, with the girl thinking it was crazy for a newbie to change classes that incredibly fast, having never heard of such a young and highly promising talent before. Finally arriving at the designated spot for the grand ritual to begin, standing right in front of the goddess, getting recommended for a 3-star quest. But our stubborn guy ignores the advice, wanting to jump straight to 4 stars, with the guide warning him that level 4 quests are way more dangerous. And our MC just nods along, proving that he totally understands the massive risk, needing to actually prove his strength out there to pull off this big transition. Looking at the quest board and spotting a super rare 5-star auction available, he asks the girl about it since he thought quests only went up to level 4. He hears that level 5 is nearly impossible with no one even trying it in over a year. It is used to forge elite pros who will literally define the entire country's power, realizing the crazy test requires fighting tons of monsters and a boss all by himself. He could be hard stuck at level 20 forever, but winning guarantees 100 extra points. The girl keeps begging him to just stick to 3 stars and not take any crazy risks. He thanks her for the solid advice and she replies that she was just doing her job, but he leaves the poor girl in absolute shock by locking in that big 5-star quest, giving him exactly 72 hours to clear this insane task without failing, with the girl screaming in total surprise while he just calls it a perfect choice, telling her not to worry at all, super hyped to check out the temple's special perks. He turns his back and walks right out of there with total confidence and zero fear. She warns the priest about the crazy brave kid who actually took on the 5-star challenge, but he finds out the teleporter is under maintenance, which really eats into his time limit. But this setback doesn't faze our guy, who decides to stop and plan his trek through the jungle. And right then 2 beautiful girls suddenly show up out of nowhere. They are 2 young members from the Rank B Ghost Cloud Guild. One of them quickly recognizes our guy, and her friend asks where she knows him from. She replies that they were classmates and even changed classes on the exact same day. But soon the admins announce that the teleporter is finally back up and running. She gets totally shocked seeing his destination, but it was way too late to warn him, because our MC had already stepped right through the giant portal, giving him zero time to breathe as a giant wolf lunges straight at him. But since our guy is totally overpowered, he manages to dodge it super fast. He really wasn't expecting the monsters to spawn that incredibly fast. And once again, the massive wolf attacks him without giving him a break. Good thing our hero wasn't just standing there completely empty-handed. He had sold off a bunch of items, but made sure to keep all the best gear, using the magic gem to equip a weapon that was way above his current level, blowing almost all of his cash just so he could finally wield that sword, but knowing he could easily make that cash back by selling the vice leader's bow. He stays totally chill right there because he had popped a barrier scroll, and he cancels the spell right before the magic shield could actually break, slicing his sword straight through all of those monsters at the exact same time. He only took down 15 wolves, but he actually needed 100 for the quest, so he quickly uses a special stone to lure all the nearby beasts right to him. And exactly 5 minutes later, absolute chaos had already broken out, wanting to wipe them all out at once, using a few really clever little tricks, popping a flame scroll the absolute second all the monsters charge at him, thinking he was going to end the whole fight with just one single massive hit, but seeing the massive swarm of beasts, he decides to spam even more scrolls. Meanwhile, the other people in the jungle have absolutely no clue what was going on, noticing that all the monsters had vanished and the few left were just running right past them. They quickly realized that somebody popped a lure stone right in their area, deciding to head over there to teach the funny guy a serious lesson, but they quickly stopped to think if picking that fight was actually worth it. Realizing the explosions belonged to a level 30 mage, they back off right away, making up some random excuse and walking away to avoid any kind of trouble. After a little while, the heavy lifting is totally done, leaving only the big boss, feeling super confident about this 5-star quest, even if he did cheat just a little bit, arriving straight at the actual lair of the dreaded Alpha Wolf King, cutting the scene over to the inside of the incredibly dark cave, showing 3 clumsy level 23 guys keeping a close eye on the boss, making up plans on how to use the monster's super valuable crystal core. But one of them tells the others to shut up, sensing someone getting closer, thinking it was a rival party trying to swoop in and steal all the local loot, getting slapped for wanting to warn him since they could just use the kid as bait. But suddenly, the ground starts shaking violently without stopping, with our MC just walking straight ahead, not giving a single damn about the earthquake. It was the Alpha Wolf King, absolutely furious over losing his entire pack, with the random guys absolutely terrified by the beast's massive aura of pure rage. But the leader refuses to back down, not wanting to waste all the time they spent waiting. But suddenly, the guy feels an incredibly heavy pressure in the air, and it was our MC charging right in with his flaming sword. Believe it or not, it only took one single hit to take down the dreaded boss. Right after that, he snatches up the coveted core that the chubby guy wanted so badly, and getting ready to head back home like absolutely nothing had even happened. Right then, the guy tries his luck, calling our MC boss to ask for the item, but he gets a sword pointed at him instead, remembering that whole story about being used as bait, crushing the crystal right then and there, telling the guy to go get one himself if he wants it, turning his back and walking away, leaving the chubby guy relieved he didn't get beat up, with the other two randoms in total shock over the kid's crazy solo victory. Arriving back at the temple, telling the surprised guide that he already finished the quest, leaving the girl totally amazed since it was a super intense 5-star challenge after all, having a hard time believing it since he had left just a few hours ago, checking the system for any cheats, noticing he did it all by himself and took 0 damage. Right then, our boy casually asks if he could go ahead and advance his class, apologizing a ton for the delay and asking the warrior to follow her, thinking she did the right thing by warning her bosses about this insane talent, finding the hero pretty handsome, even thinking about asking for his number later on. But keeping her focus, she asks him to step closer to the great sacred statue, starting the automatic verification the second the young guy gets near the spot, feeling a powerful energy take over his body right after the confirmation, earning a special advancement aura whose color changes depending on the difficulty, going from level 1 white all the way to 4-star purple, which gives a 10% bonus, but earning the mythical level 5 orange aura, packing an extra 25%, shooting straight up to level 34, gaining 210 stat points, distributing everything real quick, becoming extremely overpowered with the new aura and sword, getting an epic magic warrior book from the system containing the magic blade, which is an incredible power that condenses pure magic energy into a weapon shape, testing out the new trick right away, really enjoying that badass skill, being able to control it with his mind, changing shapes and even evolving over time, feeling super happy with the reward, feeling like that 5-star quest totally paid off, getting congratulated by the guide but immediately asking for the perks the temple promised, with the girl trying to check on that, until someone shows up saying it wouldn't be necessary. It was the high priestess of the place herself, drawing a lot of attention with her beauty, maimed Bai Ling, letting him know she would personally explain his VIP perks, with the little guide bowing respectfully, totally missing her chance to get his number. Right then, the lady says it wasn't a good spot to chat, inviting him to a private room, gladly accepting the invite, greeting the grand priestess of the temple, and soon a glowing magic starts popping up right behind our hero's back, getting quickly teleported to that place's famous and fancy VIP lounge, explaining she was just channeling the statue's power, being pretty surprised by the hero, revealing that no one tried level 5 in 10 years, not even in the most advanced cities, unlocking a 10 million monthly salary and a card with an 80% discount, leaving the boy's jaw on the floor with that jackpot coming so easily, explaining the automatic system link, saying that joining guilds isn't actually mandatory, making Xu Yang think about how solo players become super easy targets out on the streets, wanting to use a guild just as a stepping stone to gather strength and dominate the whole region, asking about rank A options, getting Spirit Hunt recommended to him, which happens to be the exact guild he had just wiped out in the dungeon. Knowing the headache that would cause, he asks if there was any other choice, having the rival Ghost Cloud as plan B, which is strong but acts way more low-key, giving a thumbs up and picking it right on the spot, leaving the priestess pretty confused. So, the priestess decides to link the boy up right then and there, but first, she warns him that Ghost Cloud is an all-female guild, giving him no time to answer, changing the scene straight to the famous guild, showing the level 85 leader Lin from the Ghost Rain Guild, being the level 99 Ghost Cloud boss, also named Lin. And, to make things even more confusing, a young little witch walks into the room, introducing the new member, a powerful ice elementalist, revealing that her real name was actually Shui Qian. Right then, the older leader looks at the panel and is completely blown away, noticing that a guy joined the guild out of absolutely nowhere, turning the chat into pure chaos with everyone commenting on this unexpected arrival, with the leader knowing it wasn't a glitch, since the boy joined via a temple VIP referral, leaving everyone in shock over his 5-star advancement, not understanding why he chose them. Soon enough, Sui Qian recognizes his name right away, remembering Su Yang, but thinking it was impossible since he had just awakened the day before. Just then, another girl walks in, announcing that Spirit Hunt was wiped out in the dragon lair. It was level 95 Morong, confirming a total defeat of their rivals, changing the scene to a lounge area with a really privileged view, telling them she made the rival vice leader pay 10 billion for a weapon that ended up exploding, causing a massive fit of rage in the poor hunter, crying from anger, swearing that the dragon and the ice mage are his greatest enemies, with the guildmaster hurting over the 10 billion hole in the group's funds, kicking the vice leader and telling him to stop hiding and get up off the floor, blaming the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for this entire massive planned heist. Cutting to the mechanism's meeting, with the leader saying the strategy was flawless, being Zhou Tai, a great level 110 strategist, with Lei Shan swearing they followed the steps, but the dragon just changed its behavior. Right then, the level 103 assassin mocks them, calling the rival guild useless, making Lei Shan furious, telling the guy to be very careful with his words, but the assassin just scoffs, saying that if they are weak, they should train a lot more. Then, the leader tells him to shut up, guaranteeing they never sold any fake tips, promising to raid the lair with 5 strong warriors to test it all out in practice, getting the backing of a level 108 hunter, and from another strong level 104 member, along with the agreement of the shadow assassin himself. But, all of a sudden, someone walks into the room activating a black mist, making everyone go on high alert against the intruder, with Zhou Tai asking them to chill, saying it was Shen Lu, a big boss from headquarters, with the figure demanding to be notified about any raid on the Great Dragon's lair, getting briefed on the plan and deciding he would tag along on the next day's mission, being a really shady guy who is only going on the mission just to collect some souls, having 5 5th transformation warriors and 1 specialist, making up a really strong team, with the rival leader thinking it'd be great if they lost too, just to take them down a notch. Then, changing our scene once again, showing our MC super annoyed with the guild chat completely full of gossip about him. Right then, the system dings with a massive new bid for the diamond weapon in the auction, deciding to quickly check out the sales panel, confirming that the rival vice leader's weapon was sold for 14 billion, dodging all the fees thanks to his VIP status and taking home almost 15 billion in total, deciding to take a break and anxiously wait for his next part-time gig. Just then, the clock strikes 7 in the morning, with the system letting him know his part-time gig cooldown was finally over. He jumps right out of bed full of energy, and immediately checking out who he was going to face today, knowing he would crush that party of 6 people super easily, kicking off his second shift as the big bad boss, looking down and noticing that his elite monsters were already on their feet, and seeing the elf next to him asking what the beast was plotting now, thinking the girl was a cute little pet but wondering how she even got captured. But pushing that aside, focusing straight on the team the system had warned him about, being way stronger now, knowing he'd win easily if they didn't grab that special item, ordering his soldiers to charge in right away to test the strength of every single invader, but ordering one of his underlings to hang back and stand guard. Meanwhile, Lei Shan watches the party moving in easily, thinking he made a mistake, until the group's powerful assassin notices something super weird, spotting a massive dust cloud suddenly kicking up out of nowhere. It was a massive swarm of monsters rushing in from every single direction, with Lei Shan yelling that it was just like before, but with way more beasts this time, calling out the tactic to focus on the elites while the rest cleared out the weaker mobs, with the assassin quickly popping his dark tier attack, while the monk throws up a barrier and the sync casts all their buffs, and Zhou Tai delivers a brutally heavy strike straight into the ground, dealing with the entire problem in just a matter of minutes. Thinking these guys totally earned their title, knowing he had to step in himself, taking off out of nowhere, leaving even his own monsters confused by his sudden move, with the elf also finding it super weird that the beast was acting way earlier than expected. Cutting back to Lei Shan hyping up the Heavenly Pavilion's insane power in actual combat, but Shen Lu just scoffs, calling their rivals pathetic for wiping in a place like this, making Lei Shan partly agree but still being totally sure that the old strategy was flawed. Right then, the old man threatens to turn the guy into a soul for his collection if he keeps complaining, with Jutai telling the old man to stop joking around so he wouldn't scare their client, gulping hard, dying to see if they would still be laughing right in front of the black dragon. And speaking of the dreaded big boss, guess who pops up out of absolutely nowhere, with Lei Shan falling over in fear, while Joe couldn't understand why the beast attacked so early, leaving absolutely no room for error, telling everyone to quickly gear up for the fight, charging in with everything they have, trying to deal damage all over the massive beast, thinking this was totally normal, since the heroes were barely scratching his insane defense stats, with Joe yelling about the creature's crazy resistance, but ordering them to keep pushing. But would they actually be able to guess our boy's very next move? Switching targets out of nowhere and aiming his attack straight at the enemy's backline, but Jutai jumps in right on time, shielding his allies from the heavy strike, instantly taking advantage of that opening to pop his overpowered shadow form, dealing some massive damage, revealing it was the assassin Lu Si acting at the perfect moment, dropping his health to the absolute limit after that counterattack, almost dying right on the spot, hitting the dirt as his allies tried help, warning them that he was just an inch away from dying, getting saved by the team's bald healer who quickly managed to restore all of his health, but finding it super weird that the beast was dropping heavy skills without losing much health, trying to figure out this weird attack pattern, but the big guy gave them zero time to think, spotting the heavy defense just in time but knowing the next hit would totally wipe them out, with Jotai warning the squad that the dragon was specifically targeting everyone's weaknesses. Right then, Shen Lu steps up, saying he'll handle it since the rest of the party is useless, quickly popping a seriously heavy dark necromancy skill, summoning a massive freak of nature to go head-to-head with the big boss, literally dropping a second dragon straight into the middle of the battlefield. Having a super rare class that summons bosses, can this thing actually take on our MC? Then the shady old man immediately orders his creature to charge right in, and the massive clash of titans kicks off with a bang, landing an absolute critical hit right on the enemy beast, knocking the creature way back with the sheer force of the impact. But the summoned dragon activates its own special magic skill, making our MC fight back by popping his heavy annihilation breath, triggering an absolutely massive explosion right in the middle of the lair, leaving everyone totally shocked that the beast was fighting evenly against the boss. Realizing the rival's breath was pretty strong, but he hadn't even used all his power yet, spamming his black breath one more time and instantly wiping out the monster, expecting way more from that creature, which could barely take a single punch. But hold up right there, because the big fight was not even close to being over, with the zombie dragon grabbing tightly onto our boy's foot, laughing and totally mocking him, thinking the big boss had dropped his guard. Right then, the zombie beast charges up a super heavy attack, landing a direct hit and dealing 59,000 points of physical damage, following up with more hits, wiping out almost 20% of our hero's health, trying to strike back, knowing he could actually lose if he took more of that insane damage, so shooting straight up into the sky to try and catch his breath a little faster. But realizing one super important detail, the enemy beast couldn't actually fly. Left with zero choices, Shen Lu orders his dragon Malthus to use a ranged attack, making the creature fire off a bunch of fireballs straight up into the air, laughing at the whole thing, knowing there was zero chance those shots would actually hit, and noticing that the old necromancer was left completely wide open down on the ground. Spotting the danger, the bad guy instantly orders his beast to fall back and defend, but falling right straight into our NC's clever little trap, getting completely caught off guard as his own dragon gets chucked right at him. Getting super lucky he had high health, leaving him with only 20% on his panel, but definitely feeling the massive weight of that absolutely brutal hit. Right then, the big boss decides to check things out from a little closer up, spotting the enemy party rushing in to help the old geezer out, with the old man asking where the assassin was, and Jotai saying he would be right back. Thinking fast, our MC realizes the guy vanished to try and steal that special item. Right then, the squad cheers, spotting some smoke in the distance, totally thinking they won. But the big guy thinks it's way too early for the invaders to start celebrating. It was actually just that little underling monster he had told to hang back earlier, announcing that he grabbed the dragon's heart and successfully finished his mission, because Xu Yang already planned to snatch the item the second that party stepped into the lair, leaving Jotai completely dumbfounded as to how that was even possible, getting super pumped that he properly prepared for this exact moment. But something super weird happens the absolute second he touches the object, triggering a massive energy blast with the system warning him about some major changes, making the secret realm level up from diamond rank straight into the stellar tier, which was such an insane change that it could be felt all the way back at the Great Temple, with Bai Ling sensing that powerful aura, totally shocked that it was affecting the real world, feeling that something huge is about to go down, cutting back the scene to inside the dungeon, leaving everyone speechless, since nothing should evolve like that. Evolving into Athos, showing off black flame wings at the stellar tier. Then, the system announces reaching level 100, granting a stellar skill. Taking a close look, the kid now casually has 6 million health points. Being Hell Prison, a strike that wipes out targets and blocks revives. Feeling confused, he questions the system and figures out the cause. Understanding the item limited both the dragon and the dungeon's power. Really liking the situation even without grasping every single detail. Suddenly, someone approaching catches his attention. It's Lucy, pissed off about trashing the tomb and not finding the item. But looking closely, he notices how the enemy changed, getting furious when he sees the dragon holding the heart in its hand. Soon, Jotai yells, telling his buddy to fall back immediately, but Lucy ignores him, thinking the beast won't match his speed, running his mouth too much and throwing away his chance to leave in one piece. And there goes the cocky guy charging in alone. Then, Lei Shan asks for the plan, since fighting the boss short-handed is crazy, leaving them with only the bitter choice of running away, leaving the group frustrated, knowing that fighting there is tactical suicide. Thinking it's a smart move, our hero won't let them off the hook easily, rushing quickly toward the enemy squad. Seeing that the whole group joined the retreat out of pure necessity. Right then, a sudden blockade scares everyone there, cutting off their path after getting ahead of them in the blink of an eye. Next, triggering the devastating Annihilation Breath skill, being impossible to resist this time, wiping out the whole group. Quickly, Jotai orders them to stash valuable items so they don't lose it all. Except Shenlu refuses to back down, claiming he knows the rival's tricks, showing he is way too stubborn and doesn't know when to quit. Summoning the Cloud Legion, ready to get his butt kicked once again, ordering all the creatures to charge into the attack. But with just one swipe, the kid destroys most of them. Trying to resist, the previous dragon attacks once more. However, our MC doesn't feel absolutely anything at all, burying the monster's head straight into the dirt with ease, leaving only the stubborn summoner left in the arena. Laughing, Shenlu promises to come back forever until he devours the rival's soul, but the plan fails because stellar instances can't be replayed. Unwilling to forgive the threats, the kid decides to teach him a lesson, deciding to field test his dangerous new technique, immediately summoning his relentless Hell Prison, completely decimating anyone who tries to run away from there, removing any chance of mercy after the old guy kept up the insults. Feeling a chill and something really weird happening to his own body, seeing his health hit 0 but the escape transfer doesn't trigger, all because the technique blocked his revival, erasing him completely. Racking up 9 million experience points, Su Yang goes from 34 to 40. Some time later, the scene shows the team back in the city in complete silence. Just then, the door opens up really fast, coming in desperate while Jotai asks for news on Shen. But there's nothing, and worse, the master's info vanished from the system, catching everyone off guard with the news. It being impossible for the boss to bypass level protections to erase the guy like that. Well, little do they know that all of this was our main guy's doing, leaving Jotai traumatized, not understanding how the old man didn't come back alive. Now the scene shifts to the apartment complex, showing our hero drinking peacefully, just wanting to chill after an exhausting day. Checking out the loot, the stellar items caught his eye the most, hitting the jackpot with a stellar dagger and a skill scroll, getting ready to head out, needing to focus on his second-class change, having doubts if he really erased the rival, but the system confirms it, since if he came back and took the heart, the outcome would be terrible, making sure no one will want to step foot in that dungeon anytime soon. So, the kid leaves his house without a worry in the world, making the day even better by having the dragon heart safely stashed away, it being an item that summons a spirit when merged with ancient blood, imagining how unbeatable he'll be with this spirit fighting by his side. But now, needing to focus on the new class in defeating the Black Dragon. Changing the scene to the Blessed Priestess Bai Ling, noticing the arrival of someone she was already waiting for, leaving the MC confused, not understanding how she knew he was coming, explaining that the transformation statue sent a signal for VIP clients. Wasting no time, the system announces that the 5-star quest was accepted, needing to clear the dungeon and defeat the boss in just 3 minutes, which is a pretty easy task for someone with so much power, having to face the challenge alone because of the quest's rules. But that doesn't worry our boy one bit. Right then, Xu Yang asks the saint for the map of the place, thanking her and turning to leave, but she asks him to wait. warning that a hunter vanished inside after the difficulty spiked out of nowhere, being thankful for the heads up, even though he's the one who caused all this danger. Sometime later, walking around 7 or 8 dungeons and finding them all full, wondering if the place drops any gear that's actually good. Looking at the map and realizing the right entrance is just up ahead, still being packed but worth a shot after so much walking. And, all of a sudden, recognizing a few faces around the place, seeing Shwek Kian standing right there. But that annoying Angfei is also showing his face there, also spotting the leader of the Phantom Rain Guild among them, figuring that knowing the crowd will make negotiating a whole lot easier, because the kid has zero intention of giving up the dungeon anyway. Switching the scene, showing the chappy guy hitting on the girl, until a whip is pointed straight at his face. It's Rillan, a fierce warrior who is part of the allied guild, but Anfei claims he isn't afraid of some third-rate person like her partner, revealing Lizen, an arrogant dude with a really questionable haircut, claiming that brute force rules, demanding the girl to keep quiet. Knowing the girls are newbies, Rylan thinks it's risky to fight or back off, wondering if going on the offensive would be the best move. But right then, our MC finally shows up, wanting to join in, since brute force solves everything around there, making Shuiqian happy but tense about the size of the rival brute. Getting totally annoyed, Angfei glares right at the guy, asking if the MC really wants to take on the big guy. Ignoring the annoying dude, our hero goes to say hi to Shuiqian. Then, Rylan asks how they know each other, knowing about his old class, totally surprised by his boldness in claiming the silver rank dungeon for himself, being completely shocked that he reached level 40 so incredibly fast, getting challenged again by the level 10 newbie who just switched guilds, liking the situation since he can teach his rival a lesson without wiping him out, making just one single quick wave of his hand, and just like that, the annoying guy goes flying away. Except that little joke completely wiped out the kid's health instantly, casually spinning what looks like his brand new dagger in his hand. Seeing that, the huge guy gets totally furious and charges right in. However, his little surprise attack fails absolutely miserably, quickly pulling out his flaming sword to try and intimidate him, inviting the girl into the fight too, just wanting to save some time, really liking that idea, thinking the boy was super bold, asking the big guy to pause their beef and focus on the hero. With that said, the duo charges right at him without hesitating, launching a heavy combo of punches straight at our MC, powering up the strike after seeing him dodge, shaping his fist like a lion, and this time around actually managing to hit his target, except it was super clear the hit did absolutely nothing. Just like a golf swing, the boy knocks him completely out of bounds, but the highly skilled Rillan was still standing in the arena, getting saved by a barrier scroll to block a heavy strike from behind, noticing the advanced item since her precise slash barely even scratched the shield. Right then, a mysterious explosion grabs both of their attention, showing the big guy still standing, but now he was way more pissed off, which totally annoys our MC, who already warned them he was in a big rush, catching his rival totally by surprise with his unbelievable speed, sending the huge brute flying away right after he managed to stand up. Saving some time, he asks if the girls still want to keep fighting. They refuse the offer, saying they were just testing his actual strength. He thinks that is perfect, since they are sister guilds and he wants zero drama, telling them to apologize to their boss but totally claiming the dungeon. Soon the system announces his entrance into the dreaded Cave of Suffering, making it officially the second dungeon he has ever actually entered. Strolling inside, noticing there is only one monster and the clock is ticking, but he had no time to sit around questioning the rules of the place. Right, and a goblin tries to attack, but misses his arrow entirely, which was just a sneaky little distraction for a stealth attack from behind. It was actually a solid strategy if it wasn't used against our hero, grabbing one monster and throwing it super hard to smash into the other. Then he activates his sword's power and completely obliterates them both, unequipping his weapon, realizing this dungeon is super tricky and full of surprises. Having relied 100% on his stats before, he decides to use his skills now, deciding to use the place to perfectly train his demotic blade skill, continuing on his path right after that, while being watched by a bunch of enemies, not even taking 100 steps before getting attacked all over again. However, they crash straight into the aura shield our guy can shape however he wants, transforming that pure energy straight into a giant hammer right after, quickly wiping the monsters out with one seriously heavy strike. But that tiny little group was not the only threat hanging around there, dodging just in the nick of time from another sneaky surprise attack, shaping his hammer directly into a long-range heavy crossbow, taking out all 3 of the monsters at the exact same time with total ease. Getting tired of playing defensive, our MC decides to draw all the attention, running non-stop straight towards the massive boss room, Except completely out of nowhere, Su Yang stops right in his tracks, turning his aura into a razor-sharp blade and launching it right at the enemies. Seeing the heavy destruction and realizing how versatile that skill is from a distance, right then the overpowered boss finally wakes up and gets ready to fight. It was a massive ice tiger sitting right at level 40, roaring super loud and saying the kid dared to invade its personal territory. Realizing the dialogue was just automatic, making it the perfect brainless target for practice. With that, the beast charges right in, but its plan really does not pan out, getting completely ripped to shreds without our boy breaking a single sweat, beating the massive creature with one single hit and clearing the 3-minute rule, walking out of there super satisfied after taking the target down so incredibly fast, asking why the girls are hiding, but Relon just tells them to keep on moving, leaving them super worried because he wiped the whole place out in under 5 minutes. A bit later, he finishes off another boss in the second dungeon needed for his quest. Soon the system lets him know that his second-class transition quest was totally done, but he did it so perfectly that he actually unlocked a brand new hidden quest. Getting super curious to see what this brand new system challenge was all about, with phase number 1 focused entirely on finding some lost rusty key, offering an extra 5% in stats and a brand new class for beating the beast, hyping the boy up with the chance to get even stronger and score a free skill book, taking him straight to a zone where the monsters hit level 40 or even 50, needing to unseal his stellar dagger at a blacksmith so he can handle that danger, remembering the Heavenly Pavilion, which sells info and could totally recommend a good guy, wanting to see how those old geezers would react to seeing his brand new VIP status, arriving in the city and noticing a massive crowd of people rushing to buy information, feeling just a little bit nervous since he was basically newly rich now, seeing the super loud crowd inside with everybody demanding fast service, barely stepping into the place and instantly spotting Joe Tai and Lucy right there, with Lucy whining trying to get a refund for that stellar weapon he lost. Right then, Joe Tai says headquarters already went easy on them by not chasing them after they failed, leaving Lucy super pissed off, since he'll have to farm for months just to replace it. But our random piece of wood he kicked ends up getting caught right by our hero, asking what kind of jerk was just kicking trash all over the middle of the hall. Totally stressed out, the rival asks if there was a problem, getting a super sarcastic yes, finding it completely absurd to be challenged, while the boy just smiles in a sinister way. Soon Joe Tai walks over asking them to chill, claiming it was all just a joke, but the guy takes the customer rules seriously, asking about the terrible service. Soon enough, Joe Tai apologizes, warning that they only sell high-tier strategies there. Acting totally cocky, our hero whips out his card and tells them to open their eyes wide. However, Lucy just ignores it and asks what is so special about that card. But right then, a mysterious person suddenly snatches the object, leaving Joe Tai totally confused by the Grand Butler, who happens to be Lu Shu's brother-in-law. That being J.A. Wei, a level 120 butler from the main city, showing up with a strict posture and completely intimidating everyone in the room. And without even waiting for anyone to speak, he starts handing out scoldings, handing the card back to the boy while formally introducing himself, feeling pretty intrigued seeing a young guy holding a rare black gold membership card, demanding the other two treat their honored guest with the absolute best service possible, stepping out with Lucy, which makes Joe Tai change his tune and offer our hero some help, explaining he needs a master blacksmith and unlimited gems, no matter the final cost. Not worrying one bit, because if money can solve it, then it is absolutely not a problem. Right then, Joe Tai says he will grab the items himself, simply asking him to wait. Riley enjoying the surprisingly fast and super polite change in attitude, walking out with the info and noticing the blacksmith was actually hidden super well. All of a sudden, he overhears a little comment along the way. It was gossip about the exploration team heading right back to the Black Dragon's lair, thinking about taming the dragon fast, since the team's total failure left the path wide open. A little while later, he finally arrives at the old wolf's private forge, calling out for the master blacksmith and politely asking for permission to enter, finding not just the master but also 2 girls from the Ghost Cloud Guild, thinking the coincidence was awesome, since they are actual guildmates. Soon enough, one of them walks right up, easily recognizing the guild's newest newbie, but the other girl completely kills the mood right away, saying that a newbie should just go look for a basic shop on the commercial street. Sighing hard, our hero finds it super annoying to explain the exact same thing again, so instead he just goes ahead and asks a really simple question, showing his weapon to see if it was high level enough to be forged in there, instantly blowing the mind of even the old master blacksmith himself, because it had been a super long time since he saw a blade as rare as that one, handing the item over and saying he totally trusts the old man's talent, gladly accepting the heavy job with tons of excitement and pure dedication, starting the hard work at the forge without wasting a single second, swinging his hammer non-stop to perfectly shape the powerful weapon, leaving the girls completely amazed by the visual effects of a stellar item, thinking that whole crafting process was just totally incredible to watch. Also noticing that the guy is just watching it all without showing any surprise, asking why her friend is staring at the guy, since it's super rare for her to admire someone. But our hero keeps a totally straight face, wondering if he actually chose the right guild. A few hours later, with the blade finally ready, he asks for the price of the service. Right then, the master says it was tough work, but he'll do it for free since he's in a good mood, refusing the offer and paying 1 billion anyway, saying he never takes advantage of veterans, happily accepting the cash with a massive smile on his face, leaving the girls even more charmed by his super humble attitude. A bit later, he arrives at the Wild Spirit Mountain for his hidden quest, knowing full well that, with his massive current strength and the right items, he can easily face even fourth-class opponents. With that settled, the real challenge finally begins. Barely even touching the ground, 2 creatures immediately start tailing him, which happen to be 2 spectral bats sitting right at level 45. Super fast, our MC delivers a clean double slash and keeps on walking. It was just a basic strike, but it deals absurd damage with his brand new weapon. Good ding he's super strong, because the area is absolutely crawling with monsters. Not wanting to take the normal path, he decides to go totally overpowered without mercy. And, with that, massive explosions start going off all over the place. A few minutes later, arriving at the cave of a boss that should be level 50, wanting to find out real quick if the creature can actually handle his hit, stepping right into the place without even thinking twice about it. As soon as he steps past the glowing entrance, he starts scanning the room, getting pretty surprised, since he never expected to find that kind of creature. It was something completely outside the normal standards. It was just a seriously creepy-looking mutant beast, saying he should brace for a tough fight while already sprinting right into the attack, plunging his blade straight into the target's head, dealing 52,000 damage, leaving a sneaky spectral mark that boosts his damage by 300%. Shrugging off the hit, the monster instantly strikes right back at the boy, jumping super high to dodge the strike really fast, slashing in a bunch of different spots right after that, and once again, jumping straight toward the massive creature. Wasting 0 time, he instantly lands the final deciding blow, proving that the enemy just couldn't handle all that intense pressure. Right then, the system drops the quest key and a piece of totally mysterious meat, revealing it belongs to someone strong enough to actually cause massive mutations, confirming his transformation and handing over a flat 25% bonus in stats, also dropping a brand new skill that boosts strength and spirit by 10%, wrapping up the hidden quest and officially turning our MC into a magic warrior. Not wanting to waste any time, he divides up his stat points completely evenly, knowing that with this much power, absolutely no platinum boss could survive a single hit from him. Suddenly, the scene skips to our hero arriving right back at the sacred temple, telling the beautiful priestess that he is taking a few days off just to rest up. But the resting part is a total lie, since he wants to hit the pavilion and focus on hunting the dragon. Switching scenes, the Grand Butler orders Jotai to bring 30 men into the dungeon, guaranteeing the squad's survival by using some special jade rings handed down by headquarters, knowing the items are super valuable and prove just how much headquarters cares about this place, claiming he is only skipping the personal hunt because he's getting way too old and busy. But out of nowhere, someone bursts into the room telling them not to mess with the black dragon, freaking everyone out by instantly revealing her true identity right there. It was Lulin, the insanely powerful daughter of the pavilion's owner, sitting at level 130, completely shocking the room by showing up so suddenly and acting incredibly bossy, looking a bit absent-minded as she almost sits on thin air without even noticing, getting caught by her bodyguard and officially banning anyone from entering the beast's lair. Feeling the girl's insane pressure, they completely give up on questioning her strict orders, stepping out of the hall, asking for all the intel on the target and a room to crash in, leaving Lucy absolutely baffled, totally unable to believe the master's daughter was actually there, being a top-tier girl straight from the massive global Beast Tamers Association, wanting to tame the black dragon so she can become the absolute strongest on the entire continent. Because of that, the butler heavily warns everyone not to even dare cross her path. Trying to speed up the order, Jotai notices that our MC bought the guide earlier. Thinking it might be a setup, the butler highly doubts it, having absolutely no clue how to get the item back. But Jway forbids them from offending a VIP, telling them to just go look for other versions instead. Right then, the scene cuts directly over to our boy's house, flipping right through his brand new book which cost him a cool 5 billion, skimming past a bunch of creatures until he finally finds the black dragon's page. Looking closely, he notices it totally skips the part about that 80% reduction. Checking out the records, he sees there is a beast out in the northwest region and another one chilling in the central region, along with a third one down in the southeast. Knowing that out of 3 beasts, 2 were already taken down, leaving only our MC's target. Since it's a radiant moon level threat, the boy decides to dig deeper to find more details. And the real reason behind all that insane power was that super valuable chunk of meat. And just thinking about all that money gets our boy totally hyped up. But instead of just selling it off, he decides to feed it to his own beast so it can evolve. Lying back and chilling, feeling bad about wiping out his ally, until he gets some totally awesome news. Getting told that beating the beast actually turns it into a 100% loyal minion. Thinking his ears are playing tricks on him, totally shocked at the chance of getting a pet black dragon, confirming that is just how the system works, and telling himself not to get way too excited, but still going totally crazy since owning a dragon is the absolute peak for any beast tamer out there. Getting a bit bummed realizing how hard taming the beast is, he decides to just focus on leveling up first. Right then, he notices a brand new message popping up in the guild group chat, reading the girls making plans to hit up the giant forest, which is a diamond tier dungeon. He quickly shoots them a text, letting them know that he is totally down for the mission, leaving the girls pretty confused, basically giving them no choice but to accept his help. It actually sparked a massive screaming match right inside the guild's main hall. It was a total mess, with everyone totally split on whether the newbie should tag along, until the leader finally steps in to warn him about the danger, but the boy confirms he is still going. Cutting the scene directly over to the advanced class temple, with Lei Shan sitting right back at level 99 needing to head out to the giant forest, leaving his squad super nervous since that place is just as deadly as the dragon's lair. Knowing the rival guild is heading over there too, but Lei Shan completely refuses to back down, claiming their only option is to wipe them all out so they can steal the dungeon's entry pass. Little does he know that our hero will be there, and this little plan is going to fail miserably. A few hours later, the scene skips right over to the dangerous giant forest, walking around deep in thought, finally getting why his allied guild is actually taking on this crazy challenge. It is all because of a massive tournament between the top guilds that hands out some seriously awesome loot. Taking a quick look around, he notices most people there are rank B and pose absolutely no threat at all. Right then, Lei Shan suddenly shows up with the rest of his guild right behind him, demanding everyone clear out of the area immediately, claiming the dungeon totally belongs to them now, knowing full well that, with their current strength, clearing a diamond tier zone is just basically impossible. Realizing they just want to hog the space to completely block the Ghost Cloud Guild from getting in. Right then, a random henchman calls our boy deaf, getting his super chill response right back, making the absolute worst mistake of actually trying to lay a hand on our hero. Just a few measly seconds later, the cocky guy is already eating dirt and screaming in pure agony, having totally pissed our boy off and getting launched super far away, flying way further than anyone actually expected, serving as a crystal clear warning for everyone else not to mess with him. Soon enough, Lei Shan questions the attack, but our boy casually says it was just pure self-defense, wanting to charge right in. Zhao Ming gets held back by the guild leader. Since the cocky guy threw the first punch, it's honestly better to just drop it and avoid a huge fight right now. Desperate for a fight, he gets completely held back, since the kid is way too strong and their guild already has enough problems. Right then, our hero notices that the girls finally showed up to the party. Pulling up to the spot, the leader immediately asks what the heck is going on there, claiming it was nothing special. Lei Shan tells the leader to back off and go find a totally different area, but she notices they don't even have the level for this place and strictly came here to cause trouble. Confirming his dirty little plan, he swears he will sink their entire group so they don't score that pass. Out of nowhere, Lei Shan eats a super fast attack to teach him a lesson. It was me wrong, letting him know that if they want to fight, they definitely don't need to waste any more time talking. So, with the tension running extremely high, a massive brawl is officially about to break out. Right then, our MC steps right in, totally questioning their order to block off the dungeon, sarcastically asking exactly who the heck he thinks he is to even try pulling a stunt like that, leaving the girls absolutely shocked by so much boldness coming from a young little newbie, showing some totally insane courage and proving he is way stronger than he actually looks. Soon enough, Anyu mentions the boy's arrival, who apologizes for keeping a totally low profile earlier. Thinking about it, she realizes our hero is completely full of secrets, packing rare items and crazy VIP status. Getting absolutely furious, Lei Shan cannot stand seeing his rival getting super close to the leader he always wanted, literally foaming at the mouth with rage. The enemy leader accuses the boy of totally scamming him back then, which he totally did, but leaving everyone wondering what the bad guy is actually gonna do about it now. Right then, a sneaky surprise attack gets launched straight at our hero. However, our boy easily catches the high-speed arrow right out of thin air with his bare hands. Since the enemy took the very first shot, now it's totally time for some solid payback. Casually throwing both of those arrows right back with absolutely extreme speed, landing a direct critical hit right on the enemy vice leader in the blink of an eye, making Lei Shan completely lose his mind over that kind of massive disrespect, completely ignoring the massive tantrum and calmly walking straight toward his rival. Walking super casually, taking the chance to stretch out and perfectly warm up for the fight, leaving everyone totally shocked by his approach, fully believing he is just walking straight into a brutal defeat. But our boy says he is totally out of choices and just has to teach them all a serious lesson. Very quickly, Lei Shan spots the extremely dangerous scroll right in our MC's hands, ordering absolutely everyone to throw up a barrier and activating their maximum team defense strategy, totally believing his strength could never break their shield. But Su Yang is more than ready to call that bluff. With that said, the young guy pops his ultimate skill without a single ounce of hesitation, freaking the girls out completely by dropping a terrifying and massive amount of destructive power. Right then, Lei Shan realizes it's a legendary hit that absolutely no barrier in the world could ever block, launching that massive amount of power straight at the rival guildmaster's face, completely wiping the entire enemy squad right off the map in just a matter of mere seconds, strolling right back to his teammates like absolutely nothing had even happened, calmly letting them know the roadblocks are gone and the raid can officially start right now. But the leader is totally shocked, having no clue how a single scroll could completely wipe out an entire guild, until a girl from the party shows off a super detailed little drawing of the whole crazy scene, revealing an image right on the paper of a powerful blade made out of pure condensed magic. Finally understanding that he shattered their magic defense and wiped them all out with that sinister blade. Soon enough, Murong says that a basic level 58 skill would absolutely do nothing to someone like Lei Shan. But judging by the guy's insane gear, he honestly must be the leader of some massive super guild. Completely cutting off the gossip, he tells them to head into the dungeon, making the leader agree right away. A little bit later, already inside the forest, the boss demands total focus on this incredibly tricky terrain. Right then, one of the girls completely jokes around asking for his protection if things go south, making him super awkward. Exactly at that very moment, something super weird comes jumping right out of the bushes. Startled out of her mind, the girl soon realizes it's just a regular rabbit. But right behind the little guy, a terrifying two-headed raptor shows up. Then, the leader tells everyone to chill, saying it's just a super common monster, showing off her power, drawing her sword and holy knight armor. Except another creature pops out, which happens to be an elite giant bear. Attacking the beast, the MC questions the lack of an off-tank in their party. Left with no choice, he decides to hold the front line and asks for constant heals. The leader quickly agrees and tells the support to focus entirely on our main guy. Getting all that magical backup, he notices his strength has literally doubled. But the giant bear ignores that detail and charges forward for an all-out attack, quickly jamming his sword into the target's head, dealing 109,000 damage. A bit later, finishing off both monsters and forming an awesome combat duo. Without wasting any time, they follow the path straight to the bottom of the dungeon, taking out up to 2 monsters at once with ridiculous ease. Hours later, facing the boss and making the leader fear another total disaster. He tells her to relax, feeling completely sure that victory is totally guaranteed. Buying into the idea, she decides to put all her trust in the MC's instincts. With that, the whole guild teams up and launches a devastating attack. Cutting over to the pavilion, we see Joe Tai reporting the hunters' crushing defeat, figuring out that this year's biggest challenge is definitely going to be Ghost Cloud. Also asking if there's any new intel on the feared Black Dragon's hidden lair. But before he can even answer, the scene quickly cuts back to the forest dungeon, showing the area's massive boss finally getting taken down, securing the dungeon's super valuable rewards right after their victory, making the leader super happy that the main guy let her land the final blow, killing the mood when the girls run up to praise his amazing combat skills. Then, Murong can barely believe her teammates acting so utterly clueless. The leader offers him some loot, but he passes since he already has tons of great gear. They want to celebrate after grabbing the materials for the boss's 5th class, excitedly asking if our main guy is going to join the big victory party. But the system suddenly warns him about an invader and asks if he wants to connect. He runs off apologizing, making up some random last-minute emergency. A bit later, his mind wakes up right inside the Black Dragon's lair, seeing that the gutsy dungeon invader is a mysterious elf who showed up completely alone. It's Carl Lawrence, a powerful court mage sitting at level 140. Sensing the danger, he decides to use the elite monsters to test the guy's strength. Just then, a creature threatens to crush the intruding elf's skull. Their loyal minions ready to sacrifice the guy in the name of the feared Lord Asthos. But the elf just laughs it off, now knowing the dragon's actual name. With that, he casually wipes out the monsters using fast and precise attacks, treating the beasts like trash and completely underestimating the black dragon's real power. But he gets totally grossed out when he stains his clothes with monster blood, flexing his power by summoning a mountain giant with just a simple snap of his fingers, noting how dangerous the mage is for dropping level 95 elites with zero effort. He remembers the elf princess and thinks about questioning her to get some intel, but looking over at the hostage, he realizes she's just snoozing away peacefully. He solves the problem the easy way, simply poking his prisoner to wake her up. Waking up totally startled, she asks who's calling her name right now. Snapping back, the girl is completely shocked to see the massive beast talking. The dragon quickly points out she's focusing on the absolute wrong part of the situation, but the stubborn elf just can't accept the beast's sudden spike in intelligence. Then, realizing the dragon is staring, she freaks out and calls him a total pervert. Losing his patience, Su Yang threatens to eat her alive just to give her a good scare. She quickly stammers that she's Lilith, the sixth daughter of the elven queen. Remembering the dragon guide, he realizes her mom is the literal ruler of the elves. Then the MC mentions her people came to rescue her, getting the princess all excited. But her joy instantly vanishes the second she finds out who's leading the rescue. Asking what's wrong, he finds out the girl absolutely hates the Lorenz family. She explains the guy tried to drug her, abusing his family's massive influence in the kingdom. He feels kinda bad, but jokes that he's still thinking about handing her right over. Totally desperate, Lilith warns him about the elf's power and offers to reveal his weak spot. Agreeing not to hand her over, the main guy listens closely to her explanation. Turns out magic is the absolute biggest strength those elves have in combat, but their bodies are super fragile, protected only by a seriously powerful barrier. Thinking they're doomed, she hears the main guy asking her to have a little more faith. He briefly thinks about eating rotten meat to evolve, but quickly drops the gross idea. Looking down at his own armor, which right now is basically just a fancy decoration, he gets a brilliant idea about using the gear from his human form. Interrupting his thoughts, Lilith begs to be let go so she can run far away, but then she quickly realizes the giant dragon has completely vanished, when in reality he just activated his sneaky shadow form, leaving the poor elf super confused, thinking she got totally abandoned. Equipping his weapon, he activates his special camouflage skill. Sharing his stats and talents, he feels totally confident about turning the tables. Soon enough, the enemy elf walks in acting cocky and demanding the princess back. Finding the silence super weird, the villain thinks the beast ran off scared, having some messed up thoughts about the girl and flashing a creepy smile. Prepping a forbidden spell, he gets completely blindsided by our MC, taking a devastating hit that leaves him sitting at a measly 6% health, showing off an attack power that is absolutely insane and overwhelming. Completely shocked, the enemy has no clue how his magic barrier just shattered. Then, Su Yang tells him his biggest mistake was underestimating such a broken dragon, quickly activating his deadly purifying inferno skill, turning that poor arrogant elf straight into crispy barbecue, raking in 12 million XP and a ton of super valuable loot, including some legendary gear and a highly dangerous banishment spell. It's a spell so ridiculously overpowered it could easily wipe out an entire city. He gets pretty bummed, seeing that the enemy's tunic and stellar staff didn't even drop. He then turns his attention back to the poor elven princess. She's actually really worried about the mysterious disappearance of her savior, but the second she thinks about it, the main guy suddenly pops right back up, asking what happened. She finds out the enemy has already been turned to ashes. She totally doubts his invisibility story, since only rainbow dragons can do that. Changing the subject, he asks why a royal like her doesn't have any magic power. She explains an ancient curse from the giants that completely seals her family's magic. He realizes that by saving her life, he completely altered the young girl's destiny. With that, he slowly reaches out his giant paw right toward the girl. Terrified, she cowers back, totally convinced she's about to be crushed flat. But our main guy just cuts her loose, letting her walk totally free around the dungeon. Super confused by his gentle vibe, the princess asks him why he did that, claiming to be a good dragon until the end, forbidding his minions from hurting Lilith. But Lilith asks the reason for all this kindness and what he wants in return. Suddenly, the connection cuts off entirely, and the beast just passes out, calmly returning right back to his home in the human world. Soon, the system pings a new message, making him think it's from Anu or Lin, but it actually turns out to be a flood of notifications almost looking like a virus, with tons of girls hitting on our MC since he got super famous. Deciding to only reply to the guild leader to help calm the other girls down. Getting super happy, she says everything is fine and suggests hanging out later, loving the all-girl guild hype, viewing the group as one big happy family. Fast forward to the next day, the guy casually strolls up to the temple, bumping into Shui Qian there, with both looking to evolve their classes, cheering about hitting level 20 while he just reached level 60, congratulating the guy but looking worried that she might get left behind. Noticing that, he praises her hidden class, saying she could even surpass him, making the girl get all giggly and super happy from the encouragement, saying that with enough hard work one day they'll fight right side by side, leaving the girl even more pumped to always give it her absolute best, taking on the 5-star quest, getting hit with 2 intense challenges at once. Right then, Bai Ling shows up and tells him to watch out for the Blood Moon event. It's an event that makes the mansion's monsters and spirits way more savage, asking him to be extra careful, while our hero agrees and promises to stay safe. But honestly, he couldn't care less, since with his current power, it's child's play. Quickly pulling up to the Platinum Tier dungeon, the ruined mansion, showing the area's watchman waking up at that exact same moment, realizing the blood moon started right in the middle of his drinking binge, just deciding to slap a warning on the door and go right back to his booze, freaking out when he notices some lunatic entered the dungeon during the deadly event, skipping ahead a little bit after all that mess, pushing forward and slicing through the spirits along the way with total ease, feeling super confident, since the extra difficulty didn't change a thing for him. But suddenly, a really nasty surprise pops up right in the middle of the fight, showing that things are getting a whole lot worse with these enemies, pumping the monsters from level 55 to 70 in the blink of an eye. He thought he had a handle on it, but now he's just dodging the ghosts. And by the way, their speed spiked way up, even attacking him with their tongues, which is a super weird and honestly bizarre attack to watch. Then, the creatures launch another attack right at our MC, but he quickly finishes both of them off, acting more out of pure disgust than fear of that weird giant tongue. Right after beating them, the system warns him his sanity dropped by 10 points, realizing he totally underestimated the blood moon, since the monsters got way stronger. So, to clear the area for good, he triggers the demon blade and the sword rain, needing to be way more careful now, because his sanity is actually on the line. Walking through the dungeon, continuing to wreck enemies left and right, only this time, he's rocking a brand new and super stylish scythe. After a while, his sanity drops to 60%, and his mana starts running low, wondering if he's anywhere near the boss, when a giant monster suddenly pops out. It's a level 82 zombie, which quickly grabs the guy right in its giant hand, but he fights back, realizing he can't exactly play fair this time around. Suddenly, the colossal beast starts getting sliced completely to ribbons, thanks to a lightning-fast attack from his powerful spirit wolves, now rolling with 2 level 125 linear wolves, using his tamer skills to summon these vicious beasts completely by surprise, bringing out strong and loyal pets that can easily win any single fight. Tired of losing sanity, he orders the creatures to completely clear out the area, after wiping out tons of targets, finally reaching the massive boss room, and just for kicks, he kicks the door right down and announces a surprise inspection, seeing the ghost apologizing to her ancestors in a totally classic video game scene, dramatically saying she committed tons of terrible crimes in her past, and that today sadly she was about to claim just one more victim, except the level 125 wolves easily wreck the level 90 boss, stopping the wolves so he can land the final blow on the powerful platinum creature himself, finishing off the boss but still feeling like he really needs to get a lot stronger, scoring an insane 98,000 experience points from the win, getting some platinum tier gear, the boss's core, and a brand new skill. Ignoring the platinum loot, Su Yang only focuses on the super valuable ghost core. Having wrapped everything up, he decides it's time to head to the next quest spot. With that, the scene shifts to the outside of that massive ruined mansion, showing the little princess Jia Yuti super stressed out since someone is still inside, with Lu guessing there must be some survivor hiding out from the blood moon, but giving off a heavy vibe, she demands to know exactly which guild is in there. Then, Zhou Tai answers that absolutely no city guild is operating in the mansion, leaving the girl wondering who would be crazy enough to tackle something so tough. Finally, the portal starts glowing, letting them know somebody is coming out, and soon Xiu Yan casually walks right out, thinking about how exhausting that all was. Looking ahead, he quickly notices the elite little squad waiting for him, instantly freaking out that they might have figured out his secret side gig. But actually, Lu and Zhou Tai just look totally annoyed the second they see his face. Completely confused, he asks what these big shots are doing out here so late, immediately getting yelled at by a guard for hanging around such a dangerous spot. The little princess quickly tells the guard to shut his mouth and step back, walking up to our MC and asking if he was the one who cleared the dungeon totally solo. He confirms it while she praises his strength and tries to buy the boss score off him. Having no clue who she is, the MC asks her name and why he'd give her something for free. Right then the girl's bodyguard gets absolutely furious at his sheer nerve, finding it totally ridiculous that he doesn't know the famous and gorgeous Miss Lu, and since he brushed off the request, she threatens to teach the guy a harsh lesson. But to keep her bodyguard in check, Lu smacks her right on the head, saying that's literally the only way to get the crazy girl to chill. Trying to show a bit more respect, he asks exactly what the young lady wants, explaining she wanted the core for her pet, clearly impressed by his nerve. So, if he can last against her falcon for 3 whole minutes, she'll drop the subject entirely, even though the level 90 bird looks way more like a giant owl. Watching the whole thing, Lu thinks Su Yang definitely ticked off the wrong person. The bird quickly attacks with sharp blades, but the MC dodges every single hit, trying to hide his real strength, but seeing there's really no other option here. From a distance, Lu spots and recognizes the guy's crazy dangerous sword. Then the bird attacks once more, but completely phases right through his body. It was actually just a trick, and the guy nails the bird with a solid stab, with the beast still alive, finishing the fight with a solid kick, making the girl absolutely furious that he hurt her spirit beast. But he shoots back that the rule was lasting 3 minutes without banning counterattacks. Soon enough, the girl unleashes a massive and terrifying aura of pure rage, proving that stressing out Miss Lu was definitely not a good idea. Luckily, someone yells out that he has some pretty special identities. Stopping the attack, Joe Tai explains that Su Yang is a VIP at the temple. Annoyed, she figures out he does hardcore quests, revealing she's also a VIP, saying she was a VIP right up until her 4th class advancement. Finding that pretty interesting and saying goodbye since they've got nothing left to discuss. Furious, she hops on her horse to leave, but Lu tries to argue. But Lu warns him they can't just attack a VIP and pick a fight with the temple. Ending the whole thing, the system updates his 3rd class advancement quest, and for the test of strength, he's gonna need to take down the Earth Dragon. Knowing that, he heads straight for the Wild Mountains the very next day. But rolling up to the dungeon, guess who else is hanging out there? It's Miss Lu, who just wants to use the rare boss for some light training. But the guard stops her in her tracks, saying she absolutely cannot cut the line, making the girl super annoyed and shooting a serious death glare at poor Lorraine. Lu tries to flex his status, but the guard explains a VIP already used their privileges. Absolutely furious, Lu threatens to get the guy fired if he keeps causing problems. But right then our MC walks up asking them not to hold up his entrance, making the girl even more pissed off when she sees that guy's face again. Lu asks why he's literally everywhere, and the MC shoots the exact same question back. Lu tells him not to get cocky, since he'll lose his VIP status if he fails his class advancement, thanking her for the heads up and asking why she even wants such a low-level boss. Joe Tai explains it's just practice for taming the deadly black flame wings. The MC explains the boss is part of his quest, and the girl threatens him yet again, brushing off the threats and walking into the teleporter with a totally sarcastic little wave, leaving Joe Tai totally speechless at the kin's massive disrespect, not to mention the fact he decided to walk into that deadly dungeon completely solo. Already inside the dungeon, the MC is shown beating the absolute crap out of every monster, thinking that Lu might actually tame the black dragon, so he really needs to step on it. Looking at the boss and noticing the earth dragon looks way more like a giant lizard, being a level 61 monster, which is way weaker than the ones in the ruined mansion. Since he can't use skills, his stellar weapon is more than enough for a pure strength test, kicking off the fight with a heavy spectral mark attack. But the creature strikes right back, showing off some seriously impressive defense, although that isn't exactly a huge problem for our MC, landing right on the monster's tail and dealing heavy damage with every single step. The beast actually tries to fight back, but it just can't keep up with his insane speed, nailing a devastating attack right straight into the creature's eye, making the dragon lose 50% of its health in a total flash. But the dragon gets seriously pissed and instantly triggers its rage mode, surprising everyone by rolling into a giant ball and spinning around non-stop. The crazy part is the tactic actually works, totally destroying everything in its path. Plus, it manages to totally track the guy's movements while it spins, leaving the guy with zero way out since he can't even attack the beast like this. Quickly spotting a solid granite wall and suddenly seeing a way out, figuring out the absolute perfect way to stalk that massive monster, making the dragon slam its head full force right into the solid rock, leaving the beast totally dizzy and open to attacks that hit 20% harder. Seeing that system alert, the MC doesn't waste a second and goes straight on the offensive. With that, the scene cuts right back to the outside of the dungeon, with Lu complaining about just standing around, but getting quickly shut down by Joe Tai. Even with the guards begging to head back, Lu insists on staying to watch the MC fight. Soon enough, the ranking updates, showing the guy beat the boss in just 20 minutes, leaving Liu completely speechless at our guy's absolutely ridiculous strength. right after he calmly strolls straight out of the dungeon portal, decked out in that totally ugly dragon armor, asking what they're still doing there, leaving everyone completely shocked, while Lu holds back laughter so he doesn't openly mock him, but failing miserably because that armor just looks unbelievably goofy. He knows he looks totally ridiculous, but he had to equip it all since he ran out of bag space, asking what's so funny and challenging Lu to try and beat his solo record. Then, Lu walks up, praising his strength, but totally downplaying his big win. In response, he casually drops that he's gonna go tame that highly coveted black dragon before she does, catching the girl totally off guard and making her instantly regret opening her mouth, getting super pissed off and demanding to know who the heck he thinks he is, firing back that he's just a VIP but the only one who's actually gonna tame that beast. Right after that, the system announces his long-awaited class advancement quest is finally unlocked. It's an ancient prison up in the mountains, where some great mage used to do his research, checking out his items and figuring they'll be super useful for this next stage, scoring a new rusty key and the blood of the dragon he literally just beat, saying goodbye with a super sarcastic way, then heading out to complete his class change. Meanwhile, Jotai asks the young lady what they're supposed to do next. Absolutely furious, she orders everyone to track the guy's every single move non-stop. In the very next scene, the guy is already off handling his class advancement, quickly arriving at the super gloomy slumbering mountains to kick off his quest, equipping his invisible armor that gives him a massive 480 extra strength, hiking through the creepy area filled with monsters ranging from level 70 to 90, complaining about the heavy fog but totally focused on just finding that prison entrance, checking his map and realizing he still has a seriously long way to go, prepping his legs for the super long hike waiting for him in this awful place. But of course bad situations can always get a whole lot worse, having to clear out the path, but now he's so strong he one-shots literally everything. But suddenly, a girl steps out of the smoke asking if the cutie pie was doing alright. It's the gorgeous warrior Zhang Yang, sitting at level 75 and looking super stylish, asking what a level 60 guy is even doing there, totally assuming he got scammed into coming, offering to protect him since she's just farming materials, but the MC turns her down because it's a solo quest, quickly thanking her for the offer and saying goodbye so he can keep moving forward, knowing full well he only turned her down because he'd rather just rely on his insane cheats, instantly summoning his 2 loyal wolves, noticing his pets turned completely red and got way faster right out of nowhere, guessing it's probably an effect of the blood moon, deciding he'll look into it more later, sprinting hard all across the region, finally making it right to his destination, finding the prison entrance perfectly hidden right inside the trunk of a massive tree, heading into the underground area and immediately catching a totally awful smell in the air, realizing tons of players died in there and got their energy completely drained, quickly figuring out that some weird creature inside is the one to blame for all this. It's a super weird monster just chilling right in the middle of a magic circle on the floor. Acting super curious, the guy tries to touch the beast that has its mouth wide open, but the beast quickly wakes up, revealing itself to be the terrifying level 75 zombie boss. But that level was no match at all for the crushing strength of his loyal wolves, defeating the crazy mage and making his experiment notes pop up right on the screen, showing that he tested on 326 subjects until he found total success, and after reaching perfection in his tests, he made a totally terrible decision, testing the magic on his own body, which ended up costing him his life in the process. With that, the system spots the achievement and grants the rare blood blessing ritual, demanding he stand in the circle and consume the blood of a super powerful creature, fearing he'd end up like the crazy mage, but soon realizes the system wouldn't give a pointless quest, figuring out that human blood caused the failure and that the Earth Dragon's item is the actual key. However, wanting even more power, the guy decides to use the massive black dragon's blood instead, confirming with the system that he can connect to the boss and get a heads up about invasions. Hearing that and asking his doggo to guard his physical body during the connection, so he tells the system and instantly starts his transfer. Meanwhile, back at the beast's dungeon, the young elf Lilith complains a lot about being bored, tired of the fake promises of freedom, since the giant beast literally just sleeps all day, thinking the royal family doesn't even care about her since barely anyone tried to rescue. Suddenly, the dragon wakes up with a roar and gives the girl a massive jump scare, making the elf scream, asking the reason for the rage, but he says it's just a habit, raising his massive paw, going straight after his main goal, landing a heavy strike straight into the creature's own chest, getting exactly what he wanted, releasing a little bit of the rare golden blood, leaving the elf super confused by the action, while he makes up that it was just an accident, mockingly asking if he got totally rejected by a dragon babe in his dream, cutting the jokes and asking if she's worried, but the young girl completely denies it, ignoring the girl's words and focusing entirely on storing that precious blood, announcing he's going back to sleep, telling her to be patient with the upcoming attacks, leaving the little princess totally confused about this whole enemy wave thing. But before she can ask, the MC just passes out, leaving her frustrated with his attitude, quickly snapping back to his body in the magic circle, seeing that everything is totally chill, standing right in the center of the magic formation, ready to drink the strong blood he collected, facing a totally unpredictable scenario, not knowing what kind of powers he'll awaken. But since fortune favors the bold, the guy decides to just go all in, instantly feeling an insane pain all over his body, suffering a lot just to evolve, feeling everything burn right inside, all the way from his throat to his head. To make it worse, the blood all around him seems to want to swallow our MC whole. Seeing that, his wolves try to step up and help out, but he quickly tells the beasts to stay far away, knowing that all of this is just part of his massive magical evolution. Suddenly, the massive pool of blood completely swallows him up, leaving the wolves totally confused, not knowing if their owner survived the process, until little by little the blood cocoon starts to crack open, with the ritual fully done, revealing eyes perfectly identical to the giant dragons. And to make things better, the guy steps out of the puddle looking absolutely shredded. It's a complete makeover, with way bigger bonuses than his previous advancements. Now able to face hunters from the 5th class transformation with absolute ease, gaining 50% extra stats in the primordial black flame, triggering the flames and noticing they are the pure embodiment of total destruction, getting even more powerful and demanding massive respect wherever he goes, prepping his hand to practically test out the true power of these flames. Then, with just a simple snap of his fingers, a giant and powerful flame pops up. It's such a ridiculous power that it caught even the guy completely by surprise, forcing our MC to run for it since the dark fire just won't stop growing, narrowly escaping the cave right before everything inside gets completely carbonized. Realizing the fire totally buried the blessing spot, serving as a pretty huge lesson. With the damage done, opening the system to finally wrap up his class advancement. But suddenly hearing a loud cry for help from a super familiar voice, quickly showing the warrior Zhang Yang looking pretty beat up in the middle of the woods, getting chased by some tough guys ranging from level 90 to 99. Totally furious, asking if those disgusting guys aren't scared of the association. But one of the thugs just laughs and says they've been on the blacklist for a long time, with the leader revealing he's been hunting for 15 days and finding a girl was pure luck, demanding total obedience, but she swears she'd rather die than hand herself over. Suddenly, rutted thug's hands gets chopped clean off in the blink of an eye, leaving the leader in total shock, not understanding where that fast attack even came from. It's a move from our MC, who showed up right in time to save the girl. Furious from the pain, the leader orders all his men to attack Su Yang. The girl quickly tells him to run, thinking his level is still way too low. But the guy handles it like a champ, since it's just 4th class hunters, with the villains going all out on the attack, but the kid dodging with complete ease, and using just one heavy kick, launching 3 enemies straight up into the air. Using the distraction, the leader goes for a cowardly attack right from behind, but spinning his dagger, the MC easily shatters the enemy's sword to pieces, shocking the villain, since breaking his platinum weapon would literally require a diamond item, making the thug realize the kid's gear is probably worth an absolute fortune, pumping up the whole group, truly believing they can actually rob the kid, ironically noting just how incredibly greedy that useless bunch of guys is. And dealing with cowardly criminals, he doesn't plan on showing a single ounce of mercy, deciding to turn that entire pack of scumbags straight into human barbecue, triggering a devastating inferno and using the pure power inherited from the Black Dragon. After beating all of them, the group drops some really questionable quality loot, checking out the damage and confirming just how interesting this new power is going to be. Turning to the girl, he asks if she's okay and warns her that his power is a huge secret. Surprised by his strength, she apologizes for being arrogant and thanks him for the save. Soon after, realizing she didn't even know his name, asking and finding out it's Su Yang, getting pretty surprised right then, since she'd actually heard of him before, remembering that you got drunk at a party yesterday and bragged about knowing the guy, making it so that everyone at the place already knew about his massive fame, dropping the subject and asking if she has a return scroll to get out of there. Confirming she does, she thanks him and watches him leave, finding the guy pretty interesting. Later on, standing in front of the advancement statue, the system verifies all his quests, successfully finishing his 3rd class transformation and finally hitting level 80, gaining the arcane weapon skill, absolutely perfect for nullifying any enemy magic, plus scoring an epic armor that reduces and boosts magic damage by 30%, also getting a passive that bumps his damage by 1% for every 10 stat points, raising his physical and magical damage by insane amounts that easily break 100%. With that, Bai Ling looks sad, letting him know he'll have to head to the Celestial City, feeling a huge emptiness in her chest just thinking about having to separate from the guy. But right at that moment, the temple's sacred statue starts glowing intensely, shooting a beam of light straight at the girl, like some strong, mysterious blessing, looking a lot like the blood blessing, showing that she's also evolving, turning the girl into a 5th-class angel who is now also heading to the city, congratulating his friend, who explains that her evolution works in a different way. Right after that, she falls weakly into his arms, asking to rest for a little bit, supporting the girl and telling her to relax since they'll keep sticking together, going to the new city together, which makes the guy's fan club grow even bigger, spending a good amount of time locked up all alone inside that giant temple hall, leaving the people outside super anxious about how long the door is taking to open, until the MC finally walks out of the place carrying the pretty priestess in his arms, outraging the adventurers waiting in line who saw that super suspicious scene. Soon, everyone starts wondering the real reason why the holy girl is actually passed out. Then a random guy stops the MC and questions what he did to the young lady. Not liking the intrusion, he just answers back with a super intimidating glare, making the man pull his hand back real quick to avoid starting a pointless fight, walking down the stairs to go on his way, but getting called out by someone else. It's the old assistant, who just got promoted, and asks about their upcoming trip, thanking him for the congrats, but admitting she'll be super sad without seeing her 2 friends, telling her not to worry since he'll always come back to pay some nice visits, making the young girl super happy and hopeful, wishing the guy a very safe trip. Some time passes and they finally arrive at the beautiful and massive Heavenly Spirit City, handing Bai Ling over to the elder priestess who says the girl will take up her duties, confirming everything and leaving because now he needs to buy a nice house in this city, quickly sending a letter to his family, mailing over a massive amount of cash. Later on, checking out a huge 9 million luxury mansion with a sweet ocean view, getting talked into paying 1 million more by the broker for a full staff of maids, accepting the deal right on the spot and asking for the papers to sign the massive purchase, quickly enjoying his brand new luxury life by diving right into a massive swimming pool, getting out of the water to enjoy a huge feast prepared by his brand new staff, and right after that, relaxing in the hot water of a huge and luxurious bathtub, ending his night in a giant bed, totally enjoying the awesome perks of being rich, thinking about how fast his life changed, closing his eyes to visit Bai Ling tomorrow. Meanwhile, the scene quickly cuts right back to the beautiful priestess at the temple. Finally, the poor girl wakes up feeling super disoriented about the whole situation. Then, the old priestess offers some soup and says the statue hasn't reacted in years, saying it's time to reveal the new hero, admitting she's pretty curious about the MC, asking what Bai Ling thinks of the guy, and she praises him in every possible way, trusting the girl's judgment, but warning her that the Blood Moon event is super close, making the priestess remember that she had completely forgotten about that little detail, quickly standing up and telling the old lady she needs to warn the hero right now. But weirdly enough, she just kneels down and starts praying for the MC's safety, letting the old lady notice the young girl clearly has a total crush on him. Meanwhile, our honorable main guy is just enjoying his well-deserved sleep until he hears a massive noise coming from outside and decides to get up, running out to the yard and asking the maids exactly what is going on, finding out that a giant monster of unknown level completely invaded the place, warning the beast that waking him up was a bad idea and now it'll face the consequences. But suddenly, the guy hears the sound of horses quickly approaching. It's Miss Lu who figures out he's the actual target of the Blood Moon invasion, telling him to back off since he has no chance and taking on the fight all by herself. Totally confused about the invasion, but the girl straight up refuses to explain the situation, showing she's super focused on the battle and quickly summoning her powerful tiger, making the tiger and the giant demon stare each other down face to face. And quickly, the very first direct clash between the wild beasts begins, thinking the fight is cool but complaining they're totally trashing his brand new house. Just then, the beautiful priestess finally comes running right into the battle zone, arriving and immediately giving our main guy a super tight hug, sitting down to explain she saw the blood moon and remembered she had to warn him, revealing that dark monsters spawn during the blood moon to hunt down strong hunters, apologizing for forgetting to tell him right after his 3rd class advancement, calming the girl down but finding it weird that the creature is actually this strong, figuring out that the monster's strength and level aren't fixed and change dynamically, and sure enough the beast tanks the attacks well and causes a massive mess everywhere, even leaving Miss Lu completely clueless about that creature's true strength. Then, the MC asks her to stop fighting, wanting to take over to prevent more damage, agreeing to back off, but warning him she won't help out if he starts losing, triggering his aura and confidently telling her to just sit back and watch the show, charging in with everything for a direct attack against the massive creature. Right after that, activating his super powerful and terrifying shadow form, managing to reach the demon's head in just a simple blink of an eye, triggering the spectral mark and leaving the target at 40% health, leaving Lu in total shock seeing him take off 60% of its health in one hit, confirming the MC's theory that the beast's strength adapts to its target's level. Since both are in their third advancement, our guy's brute strength takes a huge advantage, proving it by landing a massive punch that sends the monster flying super far away. It's an attack so heavy it ended up wrecking his brand new house even more. Tired of getting beaten up like that, the demon stands up completely furious, charging in with everything for a totally desperate attack against our boy, being totally useless since the MC quickly activates yet another skill, prepping a heavy punch completely infused with the heat of the dragon's flames, and in an instant completely destroying the giant intruding demon's arm, finishing off the level 75 beast and earning 114,000 XP, leaving Bai Ling super impressed seeing how he wrapped it all up in so little time, not understanding how he did it so fast, totally admitting the guy's brute strength. Walking away, she yells that this isn't over, and the MC just watches without understanding a thing, pulling out the crystal core, asking Bai Ling what makes that thing so special. Right before she can answer, something else catches both of their attention. A gigantic portal suddenly popping up right in front of our main guy. It's an energy so strong it brings him right to his knees, unable to control his own body. Then, the priestess tries to help out, but it seemed a little too late. After a while, our MC wakes up wearing some kind of breathing mask. Our mistake, his face was actually just buried right between two very soft pillows, getting completely surprised by the super unusual situation, asking what happened, and she explains she had to do a curse purification. Totally confused, he hears that it's her duty to take care of heroes affected by magic. But this technique requires a lot of physical contact, making the mood pretty steamy. Trying to play it cool, he admits he found the whole thing pretty embarrassing, changing the subject by coughs, revealing a really weird mark on her neck. Soon, she tells him it's just a leftover curse, and it'll completely fade away in 2 days. Worried, our guy asks her not to hurt herself so much just for his sake. Dodging the whole romantic vibe, she remembers to explain the new system perks, getting a 1 billion salary, massive discounts, and access to the crystal core shop, getting pretty curious about this so-called exclusive shop. Then, the priestess says he just needs to touch the statue to trade cores for items. Wasting no time, the guy quickly gets dressed and runs straight to the temple. Arriving there, he immediately puts his hand on the statue to check out the deals, spotting spells from 300 to 900 cores, and a divine spear for 10,000. Hyped about the items but only having 3 cores in his account, meaning he needs to hunt more. Getting interrupted by the dressed priestess, letting him know she's heading back to her duties. And right before leaving, she asks if he heard about the brand new foreign envoy, cutting the scene straight over to the busy downtown area, where we see the visiting entourage finally rolling up, revealing the beast tamer Makiko sitting right at level 125, with the goons praising the boss's efforts so she can tame a powerful dragon. Just then, Consul Lee shows up to welcome them to Heavenly Spirit City, showing off the old diplomat's pretty rough and bald look, asking if she's gonna challenge the Black Dragon, and hearing that not even Lu would stand a chance. Keeping it cool, the old guy just mentions that they're pretty fired up about the whole rivalry. Cutting the chatter, Makiko says the two of them have talked enough already, asking Mr. Lee to give them a quick tour all around the city. Walking a bit, he points out the dragon's teleporter and says he really has to go, leaving the goons furious for being brushed off and treated with zero respect. Makiko quickly tells everyone to shut their mouths, since they're just visitors there. Meanwhile, 2 figures watch the whole mess unfold from the top of a building. It's Miss Lu keeping a very close eye on her brand new rival, with Jutai warning that she also wants the Black Dragon, setting up a massive clash. Looking down on her rival, Ru asks if they found out anything about Su Yang. The strategist reveals the kid's totally bizarre history of leveling up completely solo, admitting that the MC's unheard of feats are actually starting to creep her out. Then, seeing their targets leave, they decide to get ready for tomorrow. But out of nowhere, Makiko looks straight up and gives a super sarcastic little wave, leaving Lu completely shocked, since they were literally using a stealth artifact. Instantly realizing she badly underestimated exactly how dangerous that new girl is, hopping on her mount, ordering everyone to head for the dragon's lair in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, as the invading group gets ready, the staff is busy fixing up the MC's house. He's just sitting back giving orders, with a giant wall being built right in the background, getting caught completely off guard by the system warning about invaders and asking to connect, waving bye to the maids, letting them know he's gonna go fix a quick little problem. Quickly connecting with the dragon, getting challenged by 24's rank hunters, activating his special vision, immediately noticing it's Miss Lu and her hunting party, with the girl super pumped yelling that the reward will be massive if they tame the dragon. But our guy is feeling totally confident, wanting to pay them back with interest for wrecking his base. Only it's not gonna be that easy, since the invaders showed up with a much bigger and better geared squad. Just then, two goons pop out of nowhere, telling the king not to worry about them. Finding the whole thing super weird, not remembering ever seeing that duo around there before. Soon Lilith explains that those monsters drank his spilled blood and actually evolved, pointing to the others in the back, showing that most of them went totally out of their minds. Feeling kinda bummed since he planned on building an army like that, but two will have to do. Knowing that, he orders the duo to charge straight at the invaders without overthinking it, giving the order and noticing Lilith looking kinda uneasy, but the elf plays it cool, thinking to herself that the heroes actually stand a chance, but not feeling too happy about it. Switching scenes, we see the battle going totally crazy against every monster in their path, acting super carefully just to avoid repeating that massive disaster from last time, with Lu questioning all the tension, since the smaller monsters are still pretty weak. Having Jotai's backup, preferring to prevent any accidents until a random explosion goes off, getting interrupted by the MC's duo of gigantic beasts suddenly bursting right out of the dust. And with the group attacking, Lu guarantees they're just easy elites to take down. Then, the first giant monster takes several hits to the neck and ends up dropping to the floor. But the second one goes into total rage mode, instantly evolving all of its stats, making things worse by summoning a bunch of minions, letting the girl see things just got real, deciding to jump into the fight for real, using her backup to completely turn the tables, launching a fully focused group attack straight against the massive threat, with a giant falcon being the very first to land a direct hit right on its neck, with the rest of the team following up, and Jutai prepping a heavy hammer strike to its head, asking them not to finish the beast off, wanting the creature left barely alive. And even after taking an absolute beating like that, the wounded duo is somehow still alive, saying they're still dragons, wanting to test out her taming skills on them, quickly kicking off her super powerful beast control incantation, commandingly ordering the creature to become her brand new source of power, making the monster stand up completely hypnotized and totally forgetting everything else, with its partners screaming for it to wake up and not let itself get tricked by the girl, watching the tamer's nerve and thinking it's an absolute joke that she's messing with his guys. But noticing their solid formation, he realizes he needs to swallow rotten meat to evolve. With that, Lilith warns him he's completely insane for trying to eat something so disgusting. Left with zero choices in this situation, he gulps the slime right down without even thinking, leaving the elf totally gagging while she asks exactly what that stuff even tastes like, with the dragon admitting it smells heavily like a sewer and tastes absolutely awful. Despite being totally gross, he instantly starts going through a massive evolution process, releasing such an insane amount of power that it actually starts tearing the sky wide open, and the flash is so violent that even the invading group can easily see it from far away, making the wounded minion instantly remember his dragon master's sheer greatness, with Lu sensing that terrifying energy coming straight out of the massive fortress, trying to pretend she doesn't know what it is, but knowing full well how dangerous it really is. It's just the triumphant return of our massive and super powerful black dragon, finally hitting the impressive radiant moon tier right after devouring that nasty slime, making things a whole lot better, easily hitting the incredible level 150 mark. Right in the next chapter, the MC shows up once again to face off against his enemies, who think the whole thing is total BS, since the boss just evolves twice in a row. Then the invading group asks the young lady exactly what they're supposed to do now, but honestly not even she knows, figuring the dungeon totally glitched the dragon's level. Only the MC doesn't like this whole glitch talk at all and decides to use his skill. Spotting the danger right away, Jotai orders everyone to use damage reduction barriers, starting that same old routine of shields and heals, which honestly doesn't fix a thing in the end. And right after that, our boy triggers his power, setting off an absolutely gigantic explosion. It's a totally ridiculous radiant moon tier attack, instantly taking down a bunch of them at once, with Jotai noticing that 10 people on the team dropped right on the spot from the impact. Good thing they came prepared since everyone got a resurrection ring beforehand, but instead of reviving and running straight home, they decide to keep taking on the beast. Summoning her beasts, Lu warns everyone that the dragon must be totally vulnerable after that hit. At that, everyone starts attacking the MC, but that whole vulnerable story doesn't work on him. Riding her flying bird, Lu decides to attack directly from above, noticing from up there that the team's attacks aren't dealing any damage at all to the creature, with Jutai realizing that the plan to slowly weaken the beast is completely busted. Then, Lu warns that the tactic won't work on a radiant boss with such a strong aura. And he's totally right about that, since Su Yung is already prepping another devastating skill. They even try to block the hit, but this time it's way too late to react. Seeing their allies fall, Lu says there's no saving them and it's better to just accept defeat. Not understanding the dragon's strength, Lu watches the group get wiped out again with a single hit. Stepping in front, Jutai tells her to run, but the girl refuses to abandon the mission. But the strategist insists there's no chance of winning and she needs to escape and report back. Feeling pretty torn but knowing he's right and there's not much left to do here. So, she tries to hop on her beast and run away. But the MC already has his eyes on her. Trying to grab the dragon's attention, Jutai activates a taunt skill, realizing they want to sacrifice themselves to save the girl in a pretty heroic move. So, accepting the sacrifice, the guy simply launches another attack right at them. Meanwhile, Lu runs away, not understanding how she lost so badly, doubting her own genius. But thinking about it, she doubts anyone could beat a ridiculous radiant moon-tier beast. But suddenly, she takes a massive hit that knocks her and her mount straight to the ground. Being totally shocked, since Jutai couldn't hold the beast back for even a single minute. Trying to escape the danger, she desperately summons her creatures all over again, but now is way too late, with our guy already grabbing his rival without showing a single ounce of mercy, saying they were way too bold to invade his place, and now they're gonna pay dearly for it. But out of nowhere, the MC is left totally confused by the bizarre situation right in front of him, with the crazy girl crying, saying she just didn't want to lose or disappoint her dad. Understanding her competitive side, the dragon decides to take it easy and not eat her, granting her just a quick and easy elimination from the challenge, sending out a blast to finish her off, making her lose levels and items when she revives. Speaking of which, a glowing piece of gear suddenly pops up right in front of the MC, with the system handing out 31 million points, leveling him up to 79, being the biggest chunk of XP he's ever earned, making his beast level up as well. Feeling the immense power of the dragon's blood practically exploding right inside his body, but all that only gave him 7 levels, proving it's going to be way harder to level up now. Checking his inventory, he sees the loot the group dropped, but nothing really impressive. Luckily, there's still the super valuable treasure that Miss Lu ended up dropping, being a pure radiant moon tier ring, being a super good accessory, granting an incredible 600 spirit points. Plus it comes with an unlimited gem, completely removing any level requirements from the item. Then, another item suddenly pops up glowing right in front of the MC, being a super rare forbidden scroll that his rival dropped totally for free. But now our boy needs to head back since he finally hit the radiant moon tier, returning back to the lair with Lilith watching the whole thing super closely, thinking that victory was already guaranteed and remembering his promise of freedom. Right after winning, the main guy finally heads straight back to his house, noticing the wall was fixed, even though he finds its size a little bit weird, sitting right down on the couch and asking for a full massage just to relax. While the kid rests, the scene cuts straight over to the outside of the dungeon, with the defeated team complaining about how unfair it is that the dragon always levels up. At that, Jutai tells everyone to shut up, asking where Miss Lu is, but the goons have no clue, figuring she got totally eliminated as well. But suddenly, the strategist hears some crying coming from nearby, finding the girl hiding right behind a rock, crying her eyes out, talking to herself about the humiliating defeat since she was fully ready to tame the beast, making a noise to grab her attention, and she immediately asks what he wants, saying he came to report their losses, but the girl tells him to talk to the higher-ups later. Trying to cheer the girl up, Jutai suggests she tries taming another dragon around there, thinking as she tames another strong beast before her rivals, she'll still be the absolute best, having the options of catching either a red or a silver stellar tier dragon, praising her ally for the genius idea, changing her mood right on the spot, standing up confident and telling the group to report the losses since the guild will cover it all. But right as that exact moment, someone walks up to the group asking who they are. It's Makiko herself, wanting to know if that's the famous Miss Lu, with the rival confirming her identity and asking if they came after the black dragon. But the girl totally snubs Makiko, walking right past her and wishing her good luck, leaving the leader's assistant pretty outraged by all that total lack of manners, guessing the rival must just be mad because she lost horribly to the boss, getting quickly smacked on the head by Makiko for talking nonsense right in front of them, taking the scolding calmly, even with a giant bump right on her head. But looking over at the dungeon, the team notices the radiant moon tier warning, being shocked by the drastic change, deciding to call the boss right on the spot, with the old guy on the other end saying he already knows, ordering everyone to fall back. Hanging up the phone intrigued, thinking someone might actually be controlling the dragon. But that's a mystery for later as the scene cuts straight to the very next day. Walking up to the dungeon, the MC notices the place is completely empty and isolated, making it the absolute perfect moment for him to go in and test this boss's strength himself. Already inside the super gloomy black dragon's lair, walking through the place super confident but quickly getting a totally unfriendly welcome, with several dangerous creatures popping up from every single direction, quickly activating his powers to defend himself against the threat. And with that, a ridiculous and terrifying aura starts surrounding the kid's body, leaving the monsters totally confused when they sense the exact same aura as the mighty Athos, plus the black flames, confirming that power really belongs to their lord. Having zero patience, the MC tells them all to scram, and the beasts instantly obey, quickly retreating so they don't end up causing any trouble with their master. Right after that, Su Yang decides to summon his own shadow wolves, ordering his bodyguards to keep watch and push any intruders out of the way. Soon after, he starts teleporting completely out of nowhere. Looks like our boy ended up going straight into the boss's body. At that, Lilith looks pretty sad without getting an answer about her freedom, walking straight toward the two shadow wolves, with the wolves getting scared, thinking the beast ate their master since it smells just like him. But suddenly, the dragon hurts itself, leaving the beasts totally confused. It's actually the MC controlling the beast to lower its health and make the fight way easier. Ending the link, he tells the beast to stay still and not heal up, disconnecting right after that, seeing Xu Yang return completely safe and sound, bringing total relief to his wolves. Walking up, the guy remembers the beast really helped out a lot with his evolution. But now a new path is opened up, and it's time to keep moving forward, charging right at Athos, showing off an insane dragon-shaped aura, after a whole hour of intense fighting, attacking so much he can't even feel his own hand anymore. But it's almost over with the dragon sitting at just 19% health, now totally getting his rival's struggle since Athos's defense is absolutely absurd, but just wanting to end the whole thing once and for all. Just then, Lilith wakes up totally startled by a loud dragon roar, running outside and noticing the clouds completely fading from the sky, looking ahead and noticing the beast's aura vanished, thinking it actually lost, cutting back to the MC to figure out what really just went down, tiredly saying that this was finally the end of the fight, with the system handing out 103 million points, leveling him up to 80. Standing right in front of a weapon the beast dropped, realizing it's a legendary item, quickly grabbing the sword just to satisfy his own curiosity, feeling a massive and super wild energy radiating right off the blade. Made from Athos's bones, the weapon absorbs 10% of any fallen rival's stats, doing a quick little test by swinging a slash right into the air, and in an instant tearing a massive crater right into the ground, completely dropping his jaw at his new toy's unbelievable strength. Plus, finishing the hunting quest and scoring the Dragon Slayer's heart, an OP item giving 100% more strength and 500 extra damage against dragons. Thinking everything is perfect, but knowing the main reward is still waiting. Just then, the system announces it's spawning a brand new minion boss, now with the tamed dragon fighting right by his side, totally ready to flex on his rivals, hopping right on the beast's back and ordering Athos to fly straight to the fortress, obeying his master's order without even thinking twice about it. Cutting over to Lilith, who notices the monsters vanished, figuring the boss is totally dead, but suddenly, seeing a dragon that looks exactly like Athos pop up in the sky, getting super confused, not understanding how that was even possible, and looking a little closer, noticing there's a guy actually riding the creature, reaching out his hand to rescue the elf, finally granting her that promised freedom, with the princess asking in total disbelief if he tamed the beast and him confirming it. But she totally doubts it, since the strongest elves failed and the dragon hates everybody, wondering if that kid is actually some kind of legendary dragon slayer, reaching his hand out again, telling the girl to just hop on already. Left with zero choices, the elf takes the ride and hops on the beast, quickly taking right off into the air right after that, telling her to open her eyes and enjoy the awesome view from way up there. And you could totally agree with the guy, except the view isn't pretty at all right now. Changing the subject, our guy asks what it actually feels like to be free. Smiling, she says it's like dropping some heavy chains, making her mind feel way lighter. Then, remembering the dragon's promise and wondering if it also wanted to get out of there, kneeling down, saying she didn't know his pain, while the MC just lets it slide, yelling for Athos to speed up since they're getting pretty close to the exit. Meanwhile, outside, a bunch of beasts just end up getting defeated totally out of nowhere, until a giant shadow covers everything, looking like a sign of some really heavy rain. But when they look up, they realize it's just the MC flying right out of the dungeon, and the exact second he lands, Athos lets out a seriously terrifying roar. From way up there, Xu Yang apologizes for the scare, realizing he totally looks like a villain right now. Then the elf asks where they're heading and he suggests the Lord's mansion, but she shoots the idea down. Totally confused, the guy asks what she wants, and the girl straight up asks to stay with him. Remembering those fairy tales, the MC accepts he's gonna have to put up with her for a bit. Then the girl asks how he tamed the dragon, but our hero says it's a total secret, cutting straight over to the city with the echo of that scary roar reaching all the way there, making his rival hear the whole thing, wondering if the boss actually managed to break the barrier, with Makiko also hearing the noise, knowing it's a dragon, but having no clue which one it is. At that, she excuses herself to the guy down below, wanting to go check it out. Praising the girl's sharp senses, the spy lets her know the Lord gave the green light to head over. Cutting back to the entrance, the elf wants to bail right away, but Xu Yang tells her to just chill and be patient. Pointing straight ahead, he shows the princess that the whole crowd finally showed up, with everyone going to see if the beast broke out, including the city's very own lord, Wei Ming, dropping their jaws when they see that insanely dangerous boss standing right outside, until the main guy hops off the beast and politely greets Mr. Jia, with the lord asking who that is, and the butler explaining he's a super important VIP. At that, Ming asks if he actually tamed the beast, and our boy simply confirms it. Only the Lord highly doubts this whole story and asks the MC to actually prove it, giving the beast a quick tap which lets out a massive roar, totally proving who's the boss, startling the elf princess while the Lord is completely shocked to see the girl right there, trying to gauge the 20-year-old guy's strength, thinking he might actually be a deity, but are remembering that taming dragons is super rare and wondering why he's even there in the first place, getting so totally lost in his own thoughts that he literally just trips over himself, and falling right onto his knees dead in front of our main guy, deciding to just stay right there to show total respect to the tamer. But the kid gently reaches out his hand, totally dropping all that boring formality. Right then, the system chimes in that the first stage is done and a brand new boss is on the way. Right after that, the Lord formally introduces himself, wanting to know exactly who he's affiliated with, but the butler reminds him they never got any heads up about this special visit. Interrupting the whole chat, Makiko suddenly pops out of nowhere asking to join in, introducing herself as a beast tamer and asking the kid for some pro-capture tips, giving her own head a little smack for asking that, knowing full well everyone's got their secrets. But our guy is super direct and flat out says he isn't even a beast tamer, leaving everybody completely shocked since he literally just tamed a terrifying beast, blaming it on his secret method and asking the Lord to help calm down the city's people, agreeing right on a spot to pass the message along so the locals can chill out. At that, Makiko asks if she can tell her master all about this, leaving the MC totally confused, with the Lord explaining she's in the association and her master must be super high level, confirming her master is a big shot leader who totally love to learn a few new tricks, feeling a bit awkward thinking about teaching guys who are sitting at such an insane level. So he says he's got urgent business to handle and totally puts off the whole association chat for later. Right as Zet, the massive dragon takes right back to the sky. Reaching the city, the guy does a super low flyby right over Miss Lu, making absolutely sure to show his rival that he's right up there. Spotting the tamed beast, the girl feels a massive sting of pure jealousy, but knowing full well the only fix for that is to train super hard, promising to get stronger and tame a dragon just to prove she's the absolute best tamer. Even before that, the Lord had already warned the town that the guy was going to fly right over the city, and looking straight up from below, you can really see just how ridiculously gigantic that beast is. With that, tons of rumors start popping up in the streets about the mysterious girl riding the beast with him. After just a little bit of flying, finally arriving right back at our main guy's massive mansion, landing with a total thud and almost giving the poor housemaid an absolute heart attack. But since our MC isn't a real tamer, he doesn't have a proper space for the beast, asking Lilith if she likes the house, and the princess praises the massive space, letting her pick any room since he needs to take care of some urgent business. being surprised by the princess's humility totally different from those spoiled brats. Taking a shower and heading straight to his room, ready to check out the new boss, asking the system about the target, finding out it's a god-tier sovereign, being an absurdly high level way beyond 3 legendary classifications, needing to pass the demigod rank and climb 99 steps to get there, thinking about the power he got from Athos and imagining the next insane reward. Without wasting time, our guy activates the direct connection with the boss, coming face to face with the imposing sovereign of original sin, noticing the creature has several secret skills that still need to be revealed, realizing that to take down the boss, he'd have to wipe out all demons in the abyss, understanding the Lord's power and asking the system to explain more about this abyss, with the system explaining it's a dimensional rift with an entrance in every country, being a great spot to farm levels and loot, but it gets impossible as you go deeper, with the current record being the 386th floor down in the depths, requiring top-tier guilds to team up just to get close to that insane milestone, being terrible news for our guy who has no idea when he'll beat this boss. Putting that aside and focusing on the 7 kings of sin serving the sovereign, noticing there are some ancient thrones covered in runes. However, 3 of them are empty, meaning those kings got hunted down by adventurers, deciding to test out the boss's skills and revive the fallen lackeys right then and there. Soon enough, one of the shadowy entities starts coming back to life, spawning Beelzebub, the sin of gluttony, looking all creepy and weird, bowing down to our MC and thanking his great monarch's grace right away, but being super weak and bringing shame to the feared name of demons, with our MC noting he's only at the blazing sun tier and needs to devour things to grow, and being able to pass that power straight to Su Yang to level up even faster. Then, the sovereign tries to give an order but hears a knock on the door back in the real world, telling the minion to hurry back to his post and not let him down no matter what, with the system warning that the beast returned to the 100th floor, confirming the screw-up, but having to answer whoever is knocking non-stop on the other side of the door, deciding to pull his consciousness out of the abyss right away, getting pretty annoyed by the interruption right at the best part of the boss mystery, with the guest asking if he's around and our guy asking for just a minute of patience, opening the door and finding out the city lord himself came to pay a visit, heading down to the living room to hear what the lord has to say, with Wei Ming saying he finally showed up, but our guy asks why he's here and the lord is surprised he doesn't know, explaining that taming the dragon leaked out and the association sent someone to investigate. Freaked out, our guy asks when this person is arriving, finding out it's gonna be soon, cutting over to the city's transport terminal, with a bunch of people yelling to clear the way, being the guards escorting the association leader and telling everyone to back off, revealing a humble old man who greets everyone and apologizes for the trouble. Then his rival greets the old guy, who recognizes her and brings up the black dragon, confirming the story but regretting that she wasn't strong enough and lost the title. Being super wise, the elder tells her not to cling to titles and focus on what matters, mentioning the new secret dragon realm that the association recently discovered, requiring a tamed dragon to enter, something only 2 people in the world actually have, being young Verlia from the Eagle Federation and now our main guy, warning her the place will open soon and asking if she already has a new target in mind, but telling her to chill since the guild has exclusive access, inviting her for a stroll, turning down the offer on the spot, making up an excuse to avoid embarrassing herself again. Back at the mansion, our guy starts hearing a weird sound coming from the sky, realizing the old man is already arriving, riding his flying beast. But the duo isn't the only one noticing that bird approaching at top speed, with Athos getting up fast and letting out a terrifying roar to defend the turf, spooking the elder's bird, which bolts straight into the sky without a second thought. After calming the dragon, the old man finally lands and tries to comfort his scared mount, hopping down right after, with the lord making formal introductions to Su Yang, praising the kid's talent for taming a beast so young, but he claims it was just luck, brushing off the modesty and inviting our hero to become an official member of the association. But our guy politely declines, explaining that he isn't even a real tamer, trying to work around it, saying that's just a silly minor detail, until it clicks, getting confused and asking what he means by not having the class, showing his warrior ID to prove he's telling the truth, asking for just a second to fix this little issue and get right back with an answer, texting the other leaders in the group chat about the MC's unexpected class issue, with President Carolina suggesting they give the kid an honorary member title instead, coming back with the honorary member offer, drawing in all the guild's perks, asking only for a quick lecture for the top 10 leaders in exchange for the spot. Thinking the perks are way too tempting to pass up such a sweet deal. Taking the deal, even warning them his experience might not be all that useful. Giving that sly smile, knowing full well he can just make up some random lie. Switching over to the Holy City, the grand headquarters of the Transformation Temple, where the top authority of the human world lives, the powerful divine high priestess, named Euphemia Vega, a highly dangerous woman with an unknown level, having only one recorded battle history from 10 years ago, when the mighty Augustus, the strongest grand mage in the whole world and an SS rank, reached the demigod level and decided to test his insane powers against the leader, getting totally humiliated without even scratching the powerful priestess's shield. Back to the present. The sacred statue warns about Lord Beelzebub's return, thinking it's impossible, since stellar tier bosses shouldn't just respawn like that, starting to pray right away to ask for the divine statue's blessing and figure things out. Getting the Eye of Perception, which lets her see any place in the entire world. Using her vision, Euphemia goes straight to check out the demonic abyss, looking around, wondering if that's the throne of the 7 kings of sin, with Beelzebub's throne glowing out of nowhere even though all kings were beaten before. Noticing magic so dense that not even the Eye of Perception can reveal its true form. But being super powerful, she commands the creature to show itself before her holy light. And with that, she spots a human silhouette, almost recognizing our guy. Except, all of a sudden, one of the kings of sin pops up right behind the priestess, harshly demanding to know who dares spy on their great monarch, being the feared Lucifer, the sin of pride, rocking a terrifying god-tier level. Without wasting a single second, the beast unleashes the first attack with everything it's got, with Euphemia unable to tank the hit and being forced to retreat to the holy temple, having her divine vision spell instantly shattered to pieces, leaving Lucifer confused, thinking the intruder was just a massive coward. Kneeling before the master, begging for forgiveness and warning about the nosy spy, waiting anxiously for the moment she can see her king's face again. Fallen in the temple, the priestess reflects in shock on that entity's absurd power, wondering who the supreme being worshipped by such strong creatures could possibly be. But a bright flash interrupts her thoughts, bringing a global announcement to everyone, warning that a new world boss has spawned, being the great monarch of the deadly sins, giving a chance to get rare artifacts and exclusive weapons by defeating the villain. Also showing the Mage Augustus, explaining that these weapons are vital for the new quest, with Tong Zan hearing the system say that victory will unlock a divine expansion. Obviously, this bombshell news quickly reaches the ears of the entire world, catching our MC by surprise, realizing he became a world boss out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Elder Lu says goodbye to sort things out, with our guy wishing him luck. Right after, the priestess Bai Ling confesses she's terrified of so many anomalies, but Su Yang tells her to relax, promising he will protect her from any danger. Smiling on the outside, but knowing the great global battle is about to begin. Understanding that the kings of sin drop the rare weapons needed to face the great lord, wondering if he would also get those weapons if he defeated his own lackeys. Right in the next chapter, our guy reflects on this whole reverse sin thing. Thinking about the weapons' absurd power, our MC decides to just keep defeating and reviving them, but the cooldown is long, requiring a lot of caution so things don't go totally wrong. So, if our MC beats the monarch alone, he hits the god tier by being the very best. Laughing at how the veterans suffered, he focuses on accepting the 5-star quest. Later, already at the Grand Main Temple, we see the big shots arriving for the meeting. Being a 9th transformation mage, Augustus notices everyone arrived at the exact same time, but Carolina is surprised to see a drunk awake so early and questions Mr. Tam. Also being in the 9th transformation, Tong asks for focus, since this boss is dangerous. Agreeing, Poker reminds them that the High Priestess herself summoned them personally, quickly putting an end to all that chit-chat, finally walking into the gigantic temple. Also noticing all the heavy traffic in the area, spotting the presence of ranked guild owners and major world leaders. Getting there, the leader thanks everyone for coming, knowing they already guess why, explaining that Gluttony was eliminated but revived because of the world boss. Because of that, they need to defeat the sins to get the Divine Series weapons, requiring these beasts to be taken out by top-tier pros just like them. Hoping for unity, she reminds them they still have over 300 floors to go. Turning to Augustus and Tang, she asks how many floors they can advance per level. Taking a sip of his drink, Augustus gets ready to answer the big question, claiming he can push through about 3 floors since he's already an older guy, but Tang warns that the abyss gets harder and harder, limiting their progress. Soon, the priestess realizes they need to climb a 100 levels, making it a long journey. Meanwhile, Poker brings up the massive XP gain but asks how they'll split it all. Messing with everyone's ego, the old man asks if she wants to pull ahead of the rest, and Carolina doesn't miss the chance to take a really direct jab at her rival. Staying super quiet in his corner, Tang just watches the whole argument. However, Poker tells everyone to stop pretending since the weapons guarantee divine ascension. From then on, it goes downhill, with the veterans starting to argue non-stop, leaving the holy leader totally annoyed by all that lack of manners. Slamming hard on the floor, she demands immediate silence so she doesn't wipe everyone out, explaining that the weapon decision will only come after forming the official group. Bowing quickly, Poker begs for pardon, and the priestess lets his impulsiveness slide. Then, Tang suggests each country forms its own group to avoid major conflicts, leaving the others a bit hesitant, but they end up accepting this excellent suggestion. Being questioned about the weaker nations, the swordsman says only strength matters. Agreeing with the leader's cruel explanation, the priestess decides to move on. With 80% of the votes in favor, the group finally moves to the next topic, passing the word to Carolina, who will be in charge of explaining the matter. Talking about the Dragon Realm, the warrior notes that going there would help everyone level up, but Augustus reminds her that only dragon tamers can access that restricted area. Firing back right away, the warrior tells them about the prodigy kid who tamed the black dragon. Completely shocked, Poker can barely believe this huge feat from a mere newbie, further explaining that the guy isn't even a beast tamer, but actually a warrior. Finding that completely impossible, the old mage really doubts it, remembering his own failures trying to tame those super proud creatures, telling the drunk to calm down. Carolina says his failure doesn't define everyone else, starting a nice exchange of jabs while Poker tries to calm everyone down. Meanwhile, the crowd starts agreeing, thinking it's totally impossible for a kid to do that. Because of that, the priestess asks how he tamed what 9th-tier guys couldn't, but Carolina tells the leader she can confirm it all by checking the official member list. Looking at the info, the priestess sees he's just a 3-transformation warrior. Left in shock, Poker can barely believe the kid managed to defeat and tame the creature. Worried, Tang wonders how long she had produced such an absurd genius. Then, Carolina says the kid was invited to lecture and teach his method, showing that maybe it's possible to tame dragons without even being the right class. Sparking a lot of curiosity after all, everyone wants a free dragon. With that, Poker warns that the secret realm won't be exclusive anymore, but Carolina doesn't even care. Hyped about the news, the warrior hears Augustus say he's going right after the young man, promising not to scare the genius, just wanting to make a trade where both sides win. Changing scenes, our MC won't stop sneezing, thinking he caught a cold. But the truth is, there are a lot of people talking about him right now. Looking at his new quest, he needs to hunt the Ice Witch in a diamond-tier dungeon. However, our guy says it's all good and it's going to be super easy, considering that even stellar-tier quests aren't a challenge for him anymore. Heading out quickly, riding on his gigantic dragon, telling his beautiful priestess that he'll be back home soon. Arriving at the Frozen City dungeon, which is a level 91, seeing some people walking around there complaining about the intense cold, when out of nowhere a gigantic creature appears right in front of the group. Being Athos, our MC hops down apologizing but tells them their turn is over. Freaked out by the beast, a guy agrees and decides not to clash with our main guy. Feeling out the environment, even the black dragon senses the place is too freezing. Barely having time to land, level 92 monsters already charge right at them, but just a single roar from Athos solves the whole problem, making the beasts drop to their knees because of the absurd level gap. Ignoring those weak enemies, our MC prefers to go straight for the boss. With that, the dragon sets everything on fire, turning the place into a literal hell, making the witch furious, demanding to know who's trashing her beautiful palace. Sadly, she doesn't last at all, getting defeated with just one stomp from the huge dragon, burning up the rest while our MC finds it all too boring and hopes for a real challenge. Outside, someone notices the challenge going on and decides to wait to try later. Seeing it's wrong, a guy warns there's no point waiting since a huge boss went in there, explaining that the one who crashed the place was the feared kid who tamed the black dragon. With that, a pink-haired girl refuses to leave, wanting to see the famous tamer, making wrong tell her friend to stop daydreaming so much, deciding to stick around right there along with the 2 old geezers right behind them, not knowing those old guys are actually 2 of the top 4 warriors in the world. Just a little bit later, the portal starts flickering non-stop, showing that our MC and his dragon were already coming out of the dungeon, leaving the girl blown away by the colossal size of that imposing beast. But she had no idea that the great master right there was just our boy Su Yang. shocking the Cloud Clan leader, who can barely believe a level 80 kid pulled this off. Hopping off the dragon, our MC greets the folks saying it's been quite a while. Then, the leader explains she came for materials but now they gotta wait for the reset. Understanding the situation, our guy decides to take a good look at his inventory. Pulling out the epic ice heart, he hands it to the leader since he won't even need it, trying to refuse the gift, but our guy just tosses it into her hands, leaving no choice. Stepping closer, the girl says the handsome guy is the boss now. What he says goes. With that, our guy says there's no need to be formal. Since they fought together, they can chill. But suddenly, he hears Athos grumbling and asks what's going on. Seeing the old guy up there, who tells him not to sweat it. He's just giving him some pets. But our guy gets suspicious. How can he touch the dragon so easily? Who is this old man? Getting closer, he asks who he is, while the girls catch a strong whiff of alcohol. Seriously, the old geezer stinks a bit. Pure dive bar essence right there. Pulling our guy to another spot. The old man says there's no need to worry about him. Wait, what? The guy used a teleport out of nowhere. Now our boy doesn't even know where he is. Smiling, our MC praises the skill. Since he isolated the place, they must have some serious talking to do. Then Augustus introduces himself as a guild leader, and Tom does the exact same right after. Recognizing the big shots, our guy finds it weird. Why did they come to talk to him right now? But he quickly figures out they came all the way here to talk about his dragon taming trick. With that, the drunkard confirms it all and asks him to spill it, since he's super anxious. However, Tang tells the old guy to hold his horses so he doesn't scare the kid. The elder apologizes. Tang explains they came to trade info and tells him to relax, the drunk guy is harmless. Hearing that, the old man tells them to chill. No need to paint him as the bad guy of the story. Pulling out 2 forbidden scrolls, he offers them for the info. A hell of a deal. Knowing the power of those items, our guy realizes they'd be a massive ace up his sleeve. But those 2 are the absolute best in the world. If they catch a lie, he's totally screwed. But since he's playing the game, he decides to risk it. He asks for a skill book, something more permanent. Totally confused, Augustus finds it weird. Being a warrior, why does he want magic? Breaking the rules? Soon enough, Tang says hybrid warriors exist, and our main guy confirms he's one of them. Giving into the request, the drunk hands over a second-tier spell and warns about the high cost. Grabbing the book, our guy says it's all good. He'll just stash it now and use it later on. At the end of the day, that little book made for a pretty damn fair trade. Before explaining, he warns that taming dragons isn't guaranteed, and the old man totally agrees. With that, the geezer decides to put up a barrier to block out any nosy eyes or ears, creating a dome of light with the greatest ease in the world, really showing off his high level. After a few minutes of talking, now our MC asks if the old geezer is satisfied with everything. Saying yes, he mentions he's heading straight to his sanctuary to test out the info. Meanwhile, Tang admits the lair details are impressive. The kid really knows his stuff. Then, the old guy tosses a book to our boy. Tang wants him, it's a second-tier skill. Going by the name, he realizes it's Tang's trademark move. One heck of a gift from a new ally. The old man drops a hint about the secret dragon realm. Soon enough, more people will get access to it. Eyeing those rewards, he plans to visit that place later on. But for now, he just lets it be. Giving a heads up before leaving, Tang says the Abyss XP doubled and suggests training there. Finding it weird, our guy wonders why he should go exactly there. There must be a catch. Tang praises his sharp eye and mentions the Blood Moon invasions, something our MC already knows about. Explaining how serious it is, he says the moon targets the talented, and if you get caught, you ain't coming back. Since the Abyss monsters are pretty similar to the moon ones, training there is the best way to prepare. Hearing all that, our guy finally grasps the whole situation. Heading out, the old guy warns the summoning is about to start, and says his goodbyes until next time. Left alone, he thinks about those old geezers' power. He realizes he needs to get a whole lot stronger. Checking his temple quest, he focuses entirely on leveling up without stopping. But at least by completing his 4th transformation, he scored a brand new legendary skill. Being a super handy technique, it works just like castling in chess, a perfect swap. Now he can create a shadow with 50% of his power and instantly trade places with it. Noticing the vibe, the priestess asks why he looks sad right after leveling up and getting stronger. Smiling, our guy says it's nothing. He was just lost in thought for a bit. Shortly after, there he is hooking back up with the dragon boss again. This time around calling up another subordinate. Summoning Samael, the Furious. Popping up and calling our MC Supreme Lord, he patiently awaits his orders. With that, our guy decides to just end him. But why wipe out his own ally? Instantly, the big wolf asks what he did wrong and where exactly he screwed up. Checking out his stats, he notices the beast is a demigod, a true king. Plus, he has an offering skill that absorbs life, boosting our MC's HP. But to keep up that boss persona, he asks how he dares question his orders. Quickly, the beast drops to its knees, accepting its doom without a second thought, thinking to himself if this could really be the true nature of wrath. Not feeling any resistance but still noticing pure rage radiating from the wolf, reaching out his hand, he orders the beast back to the darkness to hand over its power. Understanding it all, Samael gladly accepts his end until he's called upon again. Materializing a giant sword right in his hand, our guy agrees. Knowing it's time to act, the blade slices right through the beast's body in a flash, and the eye that was fast asleep before snaps wide awake right then and there, screaming out. The lackey says he finally gets the monarch's intense power. With that, our MC lets him know this isn't the end, just gotta wait in the shadows. And Samael promises to carry out his king's will. Right after that, the scene cuts back to the 100th floor of the abyss. Sensing it all from far away, Gluttony doesn't really get what just went down. How did they wipe out Samael if no one even passed by? Could it have been the monarch? Raking in 13 billion XP, our guy hits the level cap right at 100, knowing that XP is truly boss-worthy. Losing 5 billion of it really stings, but having 7 billion saved up is gonna help out big time for his next class. Putting the XP aside, now it's time to focus on those highly coveted items. Scoring the lackey's flesh, which grants an absurd 10 million health points. And by consuming the beast's heart, he gains another 10,000 strength points. Not to mention Samael's horn, which works perfectly as a crafting material. Plus the divine spring, which grants full immunity to the erosion from dark powers. Being totally shocked by those 10 million health points. Leveling up like an absolute madman. Not to mention the 10,000 strength. Combined with the buffs, the damage is going to be colossal. Beating powerful enemies is going to be a breeze now, winning without breaking a sweat. And keeping in mind that one of the lackey's items can be used for forging later. As for the immunity item, it prevents demonic infection just like the one from the abyss. Following that logic, could the moon portal also be hiding a king? But he quickly realizes he's overthinking it. It's better to focus on the present. For now, focusing on the loot since he has some gear to check out. Finding right then and there Samael's highly coveted demigod armor, bringing surreal stats and overpowered effects, a truly powerful defense. But looking at the system, he only finds the armor, no sin weapon at all. Looks like our boy's luck wasn't shining too bright at that moment. Asking to log out, the system warns there are still unseen weapons. Telling the voice to chill, he decides to take another look at his inventory. And right at that moment, he finds exactly what he was hoping for. Getting the dream of her sin weapon, the punishment of wrath. Looking at the brutal stats, he gets that it's essential against the sin. Even with Tanzan being the strongest, he'd have a hard time against the original. Having the 7 weapons of reverse sin, the Kane's strength drops by 70%. With that, the throne next to him glows, and our familiar Lucifer appears again. Already arriving on her knees, she apologizes for waking the sovereign from his slumber. But before reporting everything, our guy needs to dish out a punishment on her. Not getting it, he finds the situation weird. Did something happen while he was gone? Seeing her ready to take a beating, our MC thinks this king's habits are pretty weird. Even not knowing a thing, he still needs to act like the true sovereign, delivering the first strike right onto the lackey's back. Surprisingly, she begs for more and complains that he's hitting way too softly. Granting the crazy request, our guy strikes for a second time, warning her that was 2 strikes, one for her insolence and the other for her arrogance, and reminding her that the one who decides punishment time is only him, not her. With that, the girl begs for forgiveness again, and he tells her to spill the news, reporting that humans spied on the abyss and blaming the priestess for it, knowing that even Tongzan would have a hard time seeing that deep. Being able to see the abyss, Priestess Euphemia must already be at the god tier. Getting the message, she orders Lucifer back to her post to stand guard. Leaving, she notices Samael's demise and quickly deduces it was the king's own doing. Showing extreme loyalty, she would also accept her end if the king ordered it. Reflecting on it later, our MC realizes why the church hides someone so powerful. Changing the scenery, the story focuses on another place. Over in the Eagle Federation, the drunkard finds it weird that his plan failed. Having tested 3 dungeons with no luck, the old man fears wasting all his chances. Out of nowhere, a world announcement reveals the first reverse sin weapon was claimed, even sobering up from so much anger since someone was breaking the rules. Being surreal to defeat a sin in just one day, he immediately suspects Tong Shan. Cutting over to the Sakura Nation, the view goes straight to the Grand Palace in Kyoto. Inside the central palace, a highly imposing man steps onto the scene. Being more Tokugawa, he wants to know if a noble's daughter will tame a dragon. answering that her chances of taming a red dragon are at 70%. Satisfied, Tokugawa focuses on challenging one of the sins in the abyss before anyone else. But he barely finished his sentence, and the same world announcement pops up for them, ruining the whole plan of being the first right on the spot. Talk about bad luck. Getting furious, the Lord wonders who broke the rules so damn fast. Standing up at once, he calls everyone to the holy city to demand some answers. Arriving straight at the grand holy city, seeing the chaos outside, Euphemia orders the gates open to let the leaders in, fearing this betrayal might destroy the church's peace and spark a new world war. Already at the round table, Tokugawa complains that someone broke the 3-day deadline, demanding the meeting identifies the sneaky thief so they can return the artifact. Aiming at the 3 strongest, the priestess claims the rules have been violated. But, being merciful, the goddess offers a chance for redemption if they return the item, swearing before everyone she won't punish the culprit despite the massive dirty trick. Reaching her hand out to the hall, but none of the 3 big shots step forward. With no answers, she decides to fulfill her sacred duty to expose the truth, showing that no one there is going to be able to escape her judgment, saying a prayer to reveal the liar. Whoever lies to the light will get caught. With that, Carolina looks at the others and notices no one is lying. Where's the culprit? However, Tang points out that one person still needs to take this exact same test, pointing straight at Priestess Euphemia herself. Agreeing, she says it was a mistake to stay out of the spell and starts glowing brightly. Mocking them, she asks if they are satisfied. With that, everyone begs her to stop the light. Sucking up, Augustus begs forgiveness for everyone and says they always trusted her blindly. Since the spell works perfectly, no one there lied. So who eliminated the King of Sin? With that, Carolina reminds them that not all strong or demigod warriors are there. Explaining her magic, Euphemia says the spell would even reveal someone who just knew about it. Noticing this, the big 3 realize that not even the priestess knows who this person is. Finding it all weird, she suggests moving forward. The next king is on floor 200. So, she asks if Lord Tokugawa and the Sakura Nation will continue with the challenge. Answering, yes. He laments that his forces can't pass the 100th floor of the abyss. Soon after, she hands the mission to the Eagle Federation and offers a fair compensation. Agreeing on the spot, Augustus promises he'll follow all of the leader's instructions. And, without causing any trouble, Tokugawa states his nation has no objections. Wrapping up the meeting, she announces the holy troops will now guard the abyss entrance. Changing scenes, the story goes right back to our MC's humble residence. Getting all rushed, our guy is super anxious to change his current class. But right at that moment, he gets the big world announcement. That's taking things too far. Lucky his name didn't pop up, otherwise everyone would come running to hunt him down. Knowing the big shots are on high alert, he decides not to use the reverse sin weapon. Arriving at the transformation temple, Bai warns that our MC is leveling up way too fast. Noticing the slip up, he sees he drew too much attention and decides to postpone the 5th transformation. Heading back home, he thinks about what he can do to solve this huge dilemma. Seeing a maid washing clothes by hand, he thanks the girl for all her hard work, but then questions why she's hand washing them, since the house has an automatic washing machine. Explaining shyly, she says she prefers hand washing to get all the stains out. Getting a genius idea, our guy decides he needs to launder his earned experience. Thinking fast, he considers going to the secret dragon realm, or the demonic abyss. Focusing on the dragon realm, he knows it's safe there and no one will suspect a thing. Having an extra bonus, he can stop the other 2 tamers from getting dragons, turning into a true hunter. Our MC can wipe out all the dragons ahead of time. Calling Bai, he asks for the data on the remaining dragon dungeons in Longxia. Answering quickly, she mentions the silver dragon dungeon and the red dragon one. Asking to book the silver dragon, he notices that the 50 people in line are from the pavilion. Knowing his rival wouldn't quit, he regrets she's crossing his path once again. Confirming he's a VIP at the temple, the kid gets priority, but it might tick off the rival guild. Ignoring the threats, he tells them to confirm it. After all, he's an honorary member now, still counting on his 10 million health and almost 30,000 strength as his trump cards. Feeling totally confident, he says he can even go toe-to-toe with a level 7 now. Starting off, our MC wonders how he's going to eat those things without just swallowing them whole, thinking about frying, cooking, or even making some crazy dessert out of it. But since he can't cook, asking for help could leak some highly valuable information. So, without overthinking it, he decides to just eat the raw meat and drink the blood. Pretty much doing just that, our guy downs it all in one single gulp. Just then, a really weird light starts glowing inside the mansion, spooking the maid who thinks her master is under attack. Running frantically to check out the situation up close, close. Arriving at the room, she quickly asks if there's any problem. Flexing a godlike physique, our MC asks what she's talking about, making the girl totally embarrassed right then and there. Closing the door, she plays it cool, while he just worries about not getting caught. Looking at his stats, with millions of health and almost 30,000 strength, he is bulletproof, confident he would beat the Black Flame Wings easily right now. Feeling the adrenaline from this power boost, begging for a brand new hunt. Putting that aside, he decides to check how Lilith is settling into the mansion. Stopping in front of her room, he knocks on the door and says he is coming in. Noticing the place is empty, he starts taking a look around, but taking a few more steps inside, he ends up stumbling upon a pretty unexpected scene, with the little elf turning bright red from embarrassment, while our guy says he knocked earlier, raising her hand right away to slap our main guy. However, instead of hitting him, she just turns around and runs away, throwing herself on the bed and telling him he doesn't need to be in such a rush, leaving our guy kind of hypnotized by that very peculiar situation. Being a focused dude, he apologizes for the trouble and says he is already heading out. With that, she smiles, noticing the great warrior seemed pretty innocent, totally different from those annoying guys back at the court. Switching to the Celestial Pavilion Temple in the Tier 2 city, where someone is yelling, seeing an outraged Jia Yue because someone cut in front of her again, with the butler wanting that a special VIP reservation took her spot, making the girl suspect Su Yang, thinking it would be way too much of a coincidence. Soon, the butler suggests going to the Silver Dragon dungeon to negotiate with the VIP. Annoyed by the situation, the princess just tells him to get lost. Knowing she can't clash with Su Yang, she decides to turn to her teacher, calling him up and asking if the master is available to help out, asking him to talk to Su Yang and try to free up the dungeon spot, pacing back and forth, totally anxious for her master's reply, until the message finally arrives, but warning her it didn't work out. Hearing that the kid turned down the request, since he's trending and shouldn't be provoked, thinking that the God of War title only belongs to one person in all of Wangxia, realizing our MC is truly talented if he caught the great Tong Zan's attention, leaving Zhou Tai with no answer while the girl simply walks away. Almost crying from anger, she tells everyone to get moving and leave, switching to the entrance of the Silver Dragon dungeon. Arriving at the spot, our MC finds it weird he didn't bump into anyone from the pavilion. Reaching the boss, he faces the beast, wondering if it's the famous Silver Dragon. Noticing the creature doesn't even have a special bloodline, but it'll still do the trick, getting attacked by the dragon's breath, but knowing it won't even tickle. Pulling out his sword and charging in, slicing the monster's attack right in half. Blocking the attack, he warns the creature not to move a muscle. After all, it's rare to find a punching bag that can take more than one hit. With that, the Silver Dragon slams the ground, creating a rain of granite. But our MC dodges it all easily, thinking the attack is way too slow. Then, a giant boulder flies straight at him, and our guy just praises the beast's stance, asking if that's all it's got, taking 1,000 damage from the rock. But his resistance is insane and his health barely drops, leaving the dragon totally outraged, unleashing a direct swipe right now, hacking a force of 27,000. But 27,000 to our MC right now is like a flick. He's way too strong, jumping straight toward the beast. Throwing a punch, he announces it's his turn now, making the dragon crash straight into the ground. But our guy doesn't stop and attacks with his greatsword, slicing the beast in half with a single strike, quickly triggering the Devouring Sword's effect, which deals 10% of its stats, adding thousands of extra points in strength, speed, and especially spirit. A lightning mart also appears on the weapon. Could it be a stacking effect from slaying dragons? Then, he quickly summons Athos. Gaining 70 million experience, our MC finds that pretty insignificant now, and even Athos' stats went up by 10%. It would be awesome to steal stats too, since the sword and the dragon can do it. But our Abyss King's traits can do that for him if someone invades the dungeon. Bringing those powers to the real world, our guy would beat even the greatest kings out there. But hold on a second, it's way more complicated than that. Pulling the Abyss Kings out is tough. Better focus on hunting the next dragon. Just then, the World Channel pops up with a notification, saying that Mikiko subjugated the Red Dragon, being cheered on by her group, giving the Sakura Nation its very first dragon. And the old master is impressed, since only our MC had this achievement before, telling young Mikiko that it's time to head back safely to Sakura, while the subordinate regrets not meeting the guy who tamed the Black Dragon. But since he's in the association, the odds of them meeting one day are pretty high. Far away from there, Jia Yu watches the Red Dragon, crying devastated, seeing that our MC and Makako pulled off this feat before her. with the girl dominating the trending topics in the Global Tamer Association, leaving the little princess pretty sad, feeling like she lost her worth. Meanwhile, our MC thinks the situation got complicated, needing to focus on the next dungeon. With the priestess's attack almost starting, poor Beelzebub won't stand a chance. So, to avoid losing the experience, our guy decides to take down his own ally. Speaking of him, the sin of gluttony remains bored, waiting for some challenger, hoping it's not that lunatic priestess all over again. With that, Su Yang summons him to the depths, leaving the monster anxious about his doom. But if his life belongs to the Lord, it's better to be taken out by him than by humans. Popping up in front of the master, declaring he answered his call, and our MC quickly asks Gluttony to offer up his life, wondering if he has any objections. Bowing down, the demon agrees to hand over his strength without a second thought, totally loyal to his creator, making the Supreme King praise all that loyalty. So, let's get this party started. After beating the sin, the system announces a gain of 22 billion XP, and he also gets meat, hooves, a demonic core, and the horns of Gluttony. Thinking the monster wouldn't drop much since it wasn't evolved, our boy is totally surprised, even scoring a special bonus item on top. Opening the package, a lightning bolt almost strikes him right in the head, being the punishment of Gluttony artifact, packed with insane details. But our boy notices it's just like the Wrath one, able to devour 2% of the enemy's power, except it requires a demigod level, and leveling up that fast would draw the temple's attention. Cutting over to the holy city now. There, the priestess mentions that the nations are following the rotation, and everything is peaceful, with each nation keeping a close eye on the abyss entrances, but only teams of adventurers are allowed inside, all to avoid a repeat of the massive problems from the past. With that, Euphemia starts praying to the giant statue, also noticing that the Red Moon's corruption has already hit 14%. Since no one has completed a 5-star advancement after the 8th transformation, if the rate hits 50% without any new gods, the world will fall into total despair, and whoever manages to reverse that would easily go down as a hero. Right then, a world announcement drops saying the second sin weapon was claimed. Over the radio, the saint tells everyone to stay on high alert, reporting 0 anomalies. Not getting how someone slipped past the elite guards, she suspects the abyss, even thinking about that mysterious figure from last time. Meanwhile, back at the temple, some folks are doubting her, but Euphemia reminds them the temple never acts in secret and she never even left the city. Agreeing with that, she suggests forming an elite squad to raid the abyss. Back to our boy, he knows the invaders will come in hot because of the announcement. Out of the 700 floors, rivals could skip the beaten ones and jump straight to floor 500. Holding Lucifer's shrunken down form, he pictures the absolute chaos if he put Pride on floor 100, blocking everyone. With that, we see the mighty Augustus, staring down the abyss and saying he's finally back. Looking back, he asks if everyone is ready to go, getting the green light from the other top 3, with Carolina asking who's gonna lead the squad down to the boss on floor 300. Then a rookie Templar named Mike steps up to lead the mission. With everyone on board, Tong John gives the order to move out, and the group quickly steps right through the portal. Shortly after, they arrive at the 100th floor, the domain of Gluttony, where Poker says the place is empty and everyone can just push forward together. But that's exactly where the guy is dead wrong, with Lucifer already waiting for them, with her arms crossed. Stopping in their tracks, they find it weird since the king of Gluttony was already defeated. The girl threatens the invaders, flexing a completely mysterious power and level. Thinking she was a brand new boss, Mike decides to strike first, except the guy didn't even stand a chance, being way too reckless with his move, and taking a devastating blow straight to the face. Carolina is shocked to see the Templar drop so easily, and her scanning spells totally fail. Trying again with a forbidden spell, trying to reveal the enemy's true level. Checking Lucifer's stats, sitting at level 400 with absolutely absurd power levels. Seeing that, our MC notes she's almost at his level, even while still weakened. Analyzing her talents, the Pride passive makes her totally immune to anyone she considers inferior. Totally shocked, our boy thinks that's way too broken, since literally everyone is inferior to her. And with her offering, she can even mind control anyone she defeats, including the big shots. Making up her mind, she announces that the 100th floor of the abyss belongs to her now. But suddenly, Carolina starts attacking with all of her summons at once, asking for Poker's backup and full cover fire right on the spot. With that, Tong John yells for no one to hold back and hit her with everything they've got. Agreeing instantly, Augustus says they need to wrap this up as fast as possible, charging in together for a combined and absolutely devastating attack, causing a massive impact and a gigantic explosion right in the area, leaving the knights in the back wondering if that strike actually worked. However, right after that, Poker and Carolina get sent flying out of the smoke, showing that the attack did 0 damage without even scratching her health bar. Absolutely outraged, Poker questions what kind of absurd mechanic that was. Warning about another attack, Augustus yells for everyone to fall back right away. But unfortunately, it was already way too late to try and run, charging in with everything, flashing that straight-up psycho smile on her face, causing another gigantic explosion with a single massive strike, wiping almost everyone off the map in the blink of an eye, showing zero mercy, leaving only the big three standing, since Poker ended up biting the dust. Figuring out the situation on the spot, Tongjian realizes the trick, with only the ones who had already defeated a deadly sin before surviving the hit. However, Augustus points out that the power gap between them was still absolutely absurd. Keeping up her brutal assault, she promises she won't fail her mission. Right after that, 3 more teleport flashes pop up on the outside, confirming that the last 3 great warriors got wiped out as well, leaving all the defeated folks out there completely clueless as to what just hit them. Feeling the heavy vibe, Tongzan accepts the crushing defeat of their entire squad, straight up admitting it was totally impossible to tank that creature's insane power. Flashing a weak smile, Carolina regrets losing their shot at becoming literal gods. Agreeing with her, Tangzan watches his dream of the 10th transformation slip away, being the first enemy the old guy actually considers straight up unbeatable, making it the darkest and most tense moment for the entire world. Watching it all unfold from afar, our MC actually disagrees with one tiny detail, knowing the steps to divine ascension are definitely coming, but they'll belong only to him. Thinking about the mark, he realizes he can even read the thoughts of the defeated, finding it pretty weird to feel a highly positive emotion right in the middle of so much sadness. Spotting a Shiva Nation cleric, level 320, just grinning ear to ear, remembering that this nation has a caste system where the elites hog all the resources. Getting pretty curious, our boy decides to snoop right into that crazy guy's mind, finding out the guy wants to use this global defeat to make Shiva the new world superpower. But when he hears about the ancestral devourer, our MC quickly remembers his own sword, opening his inventory right away to check the stats on his dragonbone weapon, confirming that his dragon Athos was a direct descendant of that absurd legend. Riding deeper into the memories, he sees they found all this in a super ancient ruin, finally understanding that this ancient creature struck fear even into gods and dragons, discovering that anyone in the catacombs can inherit the power of this devourer, with Shiva's grand plan being to snatch the stolen legacy while the world is distracted. Thinking everything changes now, with Shiva outscaling their rivals in this dragon dungeon, starting with the geniuses, easy to take out in this dimension where whoever falls never comes back, laughing non-stop. This guy has no idea there's someone else laughing right back at him now, being our MC, who is super grateful for all this free information. Too bad for the rival, not even imagining his mind is being read right now. Changing the subject, where is Lucifer, and what is that crazy chick up to? Questioning why she's holding that pose for so long since she doesn't even feel tired. And actually, she only stays like that because she thinks her lord loves seeing it, leaving our guy kinda embarrassed by the scene, telling her to go back to normal. Breaking the pose right away, she agrees and quickly fixes herself up. Stepping closer, the angel asks if her actions managed to satisfy him, praising her great job wiping out the enemies, promising her a solid reward, turning it down at first, saying she is way too happy just to please her master. Summoning his power, he tells her it's a gift from the sovereign and cannot be refused. Activating then the injection of dark essence straight into her, making the crazy girl say, with a weird look on her face, that it feels refreshing, begging for more but quickly getting dismissed by our MC until the next mission. Thinking about how exhausting it is, faking it in front of a god-tier boss and dealing with this crazy girl. Interrupting his thoughts, something suddenly pops up right in front of him, noticing that this little face is already pretty well known around here, being none other than Euphemia, the badass high priestess herself. Rewinding time a bit, back to when she realized the fall of her entire army. Seeing this crazy situation, Euphemia didn't want to just stand there watching, praying to the holy statue in search of a divine blessing, asking for the observing eye, which ended up getting a really nice upgrade, turning into the Eye of Truth, capable of seeing absolutely anything in the whole world. Heading straight to meet our boy right after that, facing this terrifying power and asking if he's the Lord of the Abyss, making our MC wonder about the visit while the saint finds it weird that he knows her. Standing up, he confirms he knows about her plan and the defeat of her invading force, thinking about how he should welcome this famous high priestess over there, feeling the kid's pressure right away, surprised to see him totally awake now, with a much darker feeling, noticing he's standing way above the gods. Using her power, she quickly realizes she needs to retreat and come up with a new plan, but he quickly asks if she thinks she can just pop in and out that easily, activating his dark energy to form a giant hand, grabbing the high priestess with everything he's got, making Su Yang think about what kind of loot a figure like that could drop. But clearly it wouldn't be that easy to capture the holy leader. Noticing that, just as expected, capturing Euphemia was a total failure, but keeping an eye on that tiny little rift left behind to the real world. Following the rift, we see the priestess actually ended up getting teleported, panting hard, realizing just how dangerous that escape really was. Saved by the temple's power, quickly being helped out by her subordinate Raya, answering that she's just tired, while the girl gives her a heads up about the troops. Heading to her room to rest, without realizing our MC already slips through the rift. Surprised to keep the portal open, Su Yang takes a look at the famous Holy City, analyzing Euphemia, noticing she never leaves the city purely out of having no choice, it being already impressive that his power crossed into the world without getting caught. Thinking now if he can use his dark power to hide his level from the statue, well, it's worth a shot, right? But a few minutes later, realizing it just doesn't work, hitting some heavy resistance, but luckily not triggering the alarm. So, without controlling the statue, how about trying to score a servant, right? Trying to mind control the girl. With that, she feels the mental invasion, suffering from erosion and black poison. And just like that, Raya turns into a succubus, jumping from level 90 to 130, being blown away by the change. Could his power really turn people into demons? Judging by the statue's glow, it really seems like it. Noticing the statue reacting, and out of nowhere, shooting a beam. But actually, it wasn't just her. Other distant temples are reacting too. Actually, every single temple in the world. Popping up a global announcement, the demonic faction has officially been unlocked. Now, those affected by the abyssal power don't lose their minds, but turn into demons, also unlocking cross-faction combat without any system penalties whatsoever, plus unlocking new areas and statues, giving the demons a domination quest, having to protect the sovereign until he heals. The ending depends on who wins. If the humans win, they'll build the famous stairway to heaven, but if the demons win, the abyss merges with reality into pure darkness, opening up the alliance option, forcing absolutely everyone to pick a side. So, what's it gonna be? Back at the temples, the crowd gets the news, thinking it's crazy to turn into a demon, but the leader warns that many would do anything for power. However, the allies trust in human weapons, totally confident they will win. Higher up, the folks are analyzing the situation. Discussing the chaos, Zhou Tai warns they can only try to calm down the holy city, questioning if the strongest warriors are really going to turn down that offer. Zhou Tai fears they might accept it, since that would be the absolute worst-case scenario. Heading back to the holy city, our MC is totally blown away, unable to believe the direction this adventure took, knowing the global quest is almost impossible for humanity to beat. Because of that, many will give in to temptation and turn into demons for an easy level up, feeling through the soul seal that top warriors are already considering that trade. Plus, our boy can advance his class without leaving any tracks and super fast. But if he defeats his own sovereign, will he lose his abyssal authority? Hearing his doubt, the system explains that the title passes to whoever defeats him, meaning if you beat the boss, you take his place. And after that, the system would create a brand new, even stronger enemy. Grasping the gravity of it, wondering what kind of insane threat would spawn next. Cutting his train of thought, the priestess orders the intruder to be arrested, realizing he got caught running away like crazy. However, she warns him he won't get away with this, unleashing pure magic and destroying everything in her path. But our boy escapes just in time, vanishing from the guard's sight. Euphemia orders everyone back to their posts since he disappeared. Noticing the invading power felt a lot like the Abyssal Sovereign's own power, but our boy stays just laughing away, totally thrilled with his new succubus. Finding it all a bit weird, our guy tries to figure out what this different place is. Looking around, he realizes he's in a gigantic demonic city. Seeing his subjects, he notes they actually liked turning into demons to get stronger, ordering the first demonic priestess to step up and control this rowdy crowd. With that, our guy realizes it's going to be pretty tough to control so many strong abyss invaders, knowing the demonic temple needs a high priestess with absolute insane power. Thinking about that, our MC walks straight to the grand throne room, summoning the sin of envy right away to present herself before his call. Appearing quickly, the girl says she's ready to serve her sovereign, this being the famous Queen of Envy, better known as Livia, appointing the little fox as the very first high priestess to manage the whole temple. Opening the minimap later, he sees the base construction is flowing super fast, Zooming in, you can see the little fox making all the grunts haul bricks, with Raya sucking up to her and saying things moved fast since she arrived, leaving Livia all happy with the mission while Lucifer stands guard in the abyss. Just then, a system warning pops up about the red moon for the new high priestess. Getting totally confused, not understanding what the hell that blue screen in front of her was, asking a subordinate if he saw it, but the poor trembling guy says no. But the servant warns that this red moon usually shows up in 5-star quests. Thinking it comes from the statue, the girl decides to ask the Lord to understand it better. Trying to reach out through telepathy, she realizes the sneaky guy must have fallen asleep again, finding it all pretty confusing since every now and then the master just doesn't wake up. Changing the scene, let's now take a look at what's going down in the Holy City, where the big shots are holding yet another meeting with tension in the air, with the priestess thanking them for coming, but Augustus already asks to cut straight to the chase. Getting straight to the point, she begs that no one there joins the demon's side. With that, one of the warriors admits he almost gave in, since the quest seems impossible. Agreeing, Poker says that last beatdown really left everyone pretty shaken up. Trying to cheer them up, Carolina reminds them they still have the option to form an alliance, explaining that completing the alliance quest could open the gates in a really advantageous way. However, Tongzhan says that to get past Lucifer, they'll just have to ask the elven warriors for help, claiming that if they can defeat the strongest sin, they'll be able to take down the rest. And by gathering the reverse sin weapons, the owner of the other two will have to make a deal. Agreeing with the plan, Poker tells them to call the elves as fast as possible, asking them to chill. Euphemia lets them know she already contacted the Elven Kingdom beforehand, summoning a level 160 Elven Court Mage from the 6th transformation. Arriving with pure arrogance, he introduces himself as a son of the prestigious Lawrence family, making the knight whisper about how he thinks way too highly of himself for his level. Ignoring that, the saint thanks him for coming and asks what the queen's decision was, and the bastard just flirts, praising our priestess's beauty with a mocking tone, leaving the saint pretty uncomfortable with the snobby elf's totally pathetic attitude, making Augustus die of jealousy on the spot and almost jump at the preppy guy's throat. Soon the elf reveals that the queen agrees to help with the mission, but under a few conditions, demanding crystals, a monopoly over the dragon dungeon, and a search for Princess Lilith. Hearing those demands, Carolina realizes right away the huge problem with that deal, with Tongzhan also turning his nose up and not liking that idea one bit. However, unfortunately, our Euphemia doesn't have a lot of choices right now, leaving the crowd so outraged that some even consider turning into demons to hunt elves, especially the guy from Shiva, who fears losing the Devourer's legacy in the catacombs. Slamming her staff hard on the ground, the saint tells everyone to calm down and stop the circus. With the envoy criticizing human morals, the priestess asks to review the demand, answering that Longxia, Sakura, Eagle, and Shiva have tamers and can already enter. Seeing that, the elf agrees, but demands that the black dragon tamer be handed over, slamming the table hard right then. Tongzhan gets outraged by the request, standing up and asking the reason for this demand just to harm Longxia. Denying it, the elf says the reason doesn't matter, leaving them to only accept it or not. Soon, the Eagle leader suggests sacrificing the kid to win the elves over as allies, and Attar agrees, saying Longxia should make this small sacrifice for the world, warning that refusing it would make the nation betray humanity and help the demons. Finding it all a malicious exaggeration, Carolina and Augustus notice Tang walking up to the leaders, coming face to face with the Eagle Nation boss without hiding the fury in his eyes, and, as expected, landing a solid punch right in the guy's face, sending the fool flying away with just a single hit, quickly going after Atare after that, landing another solid blow and sinking the guy straight into the dirt, warning that Longxia will never let this bunch of trash lead the nation, telling Euphemia that Longxia takes full responsibility and agrees to sit this one out. But, having other problems to deal with right now, he simply turns his back and leaves. Complaining about the pain on the ground, the Eagle leader grumbles about the punch's power. Swearing revenge out loud, Ada refuses to take that humiliation quietly. Watching it all from afar, our MC realizes those three nations targeted him, finding that great since now all three of them can get a beating together, thinking that whoever disrespects the king deserves punishment, and that Tang's punch was weak, unleashing an absurd aura by accident, leaving his maid pretty worried. Hiding his aura right away, our boy says everything's fine and tells her to keep going, thinking he can't slip up out there, needing to be more careful so they don't notice, finding the elves' motive weird since they don't know about Lilith or the dead elf. Heading straight to Lilith's room later on to clear this whole story up, hearing from the elf that avenging the dead prince would be impossible since his death actually helped, explaining that elves only care about power, being full of tricks behind the scenes, coming to the conclusion that their real target is the feared ancestral devourer. Noticing that the elves want the dungeon's legacy all to themselves, avoiding any risks, showing their confidence in the plan, but our MC isn't gonna let this slide, letting her know they're demanding her return, making the girl shake her head no, promising to keep his word about not forcing her to go back, asking her not to cry. Knowing the royal family's bad intentions, he would never hand the elf over to them, thinking of a way to hide her identity since everyone already saw her face, having to deal with another much more urgent problem right now, getting a system warning about a new message from Tongzhan, meeting the master at the gate right after, curious about the reason for the visit, hearing the old man ask him to chill before letting him know he's out of the dungeon, faking despair at the news while Tang explains the elf's demand, denying he agreed to hand over our MC, saying Lonshaw would never allow that, feeling touched by the old man's loyalty even already knowing the whole truth, promising a solid reward to make up for the kid being left out of the mission, agreeing with everything. Our MC says goodbye and tells the god of war to take care, feeling super hyped inside, just waiting for the big dungeon day. Meanwhile, over at the Sakura Nation's base, we see Makiko mentioning that the black dragon tamer won't join in. Sad she won't see the guy, but a relief for her dragon who dodged the heavy fight. Now, over in the Shiva Nation, telling his nephew to use the tablet to suppress the dragons in the secret realm. Vijanyu agrees excitedly but regrets that the black dragon owner isn't coming along. One day passes, then, the folks mention that the 6 elven knights have arrived and look pretty strong. This is Prince Erich, level 220, surprised by human progress, thinking they used cheap tricks, but making sure they'll soon end up with nothing. And one elf warns they don't need to rush to conquer everything. Soon enough, his family is going to receive a massive amount of land, being able to enjoy all the wealth and the human population as much as they want. Smiling, the warrior can hardly wait to be the very first one to strike. Seeing that, the girls feel disappointed, wanting to stay far away from those elves, but her dad asks her to keep calm and not worry about it. Carolina warns the newbie that the main priority is always making it out alive. From afar, Vijanyu spots the elven group. His uncle thinks they fear Tongzhan's power. With that, the little warrior says goodbye to his uncle, saying he needs to go. Already up in the air, a cocky elf shows up asking Makiko to team up, but the girl turns him down flat and heads straight into the portal, thinking about the perk of stealing all 6 dragons, getting super hyped by the idea. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion goes off. Down on the ground, they realize the forbidden spell wiped out several elves. Looking up, not understanding what that crazy guy is even doing. And up close, we see it's Augustus, the elite warrior, and there's the old geezer, totally out of his mind, attacking everyone without an ounce of mercy, but he's being mind-controlled by our MC using Lucifer's skill, praising the old man's strength, but letting him know it's their turn now, ordering Athos to push forward and unleash his true power, devouring absolutely everything that gets in his way. And even though they tell Augustus to stop, the old man keeps attacking. With that, the Sakura leader asks if Augustus has completely lost his mind, calling out his ally to stand up so they can stop the old guy together. Except his buddy isn't in his right mind either, charging straight at the leader, who quickly notices his ally's corruption. But soon the Sakura boss also gets corrupted by our MC's forced command. And then, total chaos and an all-out brawl take over the place, with allies trading brutal punches non-stop, stuck in this intense fight for quite a while. Knowing the mind control only lasts a minute, our boy focuses on getting away fast. And finally, the mind control over Augustus wears off. Looking around, not having a clue about what just happened, seeing the total disaster with barely anyone surviving besides the 3 of them, the Sakura leader questions why they lost control over their own bodies, and the other warrior is absolutely sure they were manipulated, feeling that someone incredibly powerful controlled them from the shadows. Who could it be? Shortly after, already in a much safer spot, Augustus says that during the fight, he saw a black dragon enter the secret realm, confirming the suspicion but ruling out Tongzhan, who wouldn't use mind control. So, the secure leader suspects our main guy, but his ally thinks it's crazy since the kid wouldn't have the power to dominate 3 warriors. Reflecting on it, Augustus notes weird things keep happening in this crusade against the abyss. However, they need to act since the defeated elf guards will revive and start a conflict. So, unable to capture Xu Yang, they decide to contact the royal elven court first. Changing scenes, the group finally arrives at the dragon spirit realm. Looking at her spooked dragon, Makiko asks if he's really that scared. Noticing the same thing, they guess the ancestral devourer's presence is causing this panic. Just then, a guy shows up, inviting Makiko to hop onto his much safer dragon. Thinking it's insane, Eric can't believe the guy is flirting with the girl at a time like this. Ignoring the danger, the young man shows off an ancestral tooth capable of calming these beasts, when in reality, the humans can just use a simple artifact to control everything. But before anyone can act, a loud familiar roar echoes across the whole place, sounding exactly like the fury of the feared black dragon. Now with our MC ready to strike, the video pauses, waiting for part 5. Viginil doesn't get his green dragon sphere and why the stone failed. With that, the elf gets confused, since the black dragon couldn't even enter the place. Henry quickly grumbles that humans are a despicable and totally untrustworthy race. Then, someone warns that the dragons are panicking and can't even fight. Noticing that without his dragon our MC is just at the 4th transformation and easy to beat. Charging in with everything, they follow Prince Henry's orders into battle, but our boy just swings his blade and sends everyone straight to the grave. Soon the system calls out the eliminations over level 147, dropping XP, leaving the creep and the prince shocked, since our MC beat 4 guys with a single strike. Realizing how dangerous Su Yang is, the prince decides to play his best trump card. However, before he can even do a thing, he gets caught by the Beelzebub skill. Screaming in despair, the creep tells everyone to run far away from the kid, but before he can run, he also takes a direct hit from the giant glove. And guess where this guy ends up? To his bad luck, right in front of our main guy. Without an ounce of mercy, Su Yang steps on his face and stops him from talking, making it clear he'll return the attack in full no matter who it is. With that said, our MC starts giving the creep a little beatdown. From afar, the elves respawn and already come back looking for trouble with our boy. Except this time around, they come in shooting fireballs everywhere, thinking that, with that barrage, the enemy was finally defeated. Meanwhile, Makiko and the redhead try to figure out what happened to the dragons. Seeing they're aggressive, they realize it's a mental spell with side effects. In the meantime, a dragon charges forward at top speed right behind them. Laughing hard, the prince wants to see if our MC is going to keep playing the tough guy. But he didn't expect that. Right at the attack spot, a purple lightning bolt would strike the sky, hitting the prince once again, leaving the elves confused and falling back too scared to get too close, being way too late since Athos already charged straight at the 4 enemies. After that, our boy pushes forward with the elven prince still trapped in his skill. Henry even asks where they're going and our MC says he's going to eliminate the threat, staying super quiet. The girls find that whole scene pretty terrifying. Meanwhile, Viginil stays hidden along with his dragon that's trembling in fear. Doubting that Su Yang is human, he decides an ambush is the best option. Shortly after, at the respawn tower, respawning scared from losing levels, the elves decide to stop fighting. Pulling out a portal scroll, the creep tries to open a route to the city. Too bad the plan fails right away, and the item gets sliced in half, and a voice asks if they were leaving without asking for permission. It's clearly Su Yang, who went there to wipe the guys out once and for all. Throwing the trapped prince on the ground, the kid warns it's impossible to get him out. Desperate, the creep begs to talk, offering whatever he wants. But Athos arrives crushing everything, and our MC warns he might want his life. Looking at his defeated team again, he freezes when our MC asks if he's scared. Dropping to his knees, he admits his mistake and begs for mercy, but the kid says it's too late. Knowing how elves are, our MC is asked if he was the one who made Akari disappear. Answering that it doesn't matter, he promises to wipe them all out until their levels hit 0. And just like that, finally making them all rest in peace forever. Getting attacked, the elf still tries to say the two races should be allies. But our boy doesn't care about that and, along with Athos, finishes everyone off. Trying to save himself, the guy warns that humanity will be doomed without him. But our MC says he doesn't care, since they can't even beat a world boss. With that, he warns that they will all head to the abyss. Soon the system screen shows the elves dropping to level 1, sleeping forever. Turning back, the kid warns only the prince is left. Outraged, the prince calls him a coward, demanding a fair fight with no tricks. Letting the elf go, our main guy tells him to just bring it on. Quickly, the enemy summons his sword and triggers the storm enchantment. Jumping into the sky right after, firing off several wind slashes, all to make sure he would wipe the kid out once and for all. Even using his ultimate annihilation technique, truly believing his target would never make it out of that attack alive. But Su Yang walks out of the smoke with 90% health, praising the strike. Shocked by the 10% damage, the elf says the human is a monster, thinking that in reality he could only be some massive boss. From then on, the prince takes a beating until he drops from level 220 to 180, until he gets eliminated. Watching it all in hiding, the Shiva noble realizes the ambush was a terrible idea. But before he can run away, our main guy pops up right in front of him. So, things only get worse for the poor guy, taking a beating from the kid until he completely disappears. With that, the girls arrive asking why he wiped out the noble, explaining that the Shiva nation planned to take them out, so he acted first. Also warning them to be careful since that realm hid a lot of dangers. Taking off right after on his dragon, saying goodbye to the girls. Flying to the sky, the kid starts calculating his loot, scoring about 30 million experience in several items he didn't need right now. Noticing his sword stats went up to 5,500, which frustrates him, until seeing the system warning requiring a radiant dragon to hit 20,000 power. Culling out the Dragon Slayer's heart, he confirms who the item's original owner was, glowing brightly to point the way toward the ancestral devourer. However, the thick fog totally messes with the kid's vision, relying only on the heart's light as a guide in that dangerous place. Finally stepping out of the fog, he comes face to face with his target, seeing the devourer's colossal shape, making the giant Athos look absolutely tiny. Hyped just imagining the divine power of the nameless warrior who defeated that beast. Hearing Athos roar loudly, our MC asks if he's feeling the adrenaline too, ready to witness the birth of a brand new legend. But, all of a sudden, the black dragon starts losing control in the air, suffering a flight restriction and landing harshly in the middle of the thick fog. Looking at the devourer's arm, he wonders if he needs to climb it for some ritual. With that, a dragon eye pops up in the dark, catching his attention, being the 7 bone dragons that he had already defeated before. Quickly, the undead beast charged straight at the kid, blocking everything with ease, handling that possible test pretty well, being totally sure he passed that without even breaking a sweat, slicing and taking out every single dragon with zero mercy. However, the creatures just pieced themselves back together since they're already dead, keeping his cool since he'd just keep attacking until the game was over. Until, after a while, the final enemy finally goes down, forming a literal mountain of bones right next to Athos. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yang admits he doesn't get the test, but is relieved it's over. Now, the next step is to keep climbing all the way to the mountain's peak. Running along the path, our MC quickly notices some really weird fog. Quickly, he manages to dodge the danger at the very last second, but almost ends up falling straight off the cliff. Except the kid forgot one very important detail in all that mess. With that, Athos got left behind, taking a direct hit from the attack. Looking ahead, he sees a mysterious figure floating straight towards him. Normally, anyone would be scared to death at a time like this, but our MC just smiles, realizing the surprises just keep on coming. Attacking fast, the shadow tries to take down our main guy, who dodges easily. And of course, the creature isn't happy about that at all, throwing several strikes in a row, but the kid manages to escape them all. Finding an opening, our MC doesn't waste time and charges right in. Analyzing the situation, he notes the strike looked just like the ancestral devourers. Summoning his strength, he decides it doesn't even matter anymore. Furious about losing his dragon, Xu Yang promises to destroy that enemy. But all of a sudden, the shadow talks about flames and ranking tests. Taking a good look, the kid sees Athos regenerating and hopes his partner holds on. Questioning the enemy, he asks if it's the warrior, but the shadow fires back. Answering with pride, the young man says he's Xu Yang, but ends up ignored. Confused by the repetition, our MC wonders if the creature figured out his secret. Brushing off the idea, he finds it weird seeing the enemy pull out a mysterious sword. Being super fast, the shadow quickly appears right in front of our kid, and without hesitating, shoves the blade straight into our main guy. Staggering from the impact, he ends up dropping to his knees. Oddly enough, the pain doesn't come, and his health bar barely drops. Surprised, the shadow wonders if the failure means the kid is someone greater. Cutting the chatter, our MC jumps into the fight, not getting a thing, but super focused. Quickly, the creature manages to dodge the charge, and right after, launches a powerful counterattack. Keeping up the pressure, Xu Yang attacks head-on, but the enemy blocks it all. Wanting to finish the duel, the shadow pulls off a backslip, coming down with the sword aimed straight at our hero's face. Amazingly, Xu Yang bites the blade with insane strength, stopping the strike with his teeth. Taking advantage of the gap, he lands a solid hit on the shadow, knocking it straight backward. Smiling confidently, the kid says his bite got way better after gaining power. Right then, from the middle of a settling dust, emerging from the smoke, the rival proves that beating a legend won't be so easy. Even so, without his weapon, the rival's power dropped, making victory much closer. But the fight gets cut short when the creature simply sits on the ground. Slowly fading away, the mysterious being mutters that he finally understands everything. Soon after, he undoes his magic bond and entrusts the powerful sword to the boy, transferring the weapon's connection directly to Xu Yang. Before vanishing completely, the hero leaves one last tip on how to beat Chloris. Totally confused, the MC tries to guess who this new legendary target could be. Cutting his thoughts short, the system screen pops up to scan the new sword. Showing very little data, it just reveals it as a transcendent tier weapon. Curious about its mysteries, the kid tries to figure out this item's abilities. Rating the details, he spots that the hidden attack holds 152 charges. Curious, the MC decides to test it out and pulls out a blood moon crystal, or better yet, a red moon crystal. Binding the item, the charge goes up to 153, costing 1 per use. Interrupting his thoughts, a loud roar echoes, revealing his partner's presence. With that, Athos finally finishes up and receives his power inheritance. Looking closely, the kid notices the dragon gain flames that raise the undead. Thinking back, he feels his pet can already be called the Lord of Death. Funnily enough, the previously defeated dragons now return as Athos's servants. Imagining the future, the MC realizes he could build an invincible army, but the revived creatures have a red number on their heads, which is pretty suspicious. Wasting no time, the main guy activates the correction and shoots one of the dragons. Instantly, the beast is completely wiped out on the spot. The system quickly warns about the infection, but the charge drops to 151. Putting it together, the head number meant how many stones the attack would cost. Utterly impressed, he sees the weapon reset the count and block any healing. Thinking of the ancient warrior, the kid wonders why the strike failed against him. Trying to ask the system about it, he just gets left completely hanging. Happy with his insane loot, the kid decides it's best to get out of there. Meeting up with the girls, he announces the realm is cleared and they can all go home. But just to be safe, he asks them to keep what happened here a total secret. Makiko promises they won't say a word, while the pets all bow down to Athos. All flustered, the girl says she trusts him and would really love to chat more. Looking kinda confused, the main guy totally misses the hint. Stepping into the portal, Makiko says goodbye and tells him she'll catch him later. Smiling, the MC finds her attitude pretty interesting and feels relieved. With those two gone, he checks out the situation outside and realizes he needs a plan. Deducing the faction rules, he figures out that the tables could easily turn. Wanting to test his theory, he asks the system to activate his new compatibility. Dropping into his territory, he notices the demonic abyss is way more alive and bustling. Then, the system alerts him the barrier is down so demons can finally leave the abyss. To confirm his theory, he summons Lucifer to test out the portal's travel limits. Right after the Queen of Sin shows up, fully ready to serve her master. Asking about the exit, he tells her to go ahead and test crossing the magic portal. Switching scenes, we see a portal popping up right in the northern Siberian plains. Shivering from the cold, the local soldiers complain about the temperatures below 30 degrees. Suddenly, Lucifer steps right through the rift, noticing her power got a bit nerfed. Freaking out, the humans totally panic seeing a demon out in the normal world. But things spiral out of control before they can even call for backup. In a flash, the queen takes out both guards without breaking a single sweat. With the job done, she just casually walks right back through the portal. Having finished the main goal, she decides to report her findings to her master. Back with her master, she reports that sins can cross over, but they lose some power. Even weakened, her strength is still more than enough to crush anyone. Pushing his luck, the kid orders her to head into the human world and wipe out their rivals. On top of that, he tells her to safely bring his human disguise over to this side, leaving his servants super confused by the request. We jump back in time a little. Outside, Augusto confronts Tenjian about Su Yang entering the magic portal. Defending his nation, the warrior swears he has no idea what caused all this chaos. Right then, an elf general threatens to lock up the main guy the second he steps out. Firing back at the insult, Tangjian warns the elves they'll have to go through him first. Suddenly, Verlia and Makiko pop back out, totally clueless about why everyone's so tense. Augusto quickly asks where Su Yang is and why the elves didn't come back with them. Trying to explain, Verlia gets cut off by Makiko, who makes up a story about getting separated. Lying through her teeth, she claims they found nothing and just ran for the portal to survive. Sighing heavily, Augusto bums out that the girls didn't manage to find any loot in there. Super suspicious, the elf general finds it weird that the others haven't shown up yet. He quickly grabs the girls, demanding to drag them off for a hardcore interrogation. But Augusto steps in right away, telling them the elves can't just act like that. Pissed off, the elf threatens to break the alliance if the princes got hurt. Taking a smile, Amino tells everyone to chill so they don't screw up the global mission, arguing that without the elven alliance, beating the original sin would be literally impossible. Liking his vibe, the general praises the Shiva noble while everyone else stays skeptical. Suddenly, a magical rift starts ripping open right in the middle of all the chaos. Sensing a heavy presence, Augusto already has a pretty good guess who's coming out. Fooling everyone, it isn't our MC stepping through the portal right now. It's actually Lucifer, the mighty sin of pride, walking straight out of the abyss. Noticing a weaker aura, the veteran quickly fires up his level detection spell. He realizes the demon dropped down to the demigod tier with hidden stats. Putting their fight on hold, the elf suggests they all team up against this new threat. Agreeing with the plan, Augusto tells Tang Zhan to take the front line in the fight, telling the others to focus on buffing the fighters so they actually stand a chance. Getting the plan, the group starts spamming a bunch of support spells on the two of them. Gearing up to attack, the old guy triggers his badass thunder transformation, while Tang Zhan quickly powers up his devastating annihilation technique. Attacking together, the fighters charge straight at the demon queen with everything they've got. Surprisingly, their combo rush actually manages to hit the enemy dead on, doing a tiny bit of damage that shocks the villain, while Augusto celebrates the hit, but the human's nerve leaves Lucifer completely pissed off. Triggering her shadow domain, she drags in and debuffs everyone within a 500-meter radius. Getting dragged in, Augusto tries to figure out why 3 people weren't affected at all, wondering how the hell they ended up completely immune to the villain's spell. Right then, with everyone trapped in the domain, a mysterious portal pops up right behind the trio, bringing the MC back, who arrives already mind-controlling Tang Zhan. Totally confused by the situation and not getting the kid's commands. Forced to obey, the warrior grabs both girls and quickly flees the scene, buying time with this planned escape so he can finish his pending business. Coming back from the domain, Lucifer recognizes the rep, thinking he's pretty weak. Getting right up close to our boy to get a better read on the situation. Mocking his strength, the servant calls him an ant, which gets a smile from the hero. Cutting off her arrogance, he quickly orders her to go fetch someone important. Obeying right away, the demon feels the monarch's true aura and senses the danger. Switching scenes, the view focuses right on our MC's peaceful mansion, showing Lilith chilling and singing softly as she walks down the halls, until a giant shadow darkens the whole place in a super creepy way. Getting a massive jump scare, the elf can't even believe her own eyes. With no time to think, a giant hand just snatches the girl without any warning. Getting dragged to the portal, the princess wonders why this surprise attack happened. Totally chill, Su Yang also heads straight toward the rift, vanishing completely, leaving everything behind without leaving a single trace. Right after that, everyone who got wiped out mysteriously starts respawning. Frustrated, Augusto mourns their failure, and Tokugawa agrees that fight was just impossible. Jumping up out of nowhere, Augusto asks if anyone saw Tang Zhan around, but they all just shake their heads, confirming nobody saw the warrior. Remembering the black hole, Amino points out the villain didn't even attack Tang Zhan. Confused, Augusto demands answers, and the noble warns he's got a pretty creepy theory, suggesting that Tang Zhan and Longxia might have teamed up with demons and betrayed everyone. Shutting that down instantly, Augusto defends his friend, swearing he'd never do anything like that. Pushing it, Amino says, friendship doesn't just erase what everyone literally saw happen right there. Soon after, a down soldier actually confirms that Lucifer didn't attack the warrior. Putting the pieces together, the noble accuses Su Yang of using demonic powers to enter the realm. Thinking it over, Augusto admits that mind control demands a crazy high level of power. Cutting in, Tokugawa reminds them that Makiko and Verlia also made it out of the rift unharmed. Realizing his screw-up, Amino swallows hard because he totally forgot about the 2 girls. Covering it up, he claims Tang Zhan must have kidnapped the girls purely out of greed. Focused on taking down his rival, the noble tries turning everyone against the strongest warrior, and he keeps spewing poison, pushing the idea that Longxia's hero is acting super sus. But right in the middle of this whole rant, a really familiar figure suddenly pops up. Coming in hot, Tang Zhan lands a direct punch right in the gossiper's face. Furious, the hero threatens to put the noble in the dirt if he keeps dragging his name. Stepping in fast, Augusto demands some answers from his friend about vanishing in the enemy's domain. Not backing down at all, the warrior suggests heading to the holy city to prove the truth. Backing the hero up, Makiko admits he actually looked like he was being mind-controlled for a sec. Seeing how chill he is, the leaders rule out treason and start getting suspicious of Su Yang, but they quickly change their minds, figuring it's impossible for such a weak kid to help the Abyss. Getting to the holy city, Augusto decides to leave the final judgment up to the priestess. Questioning the 4 of them, Euphemia asks if they swear they have 0 ties with the demons. Passing the test, Tang Zhan answers firmly, since he doesn't remember a thing while under control. Confirming their innocence, the priestess decides to switch focus over to the other witnesses. Glaring at the girls, she strictly asks if everything they just said is the absolute truth. Seeing the light flicker, the 2 realize they're going to be forced to snitch on our MC. Getting a massive scolding from their tutors, the girls end up in a super awkward spot. Intrigued by the mystery, the war god goes right back to suspecting Su Yang's involvement. Remembering the kid's clean record, he finds it super weird since the guy never acted like a villain. Thinking of the worst, he wonders what he'll do if the MCs tied to the abyss is actually real. Warning them about the dangers of lying, Euphemia suggests heading to the confession room, looking for a low-key way out. The girls agree it's best to spill everything in private. Right after that, they accept the priestess's offer loud and clear for everyone to hear. But as they walk to the room, the two of them shoot a pretty sus glare over at Amino. After exactly 10 minutes go by, the holy leader finally steps back into the main hall. Already pointing her weapon, she accuses the noble of plotting against the nation and ordering massacres. Left totally speechless, Amino tries to figure out how she uncovered his dirty little plans. Spilling everything, she explains the girls told her how Su Yang exposed his evil plan. Pressing for answers, everyone is left in total shock by the MC's ridiculous strength. Shamelessly denying it, the ball of light turns off right away, proving the noble's lying. Condemning the traitor, Euphemia grants Tanzan the right to execute him for his crime. Stepping up furiously, the hero finds the attempt to frame the young kid totally disgusting. Trying to save his own skin, Amino swears he has no demon ties and blames the MC for the deaths. Cutting off his excuse, Tanzan lands a brutal punch to his ribs, sending the guy flying. Getting launched with some serious force, the villain crashes right outside the Great Hall. Making things way easier, the respawn point is right there, saving them the trouble of searching. Coming in with everything he's got, Tanzan lands a direct blow right to his chest, knocking the enemy out cold right on the spot, sending his rival straight to prison to wait for his final judgment. But honestly, it'd be way better to see the villain beaten once and for all. As he gets dragged away, the villain knows there's only one way to save his kingdom. In his mind, he warns his brother to tell the elves everything and team up with the Abyss. Except the scumbag has no clue our MC is currently listening to all his thoughts. After all, there's no way to guess that the kid is the actual owner of the Abyss. With this new alliance, Xu Yang is going to be able to manipulate everyone and walk away scot-free. Thinking about the elves, the kid remembers that most of them are super arrogant anyway, promising himself that once he becomes a divine sovereign, he'll put them all in their place. Chilling on the statue, the hero decides it's finally time for him to level up. Nearby, Livia seriously questions her master's choice of such a weak representative. Cutting off her complaints, Xu Yang warns her she just needs to follow his orders. Obviously, the Queen of Envy doesn't like that sharp comeback one bit, but since she can't talk back to her master, she agrees to keep working with the kid. Moving forward, our level 100 MC is out to get his 5th transformation. Spotting a familiar system layout, he realizes he can actually become a VIP member here. Thinking ahead, he decides to force the demons to start grinding out 5-star missions, hoping they'll face off against the Blood Moon and score some rare crystals. Charging a toll as their sovereign, he's gonna force everyone to hand over their loot, stocking up on ammo for the Crimson Sword so he can wipe out god-level threats. Focusing on his mission, the guy needs to defeat a bunch of different enemy types. Knowing that short missions are usually the hardest, this challenge is going to be pretty tough. Even so, he stays super confident in his strength to clear it all out in a flash. Switching scenes, we see the Ganges temple located right in the Shiva kingdom. Over there, Amino paces back and forth, super anxious because of the lack of news, totally believing his son's new power is going to make their whole nation practically unbeatable. Suddenly, an emergency notification totally interrupts his thoughts. Reading the message, he finds out his son messed up and ended up losing his life. Shaking like crazy, the leader refuses to accept a prodigy lost to someone so weak. Taking a deep breath, he knows the truth leaked out and his brother is also in danger. Left with no way out, the noble decides to team up with the Abyss to avenge his own son. Justifying his betrayal, he blames the circumstances for his awful decision. Heading right back to the imposing holy city, Euphemia announces the traitor's arrest and shifts focus back to Su Yang's trial. Finding it all totally absurd, Augusto doubts the kid beat such strong enemies. Wanting to understand better, the veteran asks the girls for more combat details. Explaining the scene, Ferlia talks about some weird mind control ability. Analyzing the story, Poker thinks a low-level tamer having that much power is impossible. Agreeing with that logic, Augusto suspects the kid is hiding his real strength. Defending the hero, Tangjan reminds them he only struck back at the enemy's attacks. Killing the mood, Tokugawa warns that the elves won't buy that cheap excuse. Agreeing with the warning, they all know the proud race will definitely seek revenge. Interrupting the meeting, a guard rushes in carrying some terrible news. Worried by the sudden scare, the priestess quickly asks the reason for all to panic. Hearing the urgent message, Euphemia slams her staff and pauses the meeting right away, revealing that the traitor noble convinced his brother to join the demons. Shifting focus, we see one of the Abyss entrances right near the Shiva kingdom, showing Amino completely out of control, just attacking everyone in the area. Accepting the demon side as his only way out, he plans to buff his people and get revenge. Soon after, a subordinate suddenly shows up, calling out for leader Amino, reporting that 200,000 people have already been successfully moved to the new side. But Araztur arrives, warning that the Advancement Temple is attacking and capturing allies. Left completely shocked by this terrible surprise news. Asking about the escape, he finds out only 70% of the elite managed to cross over. Taking the loss, Amino saves the elite and leaves the lower castes behind to hold the line. Even knowing they won't last very long, those sacrifices are totally necessary, promising himself that one day he'll come back to take revenge on all of his enemies, falling back for now into the freezing depths of the abyss, finally arriving at the 20th layer of that gloomy place. With that, the people of Shiva hit the territory and start digging their new forms, happily chatting about the 4 to 6% stat boost everyone just got. Joking around, they wonder if the demon city has any pretty girls. Cutting the chat short, mysterious footsteps suddenly echo straight out of the shadows. Freaked out seeing a human there, they ask who it is, but the MC just plays mysterious. Having zero patience for games, one of the guys just blasts a magic attack with everything he's got, causing a massive explosion right on top of our main guy. Being completely useless, the strike does nothing, and the kid introduces himself as the local guide. Super confused, the newbie demons can't figure out how a human could be the guide. Explaining calmly, the kid says he's the first ally of the Abyss, scoring this mission. Falling for the lie, the group agrees and starts following right behind the main guy. Showing them around, he points out the holy city and the statue used for respawning. Liking the vibe, one of the newbies asks which human nation the kid came from. Smirking, the main guy casually replies that he originally came from Lanxia. Hyped by the answer, another demon asks if local rules ban fighting. Confirming the doubt, the MC warns that attacking inside the city brings some heavy penalties. Getting the warning, the newbie asks if the outside area has those rules too. Clearing that up, the hero confirms there are no rules outside and the strong hunt without mercy. Pumping up the newbie, that was exactly the answer he was hoping to hear. Finding his attitude kinda weird, a newbie spots the MC drawing his weapon and asks why. Staying totally chill, the main guy says he's just getting ready to slaughter the pigs. Getting a massive scare, the group tries to react and actually say something, but it's way too late, as the kid's blade starts slicing everyone up without any mercy. Furious, their leader yells about the surprise attack and orders everyone to strike back hard. Lacking speed, the counterattack completely fails and they're all quickly wiped out. Respawning, a newbie calls the hero crazy and reminds him about the city's punishment rule. Mocking the whole situation, Su Yang makes it very clear that he's the one making the rules here. Going fully savage, our main guy starts a literal massacre right on the spot. Respawning again, one of the demons tells everyone to run and warn Father Amino. Blocking their escape, the MC pops up in the sky and warns them that since they came, they're not leaving. Starting up another brutal beatdown session without breaking a sweat. Updating the system, the mission confirms that the 5 elite demons have already gone down. Satisfied, the kid notices the people of Shiva will be absolutely perfect to finish his mission. Watching everything from afar, a mysterious figure follows the MC as he walks away. Since it's Livia, the sin of envy, she's completely shocked by the young human's insane strength. After some time passes, Su Yang heads back to the 20th floor of the Abyss. Finishing up the task, he wipes out 5 more demons, hitting the 10 requested monsters, leaving just the 10 human targets left to clear everything out completely. Deciding to level up, he plans to hunt down the human priests who haven't turned yet. But if they get wiped out, they'll just respawn at the Shiva temple and snitch on the kid. Time to just camp out. Knowing Livia was watching everything closely, he quickly calls her out. With that, the little fox congratulates the MC for sensing her and asks what he wants. Giving a smirk, Su Yang uses his authority and orders the creation of a brand new mission, sending the demons upstairs to wipe out any Shiva lords who are 5 stars or higher. Right on the spot, Livia gets a pretty massive scare. But since she can't talk back to the rep, she swallows her pride and just goes along with it. Soon after, the entire city gets the new notification. A bit later, the demons start their sweep, totally ignoring any of the nobles crying. Meanwhile, over at the Shiva Reincarnation Temple, complaining endlessly about the attacks, the nobles dread how hard breaking that blockade will be. So they suggest using lower-class civilians as meat shields, showing their true scumbag colors. But before they can even put that dirty plan into action, they all quickly get sent straight to the afterlife in one go. All thanks to the MC who loses any guilt realizing he just did humanity a massive favor. And right after getting wiped out, the targets respawn on the spot, already trying to run in a panic. But it's totally useless since an hour later the advancement mission is fully complete, unlocking a brand new hidden mission right by surprise, demanding he defeats the floor's 60 boss totally solo to grab the power of wrath. Thinking it over, the kid wonders if he can actually swap this power for the Supreme King's. For that, he first needs to find the Abyssal Roar, a minor boss hiding between the floors, finally reaching the 60th layer. Just chilling and walking with the Black Dragon Athos, scaring away all the demons on the path, until he comes face to face with his big target, being the Abyssal Roar, a massive level 150 demon. With that, the beast mocks the human's audacity for showing up to fight totally solo, but the kid tells him to cut the chatter, warning him he's in a pretty big hurry. Roaring with pure hate, the monster calls the MC arrogant and charges at him with everything, but we already know exactly how this is gonna go down. 5 minutes later, the beast is already face-planted on the ground, totally humiliated. And Siyu Yang points out it took more work than the Silver Dragon, but nothing impossible. Taking advantage of how close he is, the monster tries a desperate surprise attack, thinking he was finally gonna wipe that arrogant kid right off the map. But the main guy walks right out of the smoke totally spotless, asking if playtime is over, leaving the boss absolutely confused and speechless. Then the kid jokes around, acting like he's the invincible pretty boy, making the beast literally cry, wondering who the real monster actually was here. Wasting no time, Su Yang finishes off the beast for good, proving he's the real boss of this entire story. After taking down the beast, Su Yang walks out holding the crystal, getting a massive sense of déjà vu. Cutting right to the chase, the scene shifts over to the dragon Athos. Our MC touches down, figuring out he's gotta dive deep into the abyss to grab the monarch power. Since he can't go in just yet, he decides to pass that power onto the kings of sin instead. With the connection lagging behind, he's just gotta wait until tomorrow to fully activate his boss mode. Shifting focus for a sec, we get a look at the demonic city, which is Su Yang's home base. Over time, the place leveled up so much, it finally looks like a legit king's castle. Right then, Lilith pops up asking where they are, and he casually drops that it's the demon capital. Hearing she's smack in the middle of the demon realm leaves the elf completely shook. Su Yang admits it's a bit complicated, but since the elves are hunting her, this is the safest spot to lay low. Chilling on the couch, she just rolls with the explanation simply because it came from him. But let's be real, it's pretty weird, right? The guy pulls off such OP feats, he doesn't even feel human anymore. At the end of the day, his race doesn't even matter. The only thing that counts is getting results. Flicking her forehead, our boy claims he's still human, he just goes about things a little differently. Moving on, the story takes us all the way to the elven royal court, looking flashy and high tier. Over there, Captain Tassie is getting grilled about why he came back without Prince Enrich. The king himself steps up, demanding the real reason behind this whole unexpected comeback. And once the truth comes to light, we already know Su Yang is the one to blame. Down on his knees, the captain confesses the prince didn't make it out of the secret realm. Dropping that bombshell makes the king lose his mind, desperate to know what happened to his son. Stepping in, one of the advisors tells the captain to stop dodging and spill all the details. He claims they were busy negotiating with the humans when the king of arrogance ambushed them out of nowhere. Losing her temper, the queen calls the captain trash and wonders why he's even still breathing. Hearing that, a bearded elf suggests they shift focus and punish the humans for their crimes. The royals send their minister to the humans to demand answers, threatening to enslave everyone if they don't comply. Without skipping a beat, the ministers bow down and gladly accept the crown's orders. Switching gears, we head right back to Euphemia Vega's grand temple. She's deep in thought, realizing Shiva's nation paved a dangerous path by going full demon. With the world turning into a mess, holding back the Red Moon invasion is gonna be a massive headache. Right after, a subordinate rushes in, warning her that the elves just pulled up to the city gates. Except they didn't bother waiting outside and are already raiding the temple. Barging in, the elven minister demands a heavy price for the human race's stupidity. Cutting the small talk, he demands they hand over whoever wiped out the prince and Alan. Refuse to cooperate, and the elves' supposed backup is gonna turn into flat-out slavery. Euphemia warns this Carl Lawrence guy to watch his mouth, since he's acting way too cocky, reminding him it's been 200 years since anyone saw a top-tier elf. She tells him to pipe down. Clapping back, the elf brags about having level 502 allies backing him up. Flexing his own stats, he claims he's a 9th revolution mage, sitting at level 453. Tangjian warns them that levels don't mean everything, and if they want smoke, they can get it. Laughing it off, the invader claims miracles won't save them from what they've got up their sleeves. After all, they came strapped with 2 busted artifacts and full equipment sets. Nobody has a clue what kind of gear they're packing, but the tension in the room just skyrocketed. Wanting to settle the score, the bearded guy asks who exactly represents Shiva's nation here. Stepping up, the priestess explains that Shiva belongs to the abyss now, not humanity. Carl then asks who's gonna be a good little boy and hand over the culprit. Right as scumbag Tokugawa plays the snitch and throws Suyang right under the bus, jumping up with his blood boiling. Tangzan screams out the traitor's name. Making it worse, the rat points straight at Tang, claiming he's been covering for our MC this whole time. Staring down old man Tang, Carl demands the kid's location, but Tang ain't spilling a damn thing. Getting pissed off, the elf charges up an attack, threatening to wipe Tang off the map. Standing her ground, Euphemia glares at the elf and dares him to bring it on. Backing off real quick, he changes the subject and asks where the other survivors are hiding. Proving he's pure trash, the dude points at his own daughter, claiming she knows everything about Su Yang. Taking it a step further, Tokugawa uses some creepy snake ability just to intimidate the poor girl. Things are looking pretty grim for Verlia too, and Augusto is kinda powerless to stop it. Looking to drag both girls into an interrogation, the elf openly challenges the priestess. Feeling the pressure, Makiko starts wondering how our MC would handle this mess. And, speak of the devil, a dark orb randomly spawns right near the holy city. Through all that thick smoke, a figure slowly starts stepping into view. Except it's not our boy, it's actual Evia, the fox spirit representing envy. Turns out the MC was watching the whole time, completely disgusted that the elves are pushing for slavery. Being the master of the abyss, there's no way Su Yang is letting this circus act slide. Deploying Livia, he orders her to teach that arrogant punk a lesson and rescue the girls. Plus, he's kinda hyped to finally see the Queen of Envy's true power in action. Jumping back to the arena, we catch the group right as they're making their exit. Tokugawa keeps kissing up to the elf while threatening his own daughter to start talking. Watching from a distance, Verlia is disgusted by this traitor's behavior. Even the priestess looks at him like he's a complete disgrace to humanity, but he couldn't care less about the hate. The dude is just focused on brown-nosing the elf. Eating up the praise, Carl actually lets the rat tag along to go grind some levels. Whipping out some manicuffs, the elf locks up the girls so nobody can pull a fast one. With everything settled, he gives the squad the green light to roll out. Flashing forward, we get a view of the elven castle, but Livia is nowhere to be seen. Strolling through, the suck-up asks what they're gonna do with the guys protecting our MC. Keeping it blunt, the elf says he's just gonna wipe the guy out and replace him. Hearing that makes the traitor chuckle, clueless about what's waiting for him up ahead. Suddenly, a massive crash interrupts their chat, making Tokugawa stumble in fear. Glancing up, they come face to face with our little fox spirit glaring down at them. He tries scanning her level, but the system comes up completely blank, which is super sketchy. Sensing the danger, the elf immediately charges up an attack to strike first. Livia taunts them, saying fighting is pointless since all their powers belong to her now. Triggering her envy skill, she hijacks everybody's abilities for 10 solid minutes. The poor dude starts panicking as his strength gets drained like someone pulled the plug. Checking out her new loot, the fox is pretty disappointed, calling their abilities complete garbage. Even so, she clenches her fist and decides to give those spells a major upgrade. Buffing the attack, she unleashes a massive blast of flames right at them. Carl is left speechless, watching his own spell get thrown back at him 10 times stronger. The blast hits the elf dead on, wiping the floor with him before he can even block. Desperate to survive, he tries popping his ultimate shield but gets zero response. His spell completely fizzles out, leaving him standing there looking like a fool. With nowhere to run, the elf gets swallowed by the flames and gets turned into toast in seconds. Watching this whole disaster, Tokugawa tries to sneak away and save his own hide. Not letting him slide, Livia calls him out for being just another annoying bug. This time around, she whips out some wind magic to put an end to the traitor. And, well, she didn't even leave behind dust to tell the tale of that scumbag. Freaking out, Verlia turns to Makiko and asks what their next move is. Looking around, the two of them realize they're stuck in the middle of nowhere without any backup. But before they can panic, a dark shadow starts creeping toward the girls. Popping up out of nowhere, Livia opens a portal and tells them both to tag along. Back at the temple, the priestess feels a massive surge of power completely vanish along with their auras. Meanwhile, over in the holy city, a bizarre flash just whips right through the sky. Right then, Tokugawa respawns, and the priestess is already demanding answers about what just went down. Shaking in his boots, the guy explains how some mystery woman showed up and completely wiped the floor with everyone. Trying to piece it all together, she starts suspecting a king of sin just crossed over into the human world. As for the kidnapped girls, the traitor figures they probably got wiped out too. But then it clicks for her, both of them just got bailed out again by one of those kings of sin. Before long, even Tokugawa starts putting the pieces of this puzzle together. The saint figures Su Yang is pulling the strings, but she can't wrap her head around why they'd even follow his orders. On the flip side, Livia finds it super weird how her boy keeps bringing all these women back, acting like the place is some kind of hotel. Looking lost, Makiko asks if they're actually in the demon realm and what's going to happen next. Just then, the door swings open and a voice chimes in, telling them to just chill out. Catching everybody off guard, Su Yang steps right into the room, standing face to face with the girls, casually dropping a line about how it's been a hot minute since they last crossed paths. Still completely shook, the girls ask what in the world he's doing in a place like this. Keeping it smooth, our MC excuses himself and tells Livia to step out for a sec. Now alone with them, the prota lets them know he ain't doing a full lore dump right now, but promises they're safe. Getting hit right in the feels, Makiko tries to say something but she's choking on her words. Catching on to her vibe, Su Yang steps in and asks if something's bothering her. She hesitates for a second, but eventually brushes it off, saying it's no big deal. Deep down, though, she realizes just how sketchy it is to be sitting inside a hardcore demonic fortress. And with our MC just casually strolling around the place, there's really only one conclusion to draw. Could it be that our boy actually crossed the line and turned into a demon himself? Snapping her right out of her thoughts, he calls her name to bring her back to reality. He straight up tells her he saved her because she had his back and believed in him back in the day. After all, she was the one who claimed she could see the goodness in his eyes. But looking around that creepy place, is she still gonna stand by that statement? That gap between them just highlights the massive difference in their power levels and their entire worlds. Picking up on her friend's awkward silence, Verlia asks if the cat got her tongue. Taking a quick breather, she finally decides to speak up. Doubling down, she claims she still believes in him and figures he must have a solid reason for all of this. Flashing a relieved smile, our boy thanks her, admitting that was exactly what he was hoping to hear. Verlia runs the math in her head, realizing that if the kings bow down to him, pissing off our prota is a death wish. She wraps up her thoughts, deciding that since he saved them twice, he's gotta be one of the good guys. Our boy tells them to just lay low in the room until the heat dies down outside. With that out of the way, the two girls head inside to get some rest and wait things out. Right after, he heads over to check on Lilith, who's already acting salty and jealous about his new eye candy. He teases her about being jealous, and she tries to deny it, but her face goes beet red instantly. Pouting a bit, she complains he's been way too busy and demands some quality one-on-one time. Throwing his arms wide open, Su Yang smirks and admits he really can't argue with that logic. Wasting zero time, he slams the door shut and promises her a top-tier night. Skipping ahead a bit, the scene shifts over to this dimly lit room packed with candles. Chilling on his throne, he's busy mapping out his 5th evolution while we can only guess how wild that night went. Checking his stats, he sees the abyss is thriving, but those elves are still lurking around as a major threat. If it turns out the elves are weak, he's planning to send his kings of sin to completely take over their turf. According to his master plan, humans and demons can chill in peace, but the elves are going to be reduced to servants. Staring out the window, he's hyped to see the looks on their faces when the true representative of the abyss steps up. Then it hits him, he remembers Shiva's nation and that amino guy who ran away to hide there. Throwing on his jacket, our boy drops a cold line, saying it's finally time to collect on that debt. Jumping back to the holy city, Euphemia is still deep in her own thoughts. Racking her brain, she wonders if Su Yang really has deep ties to the abyss. Looking to clear up the mystery once and for all, she decides to peek into the kid's class records. Spotting 5-star ratings across the board, she figures his personal priestess has gotta know some secrets. Right after, the camera pans over to the class sanctuary way out in Tianning City. Out of nowhere, the head priestess over there freaks out when the holy statue starts glowing up. Since this kind of thing has never happened before, she's standing there completely clueless about what's going on. Moments later, Bai Ling ends up face to face with Euphemia, the 3rd holy priestess herself. Flexing her authority, the powerhouse demands to know every single detail about our MC. Looking a bit lost, the girl asks what exactly she's trying to dig up on him. Bai Ling smirks and says as if it's about our prota, she'd be more than happy to spill all the tea. Euphemia catches that sweet little nickname, realizing this kid has fangirls practically everywhere. Kicking off the story, she explains how he started out as just another run-of-the-mill fighter, but nobody in their right mind saw it coming when he started pulling off those broken feats. Maxing out at 5 stars in every stat, the guy even managed to tame the black dragon like it was a walk in the park. On top of that, even the little princess from the Celestial Pavilion ended up falling head over heels for him. Racking up the lore drop, she asks if the High Priestess is satisfied with the info. Euphemia just gives her the silent treatment though, leaving Bai Ling super confused by the awkward pause. Realizing this girl is clearly crushing hard on him, she figures she ain't getting any real intel out of her. Pressed about any hidden secrets, Bai Ling swears up and down she already spilled everything she knows. But she trips over her words real quick, remembering those steamy moments she shared with him. Dropping the subject, she just tells her to pass a message to the prota that she wants a little one-on-one chat. Yeah, the powerhouse is starting to think she might just be overthinking things and making up wild theories. With the enemy out of the picture for now, she's just crossing her fingers for the future, since her foresight is drawing a blank. Jumping back down into the abyss, we land right back in our protagonist's massive castle. Word on the street is the demons are hunting down Shiva's people, and the king claims it's gotta be some huge mistake. Out of nowhere, a whole squad of monsters pulls up, hunting down that Amino King guy. The second he confirms his identity, the guards rush in to lock the dude up. Since he had the guts to offend the master, he's about to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. His loyal subjects try stepping up for him, swearing this whole thing is just a massive mix-up. But the giant guard lays down the law, saying orders are orders, and anybody who complains can catch these hands. Shutting down the argument, he orders his crew to drag the prisoner away right on the spot. Without missing a beat, the monster grunts start closing in on Amina. Skipping forward a bit, we jump back to the castle our prota calls home. Inside the throne room, Livia orders the guards to drag in the wise guy who dared to disrespect the monarch. Along the way, the dude is practically begging for his life, swearing up and down that he hates humans too. But the monster guard ain't hearing it, just brutally dragging him by his head right across the floor. Dropping him off, the guard lets Livia know the prisoner is right there in front of her. She instantly starts roasting him, while the guy keeps crying about how innocent he is. Telling him to shut his trap, she asks if he even thinks he's worthy to speak in this room. Just for having that much sheer audacity, she delivers a brutal kick that sends him flying. The impact is so heavy that the poor dude ends up sliding all the way to the back of the hall. Watching from a distance, the prota asks if the guy is having a hard time understanding his punishment, lifting his battered and bruised head, taking his sweet time doing it. And the second he locks eyes on the guy sitting on the throne, his jaw practically drops to the floor. He can't believe the kid is actually there, but the master quickly lets him know the tables have turned, asking if he remembers that little stunt where he tried to wipe him and his people off the map. Turns out that plan backfired hard, and running off to the dark side didn't exactly save his nation's skin. Sweating bullets, the guy starts freaking out, wondering how the kid managed to uncover all of that. Calling game over, our boy tells him it's time to pay the toll, and he's about to be reunited with his son real soon. Seeing the writing on the wall, the dude decides he's definitely not going down without a fight. Screaming that he's gonna fight to the bitter end, he goes all in and launches a desperate attack right at Su Yang. He just forgot that Livia was lurking nearby, keeping a close eye on everything. Triggering her envy power, she warns him that laying a finger on the master is a massive felony. Right after that, the only sound echoing through the castle is Amino screaming in pure agony. It almost looked like he was into it, but honestly, the suffering was off the charts. Even his energy snakes start fading into thin air, completely losing their juice. Siang smirks, pointing out that this is exactly what happens when you dig your own grave. On top of that, he orders the fresh demons to serve directly under Livia's command. With that settled, he shifts his focus to the elves, seeing as Shiva's nation just got wiped off the map. But first, our prota remembers there's another clown on his hit list, that Tokugawa guy. Plotting his revenge, the scene cuts straight over to the elven royal court. Over there, the guards spot Minister Kara walking in, looking completely wrecked. Dragging his battered body, he keeps wondering what kind of monster that woman actually was. Judging by her busted power, he heavily suspects she came straight out of the demon realm. Walking down the hall, his only thought is how he's gonna explain this massive L to the queen. Stepping into the throne room, the atmosphere gets suffocating in an instant. The queen greets him, but skips the small talk and cuts right to the chase, demanding to know the whereabouts of the guy who put an end to her precious son. Dropping to his knees, Carl scrambles to figure out the safest way to drop the bad news. Keeping his head down, he reveals that the culprit is a human going by the name Su Yan. The entire court gasps, completely shook to hear the kid manage to tame the legendary black dragon. Since that beast is a pure bad omen, everybody starts sweating about what's coming next. Boiling with rage, the queen completely shatters her own throne with one devastating punch. Following up, she demands to know exactly where the Su Yang kid is hiding out. He explains he got jumped by a demon, and all the witnesses vanish without a trace. You can already picture the sheer amount of hatred she felt hearing about this botched mission. Carl swears up and down that the enemy was packing the strength of a king of sin. Panic spreads through the room knowing a king like that could easily raid their kingdom. Chiming in, an elder suggests they hurry up and lock down an alliance with humanity. Everyone nods along, realizing this is their only shot at facing the abyss head-on. Swallowing her pride, the queen agrees to drop the beef and form this emergency coalition. But she makes it crystal clear that the guy who killed her prince is still paying with his blood. Bowing low, the minister vows that the goddess's glory will shine down on all of them. She points out they've hunted down 95 dragons before, and none were ever that big of a deal. In her mind, our MC's dragon probably isn't much of a threat compared to their elites. Leaving that mess behind, we head back to the monarch's throne, with him finally waking up. Su Yang is loving being back in that body, feeling all that raw energy coursing through him. He knows true power should belong to him permanently, not just act as some passing illusion. Our boy figures out the chaos outside is the perfect window for him to level up big time. To unlock his new item, he's got to wipe out thousands of high-tier monsters. Even a demigod would take years to pull that off, but for him, it's gonna be a snap. Tapping into the monarch's might, he decides to get it all done in a single heartbeat. Charging up an ungodly amount of energy, he preps a massive strike with his arm. With a flick of his wrist, he blankets the entire demon realm in his overwhelming magic. Glancing at the sky, the demons feel the crushing pressure of their master's presence. A gigantic hand spawns in the clouds, demanding that everyone offer up their lives. Instantly, our proto farms a mountain of experience points and gets super height. Thanks to that, the chains locking down his artifact get completely shattered for good. Mission accomplished. He unlocks a brand new power and calls out for Lucifer. Laying down the law, he orders his servant to appear before him without a second of delay. Right as MQ, Lucifer materializes and bows deep, waiting for her king's next command. The master lets her know he's got a pretty crucial question to throw her way, asking for her honest take on his newly chosen human representative. Playing it safe, she claims it's not her place to judge the choices made by her sovereign. He notices she's still acting incredibly respectful, way different from how she treats everyone else. Just then, Livia rolls up, stating she has some urgent news to report to the throne. Asked about the Red Moon invasion, she quickly confirms that the threat is real. Realizing these two have never witnessed this event, Su Yang decides to break it all down. Since he knows the system inside out, he starts detailing exactly how the Blood Moon operates. Out of nowhere, he shuts his eyes, sensing some creepy energy creeping up on them. A bizarre glow flashes and pierces right through a portal inside his own domain. Looks like the day of the Red Moon is finally kicked off for real. A blinding light completely floods the room right in front of the throne. Looking totally lost, Lucifer has zero clue what kind of mess is unfolding. Right in the middle of that glare, a rift tears open right before the three of them. Stepping out of it is a grotesque monster looking straight out of a horror movie. This so-called Chaos Whisperer drops in at level 100, daring to challenge the abyss. Mocking the beast, Lucifer calls them nothing more than pathetic, weak ants. Without missing a beat, she rushes in headfirst to deliver a direct strike. The hit lands dead center on the enemy, but something super sketchy happens. The monster doesn't even flinch, and the damage output seems to be a solid 0. Both girls are left speechless, trying to process how this thing is immune to their attacks. Livia fires off her lightning bolts, but the creature just keeps strolling forward casually. She notices her spells are phasing right through the beast like it isn't even there. Su Yang quickly pieces together that only a hero can put down this scarlet pest. But what happens when the chosen hero is also the demon lord himself? As he charges up his raw power, the monster starts looking genuinely confused. Too little too late, the Proto smacks the beast and chunks 99 million HP off its bar. Lucifer's jaw hits the floor, witnessing her master's broken level of strength. With the monster dead on the ground, its energy gets sucked right back into the rift. Suddenly, the whole thing erupts and something brand new emerges from the smoke. Dead center in the portal, a colossal eye spawns, watching their every move. Our boy realizes the game just got dialed up to a whole new level of serious. In the blink of an eye, he gets yanked straight into an alternate dimension. He starts wondering if this is just an illusion or if he actually got dragged into the gate. That eye looks straight out of Mordor, and even the master feels a chill running down his spine. The entity roars, commanding the Proto to drop to his knees before the light. For the very first time, our boy is actually forced to hit the ground, but he catches on that it's just a mind mind trick and orders the whole space to shatter. Just like that, the scenery shatters like glass, tossing him right back to reality. He never even imagined there was something out there scaling higher than original sin. Livia gets pretty anxious seeing her king's aura randomly shift like that. Brushing off the scare, he tells her to go spread the word about the blood moon, spending a solid chunk of time breaking down the massive threats heading their way. The two girls are left completely exhausted trying to process all that fresh lore at once. He warns them that the scarlet threat is already creeping into the darkness of the abyss. Livia stands there clueless about what her master is plotting to do next. That's when he orders her to hunt down the invaders and bring back their cores. Without hesitation, she accepts the quest and swears to follow his every command. Chilling on his throne, Su Yang realizes this world is way more massive than he originally thought. Meanwhile, the holy city is also starting to catch hell from the moon. Euphemia realizes it hasn't even been 2 full weeks since the last moon and it's already back. Praying to the statue, she's begging for the savior to show up and crush this evil for good. And speaking of heroes, we pan over to Su Yang, who is definitely not feeling that righteous vibe. Pushing the door open, he immediately gets hit with a surprise hug from Lilith. Tearing up, the elf confesses she had a nightmare about the moon completely swallowing him whole. Joking around, he asks why she didn't dream about him wiping the floor with the moon instead. Right as Lucifer pops up making a snarky comment about our proto looking pretty busy. Rolling his eyes, he tells her to cut to the chase so they don't waste any more time. Handing over an orb, she warns him that the monarch ordered him to keep that thing safe. Snatching the item, our boy notices the servant stormed out of there looking super salty. Meanwhile, in another zone, some monster mistook lava for a swimming pool and got completely flushed. Packing 0 heat resistance, the beast just melted into a puddle right on the spot. Spotting a free loot drop, another demon sprints over trying to snatch up the core, but he ends up getting sliced clean in half before he even gets close to the prize. Lucifer steps out looking furious, demanding to know how he dared to ignore the king's orders. Gripping the core, she just can't wrap her head around why her master picked such a trash-tier proto. Now, she sets her sights on that 1,000 core bounty which grants the monarch's very own power. Out of nowhere, a brand new scarlet portal starts tearing open right behind her back. But instead of backing off, she actually gets super hyped about the unexpected guest. After all, that's just more guaranteed crystals to offer up to her grand lord. Thirsty for a brawl, the demoness tells the monster to step right up and become a sacrifice. Seconds later, a grotesque beast starts crawling out of the portal, heading straight for her. Stepping into the light, it's another chaos whisperer, only this time the dude is packing god rank stats. Annoyed by all the screeching, she warns the beast that its arrogance is about to turn into dust. Focusing her raw power, the girl shapes a massive spear out of pure concentrated energy. Putting her back into it, she hurls the weapon dead center at the approaching monster. The strike lands perfectly, but the beast's reaction completely catches her off guard. He casually yanks the spear out like it's nothing, taunting her for being way too weak. Crushing the weapon in his hand, the beast claims the red moon is gonna completely flatten this world. Right after he fires off a brutal wave of red-eyed energy straight at her. Catching her slacking, the sheer firepower of the scumbag turns out to be off the charts. Roaring out loud, the monster declares this is the fate waiting for anyone trying to defy the moon. But Lucifer ain't thrown in the towel, and her hands already start glowing with heavy magic. Going all out, she starts completely obliterating everything standing in her way. Realizing he just stumbled into a massive spatial barrier, the enemy starts panicking hard. Calling him a pathetic ant, the demoness promises to show him what true terror looks like. Long story short, she wiped the floor with the invader and sent him straight to the afterlife. After that brutal beatdown, the rift seals up, permanently shutting down the Red Moon event. All that blinding light fades away, leaving behind nothing but a trail of heavy destruction. Fuming mad, the girl complains the fight ended way too fast, plus her loot crystal vanished. Turns out her target was just a weakling, seeing as the monster couldn't even take a punch. But the system chimes in, dropping the news that she just bagged 8,000 crystal cores in one go. Now, she can trade all that grinding for 8 direct wishes from the monarch himself. The little demon gets completely giddy, already daydreaming about the massive power spike coming her way. Still, she feels this weird heaviness in her body, but figures she'll brush it off and deal with it later. Jumping back to Su Yang, he's busy inspecting that sketchy orb he just got handed. This piece of loot is the key for him to finally pull off a class change in the system. triggering the orb. He effortlessly evolves into a spirit reaper right in the middle of the blood moon. Because of all that stacked experience, his level immediately skyrockets through the roof. Hitting level 150, it clicks that he was the actual target of that invader all along. Now rocking top-tier stats, the guy can casually start slinging even the most forbidden spells. Out of nowhere, this heavy dark energy starts fusing directly into our boy's body. Surprised he ain't feeling any pain, he realizes his link with the king came in clutch here. Flexing this brand new strength, he's still trying to figure out exactly what it brings to the table. A massive shockwave rocks the castle, making Livia think the king himself just made an entrance. Dropping to their knees, all the demons start chanting "Long live the sovereign" at the top of their lungs. Tucked in their room, the girls feel the crushing pressure of that aura and immediately go on high alert. Rushing to the window, they spot the energy practically overflowing from the demon temple. Completely shook, they start wondering who the heck packs enough power to make everyone bow down like that. Collapsing under the pressure, Virlia begs Makiko to pop her long-range vision skill. Desperate for answers, the girl squints hard to pinpoint where all this broken power is coming from. Activating her ability, she peers through the distance to see what's actually going down over there. And just like that, she realizes the guy flexing all this raw energy is none other than Su Yang. The system unlocks his fallen form, casually handing him the powers of all 7 deadly sins. Hyped about the massive buff, he knows a 5-minute timer is more than enough to get things done. But someone spawns right behind his back, questioning where he got all that audacity from. Livia and Lucifer call him a mere puppet, ordering the dude to pipe down right this second. Flashing a smirk, the Proto mentions he's gonna have to teach these two some basic manners. Without hesitating, he channels some bizarre energy just to remind them who really runs the show. Multiple bursts of raw energy shoot out, aiming dead center for both of the girls. Lucifer scrambles to counter, completely furious that this guy is hijacking her master's powers. But she goes into full panic mode when she realizes her pride ability just vanished into thin air. Su Yang casually drops that he holds the king's absolute authority, meaning he ain't just some tempintern. Her very soul starts shivering, feeling like she's staring down the actual monarch himself. Being super stubborn, she refuses to believe the king would ever waste his time on some weak elf. She agrees to fall in line, but makes it clear she's not going to put up with any blatant disrespect. After getting lectured, she spins around and stomps off in a huff, but she throws over her shoulder that she'll be keeping a close eye on him to keep things in check. Chuckling to himself, the Proto thinks it's going to be pretty fun putting this demoness back in her place. After all, what guy in his right mind would say no to a servant looking that top tier and powerful? Looking ahead, he knows his next major evolution is going to completely flip the script. Pulling up the system, he checks out the quest details required for his next big rank up. The mission is a solo run to the 90th floor just to wipe out Lord Lavik. For anyone else, that's guaranteed suicide, but for our boy, it's just another Tuesday. The kid is itching to test drive his brand new toys and watch his stats go to the moon. Flashing forward a bit, we catch him touching down on the 90th layer of the abyss. Cruising on top of Athos, our boy makes a beeline for the boss room, and right off the bat, he spots his target just chilling there waiting for him. This Lavich dude turns out to be a level 190 lunar monster, looking massive and freaky. The beast lets out a deafening roar, but the protegist casually strolls up the stairs like he owns the place. Getting entirely ignored makes the monster lose its mind with pure rage. But none of that phases Su Yang, who just stands there sizing the beast up. Right then, he pops his fallen form, and his whole aesthetic gets an absurd glow-up. Keeping it chill, the kid asks if the beast is finally ready to meet its maker. Flexing that pride skill, he casually negates the monster's hits and calls him pure garbage. The Lord starts panicking hard, realizing he's staring down the king's personal envoy. Our boy smirks and warns him he's about to become a guinea pig for his brand new powers. Shaking in his boots, the monster folds instantly, completely terrified of getting deleted from existence. Turning on his greed skill, he starts aggressively looting all of the beast's powers and top-tier items. He casually asks if there's any good gear left, and the beast is already offering up its own soul just to survive. Ditching the trash loot, he grabs his old reliable stellar dagger for a quick test run. Gripping the weapon, our boy fires up the power of the greed sin. Right on cue, the rusty old blade starts crumbling into dust. From the ashes spawns the Devil's Roar, a heavily broken shield that cuts damage in half. Su Yang realizes this skill is way too OP since it leaves his enemies empty-handed. Loving these new perks, he decides to take the Sloth Sin for a spin. This massive field debuffs everything, sealing away weapons and skills alike. He then throws up an energy dome, locking both of them inside. Hovering in midair, our boy dares this Lavik guy to hit him with everything he's got. Without missing a beat, the monster obeys and casts a forbidden spell. Our MC just stands there, ready to tank the incoming blast like a boss. But the magical energy just freezes dead in its tracks. Out of nowhere, the whole attack fizzles out and dissolves into thin air. Lovich is left clueless, wondering where the heck his spell went. Seeing that, our guy knows the test was a huge success. The only drag is the heavy mana drain, plus it only lasts for 3 minutes. As for that lust skill, he figures it's better to save it for later. Acting all humble, the Demon Lord asks if his master enjoyed the show. Su Yang admits he was helpful, but there's just one loose end to tie up. Without warning, he delivers a swift slash to wrap things up. Since he needed to clear the quest, our MC wasn't looking to chat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the fancy elven kingdom. Down there, the queen demands to know if Lilith got captured too. One of the guards confirms they spotted the princess at the boy's place. This makes the monarch furious, seeing as he kidnapped both of her kids. She officially declares open season on hunting down Xu Yang. Hearing that bounty drop, the troops are already hyped to move out. She sends her minister to the human realm to seal an alliance. To sweeten the deal, she hands over a terrifying artifact to keep them in line. And if any sin shows up, they're ordered to wipe the floor with them immediately. The minister swears to spread the royal glory everywhere he goes. Even after the meeting wraps up, the tension in the throne room is super thick. Breaking the silence, the queen calls her subordinate for a private chat. She reveals her plan to use her royal blood as a magical tracker. Dripping a single drop onto the staff, the artifact glows brightly. Our elf explains that only true royals can activate this gear. Since she fueled it with her own blood, the tracking is going to be pinpoint accurate. With everything set up, she commands him to track down her daughter ASAP. Right then, another elf questions wasting so much precious royal blood. Merida snaps back, saying it's a divine order and a matter of life or death. Carl sees this as the perfect chance to redeem himself with his queen. But our MC isn't dumb, and he's keeping tabs on their every move. Riding on top of Athos, he starts doing some power scaling math. Su Yang wonders what it would take to flat out delete a demigod. Thinking about Lilith, he figures she might have a tracker planted on her. If his location gets leaked, he'll be branded as humanity's biggest traitor. Honestly, he doesn't give a damn, since history is written by the winners anyway. At the end of the day, everyone is gonna have to bow down to our boy. Arriving at the statue, the system pops up saying the quest is officially cleared. The Demon Lord's trial was a massive triumph. He realizes he managed to speedrun a class upgrade in just 2 days. Burning through billions of EXP points, our MC hits level 200. Pumping those stat points, he's already feeling like the final boss of the game. Glancing sideways, the kid notices someone is spying on him. Calling her out, he asks what Livia is trying to pull by stalking him. The redhead steps out of the shadows, not even trying to hide her snooping. She admits she's stunned to see he's no longer just some weak bug. Even from far away, the Lord felt the shockwave of his massive glow-up. Turning around, our MC says he's loving the power boost and sticks to the plan. Just then, a creepy hand reaches out from the pitch-black darkness. Emerging from the shadows, Belio asks her king what he desires. This is the Sloth Lord who permanently debuffs everything around her. Cold as ice, our boy bluntly tells her she's going to be a sacrifice, though he promises she'll be resurrected in no time. Living up to her title, she gladly accepts her demise just to take a nap. The kid reassures her that she doesn't need to stress over a single thing. Next thing you know, he's charging up a ton of dark energy in his hands, and he blasts that heavy power straight at the lazy lord. Belial faces her own death without even blinking, staying super chill. The energy swirls around her body instead of hitting her directly. The system confirms the kill, dropping a whopping 18 billion EXP. Buried in that dark aura, her physical body crumbles into cosmic dust. Thanks to that, he levels up again, pushing right near the level cap. The first loot drop grants complete immunity to the Abyss corruption. Another one buffs his HP by 50 million, turning him into a massive tank. The third material is a rare crafting mat for forging a divine armor, and the final spell makes him completely immune to damage for 1 minute. Feeling like a true boss, he realizes all this OP loot belongs to him now. On top of all that, he even scored a special bonus drop. Our boy squints at the heavily decorated item, finding it pretty weird. He has no clue why it's so flashy, but he happily pockets it anyway. Opening it reveals the third artifact, crafted specifically to delete rival kings. This bad boy nullifies enemy powers and grants the authority of Sloth. If he collects all 7, he can build the ultimate strike squad. Su Yang realizes he's about to command his very own private army. Snapping back to reality, he summons his servants for a status report. Instantly, both of them spawn out of thin air, ready to serve their king. He demands an update on the farming and asks if they grabbed enough crystals. Livia proudly states she farmed over 2,000 with her people's help. She goes on to say it's a huge honor to serve her lord. Watching the redhead brag like that makes Lucifer super salty, but she steps up, claiming she followed the master's orders to the letter. Wiping out the heretics, she secured 8,000 crystals as a trophy. Bowing respectfully, she offers that massive loot pile to her ruler. Livia's jaw drops when she sees the huge gap in their numbers. Su Yang praises Lucifer, crowning her the top dog among the kings. Hearing that praise makes Livia practically burn with jealousy. Our MC tells them to chill and announces they're both getting the origin bonus. Shooting bolts of energy, he blasts them both with a brand new upgrade. And despite the pain, those two are completely loving their new power boost. After a minute, the two catch their breath and thank him for the sweet bonus. Su Yang just pulls that classic smirk, knowing damn well what she likes. Enough messing around though, now it's time to gather those 10,000 plus crystals. Out of nowhere, something right in front of our master catches his eye. Floating numbers pop up, showing the exact sword cost to delete each of them. And while their price tag is steep, wiping out those elves is going to be a free ride. The ruler then announces it's Livia's turn to hand over her orb of power. But before Lucifer leaves, our MC tells her to wait for a private chat. Spotting she got hurt, our boy wants to check if his servant needs some healing. The demoness gets all flustered, while Livia burns with jealousy for being unharmed. She accepts the invite in a heartbeat, super hyped about her master's care. And for the first time since sitting down, the ruler finally stands up. Looking surprised, she asks why he actually left his comfy throne. Su Yang just steps closer and gently places his hand on her, telling her to keep quiet. He warns that this isn't the time for talking. Feeling the heavy mood, she just nods and accepts his touch. Getting a closer look, he sees the corruption on her is way too heavy. Realizing even she couldn't tank that, he decides to use his own brute strength. Reaching out, our boy says he's going to absorb all that nasty energy. Yanking it all out, the sheer amount of darkness pouring from her is mind-blowing. But all it takes is him clenching his fist real hard for the whole thing to shatter and turn into a massive mountain of crystals. Shocked by the loot shower, she asks how he pulled off such a wild trick. Su Yang just tells her to give him a holler if the problem ever comes back. Kneeling among the shiny drops, she quietly nods in agreement. Feeling entirely refreshed, she even starts thinking the king is her true love. Heading back to his throne, he calculates he's got 13,000 crystals banked up. Just for a quick test drive, he starts summoning his mighty crimson sword. Now it's time to see if this new toy permanently deletes his enemies. The scene then shifts, and we're back to the hustle of the holy city. Arriving with serious swagger, Prince Undel leads the brand new elf squad. While the royal introduces himself, the crowd around him already starts gossiping. A guard quickly warns his buddy to keep his voice down or lose his job. Takagawa shows up kissing up to him, and the prince immediately demands that old war debt. Nodding along on the outside, the traitor is only thinking about leveling up for revenge. Except Tanjan is already lurking nearby, fully ready to throw down. Playing the ultimate bootlegger, he even praises the unicorn the prince is riding. Finding it all pathetic, Karl plays along just to keep a spy among the humans. Glaring at Tanjan, the royal wonders who the heck this weirdo is. He quickly starts mocking him, telling the Longxia warrior to get out of his way. Right then, the Longxia crew gets furious at the elf's sheer audacity. Li Zhangxiang finally loses his cool and demands some respect from the invader. But the minister doesn't like his tone and decides to hand out a quick punishment. He effortlessly knocks the warrior out cold in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, the guy wasn't deleted for good, just pushed to his limit. Getting sent flying across the room after taking a brutal hit, Karl drops an ultimatum, demanding Longxia scram so they can seal the alliance. The prince agrees, claiming their presence is a huge insult to his nobility. Tang Zhan realizes right away this is just an excuse to hunt down Shu Yang, but the minister yells that either they leave or the elf partnership is over. Suddenly, the church bell starts ringing, cutting their fight short. Now we see the high priestess watching the whole drama unfold from a distance. Staring intensely, she breaks down every single detail of the mess. Even from far away, she fires off a massive healing spell, and the wounded warrior feels his strength rushing back in a flash. Right after that, an energy blast flies straight toward Karl. Raising his staff, he tries to block the heavy impact of the sneak attack. This sparks an epic magic duel to see who packs the most firepower. The powers just explode and end up canceling each other out halfway. Karl quickly pinpoints exactly where that light strike came from. Euphemia walks in dropping a harsh sermon and forces the elf to apologize on the spot. After all, he knows damn well not to underestimate her raw power. Seeing the mood sour, the prince bails and leaves his underling to sort it out. After some time, everyone is gathered inside the sacred temple. Inside, the priestess asks what Tang thought of that whole theatrical stunt. The warrior replies that all this mess comes from their obsession with Su Yang. It seems like those elves can't think of a single thing besides the kid. And this entire manhunt is starting to sound extremely fishy to them. Losing a prince sucks, but this massive uproar is hiding something way worse. Euphemia agrees and is just about to spill her theory when they get cut off by a global system alert about the third artifact. Tang gets furious hearing that another legendary item got snatched up. Right as way, she pins the blame on our MC for this wild event. Opening the status panel to double-check the latest intel, she points out that every single bizarre clue always leads right back to the boy. Even with Athos locked up, the chaos never stopped, confirming her suspicions. Since he vanished with the girls, all signs point to him being the culprit. Tang admits he was suspicious, but doesn't get how a level 4 could pull this off. Then the priestess drops the bomb. What if Xu Yang is the king of the abyss? Tang instantly denies it, thinking the idea is way too far-fetched. After all, they dug into his past and firmly ruled out that chance. But it's a solid fact he bosses around the Abyss Lords and hoards the artifacts. Since the temple found nothing, the loot has to be stashed deep down there. This can only mean he's pulling the strings from inside the Abyss itself, because whoever grabbed the gear isn't on Earth, but lurking in the depths. Tang tries to wrap his head around how he controls everything without being the true king. Admitting it's just a theory, she sees the elves' fear as proof of the danger. The warrior goes quiet, trying to process all this wild intel. He notes that the elves treat the kid like he holds all the secrets. He then realizes this whole mess started after that dragon spirit quest. The saint agrees he must have snagged some busted power that day. That explains how he took on Lucifer, but his real secret is still under wraps. The next time she sees him, she swears she'll make him spill the whole truth. Right now, though, the mission comes first, and she needs the elves to back her up. Furious, Tang declares Longxia is out of the alliance, but they'll keep fighting. Swearing to secure the items solo, he ditches the whole elf babysitting gig. Right after that, he rallies his squad to gear up for their next move, and orders everyone to pull out of that place immediately. Admiring his guts, Euphemia fails to spot Tokugawa watching their every move. As soon as they bounce, the traitor asks if he can tip off the elves, and she gives him the green light. Heading back to the meeting room, the whole vibe takes a massive turn. Right there, we see the elf squad all gathered up, acting like he owns the place. The cocky prince kicks his feet up on the table with zero respect. Despite everyone fuming, Euphemia jumps straight to asking the price for their backup. But this arrogant scumbag demands 60% of the loot, and the saint just agrees. Making things even worse, he demands 3 of the 4 remaining artifacts. Hearing that nonsense, the entire room erupts into a shouting match right on the spot. Yelling at the top of their lungs, the leaders start calling the elf a dirty thief. But the prince just smirks, claiming they are still getting a solid deal out of it. Firing back, Carolina points out they do not even know where those items are hiding. Shrugging it off, the brat claims finding the gear is entirely a human problem. Catching that pure disrespect makes the big 3 want to strangle the guy right there, and the human crowd nods along, itching to beat the trash out of him on the spot. Swallowing their pride, the alliance is set in stone to launch an attack 1 month from now. Cutting away, the scene drops us right into the middle of the famous Dragon City. Stepping out of the teleport gate, a brand new squad makes their grand entrance. Out of nowhere, the elf crew spawns right in the middle of the busy crowd. Pointing a finger at the group, a little girl tugs her mom to look. Running over to play, she happily calls the invaders her elf brothers. But you already know this wholesome moment is about to go terribly wrong. Catching a brutal kick, the kid gets launched across the street without a single ounce of mercy. Panicking hard, the mother rushes over to help her fallen little girl. The elf guard complains, disgusted that mere humans would even dare to look at the prince. Ordering them to drop to their knees, he calls the 2 of them filthy trash. Meanwhile, Xu Yang is watching this whole cowardly show all the way from the abyss. Boiling with rage, he summons Lucifer to gear up for a quick trip. He then announces they are going to teach those barking dogs a harsh lesson. Down on the streets, the city guards get superheated over the unprovoked attack, but the stuck-up elf just glares back with pure disgust for the whole squad. Flashing a cocky smirk, he asks if these pieces of trash really think they can do anything. Striking without warning, he instantly one-shots the first guard he sees. Turning around, he asks if everyone caught what happens to people who step out of line. Flexing his power, he warns that this is the fate for anyone who dares to challenge him. Sobbing in despair, the mom begs the invaders to spare her little girl's life, pleading that she is only 5 years old and cannot even defend herself. Right then, a massive beam of light slices through the sky from way above, and the light crashes down, triggering a colossal explosion right in the plaza. But pulling off a surprise entrance, the Longxia crew finally arrives on the scene. Tang Zhen hits the ground, asking how they dare lay a hand on his people. Even surrounded by enemies, the cocky elf keeps his arrogant attitude and does not give a damn. Smiling back, our old man asks if he is ready to see things get truly ugly. Unleashing a massive heavy strike, he makes the entire ground shake. The raw impact is so brutal that the whole scenery almost gets wiped out entirely. Carl has to act fast to shield the prince from catching that lethal blow. As soon as the dust settles, we get to see the heavy damage that strike left behind. Clearing the air, a massive crater is left sitting right in the middle of the street. Mocking the warrior, the prince asks if this is how they welcome royal guests. Tong Zan fires back, asking if the elves showed a single drop of respect since they arrived, but the elf snobs him, saying he does not waste good manners on mere peasants. Yelling that everyone is equal here, the human demands to know what they want. Carl announces they came to drag Su Yang away for all his supposed crimes. Pinning every crime on our MC, he states their strict order is to wipe the kid out. Stepping up, the elder reminds them the boy tames that dragon through his own hard work. Calling the beast a massive hazard, Carl tells the old man to shut his mouth. Tainjan calms the elder down and bluntly states the MC is nowhere to be found. Not having it, the minister demands to search the entire country right this second. Nobody likes the sound of that, finding the elf way too arrogant for his own good. Ready to force his way in, the elf raises his staff, dropping a very sinister glow. Tainjan loses all his patience and goes into full monster mode. Rocking a 10 times power multiplier, he charges in for a heavy all-out assault. But that massive hit gets easily blocked by the artifact's crazy shield. Finding a wide-open gap, Carl readies a swift counterattack on the spot, and he fires a beam of light that cleanly pierces the war god's heavy defense. Taking that hit, the human warrior gets dropped hard onto the dirt. It only took a single strike to completely wipe the floor with him. Taunting his fallen enemy, the elf claims humans cannot tank divine gear. Out of the blue, a bunch of pitch-black feathers start raining down from the sky. Confused by the weird omen, the elf minister quickly gazes up, and he spots the mighty Lucifer making a grand entrance alongside Su Yang. Shaking in his boots, the prince suggests they better retreat right now, but Carl insists the royal artifact guarantees an easy win against the Sens. The human crowd is left wondering if she came to save the day or destroy everything. Hiding in the shadows, Su Yang loves that Lucifer is drawing all the aggro. Looking around, he realizes the stage is perfectly set for a clean wipeout. He orders her to handle the goons while leaving the royal prince entirely to him. Trapping everyone in a massive dome, the demoness isolates the prince completely. The elf starts panicking hard, screaming for his missing bodyguards to save him. Spawning out of thin air, our boy warns him that nobody is coming to his rescue. Shaking like a leaf, he pops a rank 8 shield, trying to save his own skin. But obviously, a measly shield is not going to stop our MC. He shatters that defense like glass and delivers a brutal punch straight to his face. Riding the momentum of that hit, the elf goes tumbling across the dirt. Yanking him up by the hair, our boy promises the real beatdown is just getting started. Following up, he sinks a devastating knee strike deep into the guy's gut. The pathetic loser just lays there, merely kicking the bucket from the sheer pain. Eating dirt, he threatens our MC, claiming he will respawn and bring his whole army. Swearing on his life, he is going to wipe the entire Longxia nation off the map. Drawing his crimson blade, Su Yang lets him know there is no respawning today. Looking down on him, he promises his end is going to be exactly like his brother's. By the time the scumbag realized it, the red blade had already chopped his head off. The local crowd is left entirely mind-blown seeing the elf get deleted without a trace. The Lee guy realizes he was so distracted he did not even catch the MC moving. Sweating hard, he wonders if this masked guy is just another freaky demon. Meanwhile, trapped inside the dome, the battle is still blazing hot. Flexing her dark powers, Lucifer confidently claims the victory is already in her hands. Carl just laughs it off, asking how she expects to beat a literal item from the gods. But when he turns around to check on the prince, he finds nothing but empty space. Going into full panic mode, the minister starts screaming for the missing royal. Su Yang steps up, dropping the bomb that the brat already got deleted, and he is next in line. Hearing that brutal news leaves Carl Lawrence completely exploding with blind rage. The guy loses his mind completely, practically foaming at the mouth with rage. Pushing his limits, he starts charging up the staff with everything he's got. But instead of aiming at our MC or the Queen of Sin, he turns around and attacks his very own elf army, draining all their energy without a single ounce of mercy. Looks like he decided to sacrifice his entire squad just for a power boost. And it ain't just the elves either, he's leeching off anyone standing nearby. Watching this wild stunt, Lucifer is left completely thrown off. except she gets super ticked off when one of those beams shoots right at her. Carl screams she fell right into his trap and she was the main target all along. Sadly for her, the Queen of Sin has zero room to dodge this. Out of nowhere, the scumbag starts blasting magic beams all over the place. With multiple glowing blades flying her way, the demoness tries to block them. Having no time to react, she gets completely trapped in the crossfire. Thick vines made of raw energy start wrapping tightly around her body. Seeing her struggle, Carl starts celebrating like he already won the fight. Right then, something comes flying straight toward him. It's our boy zooming in, fully ready to slash him into pieces. The villain does not even care, thinking the kid is just way over his head. But with a single snap of his fingers, the whole game changes. The mage's heavy aura starts glowing bright, firing a massive blast of energy dead straight at Su Yang. Good thing our MC is a dodge master and easily slips past almost anything. That flashy move opened up the perfect window for a brutal counterattack. Closing the gap in a flash, the kid is right in his face ready for the execution. Too bad the scumbag instantly recognizes the move he's trying to pull off. Using that close distance, Carl throws out a desperate Hail Mary strike. But our hero's defense gear tanks the heavy impact like it was nothing. Ultimately, the brawl turns into a super tense standoff between the two. Even so, our boy knows exactly how to shut this whole circus down. Another quick finger snap is all it takes to flip the script entirely. And just like that, the mage's overpowered staff is resting in Xu Yang's hands. Finally breaking free, Lucifer wonders how those binding vines just vanished. Spotting her master holding the loot, she asks him how the heck he did that. A bit annoyed, he tells her not to worry about it and orders her to move out. The demoness is stunned, knowing that staff gave the elf a ridiculous power boost. Yet, despite all that, our boy cleaned up the mess in the blink of an eye. Just as they're heading out, the Longxia warrior shouts out to him. Tane drops a quick thanks, but demands to know who this masked guy really is. Playing it cool, Su Yang stays silent and keeps his identity under wraps. But even with that heavy hood, the old vet starts putting the pieces together. Cutting away, the scene shifts over to the elf queen, chilling in her palace. She's fuming right now because both her prince and the minister went ghost. Knowing a battle went down, she finds it super weird they haven't respawned yet. Trash-talking the minister as useless, she orders her guards to scout the area. The monarch highly doubts any normal human could beat a literal divine artifact. Right on cue, a bunch of elves come bursting into the throne room in full panic. Catching their heavy panic, she demands they spill the beans immediately. A knight confesses that Carl sacrificed his own life just trying to pull off a win. Asking who the enemy was, she finds out the guy kept his face totally hidden. Getting zero solid answers leaves the queen burning with even more rage. Not wanting to catch the heat, the guard bails from the room as fast as possible. Merida knows damn well that anyone hanging with Lucifer is no random scrub. Making a move, she orders her people to fire up the sacred tree's oracle. Her assistant steps right up to the massive tree to kick off the ritual, explaining they need pure royal blood to unlock visions of the past. Following the exact steps, she slices her own wrist open. The second those blood drops hit the bark, the whole tree starts shaking wildly. And out of nowhere, a blinding light erupts straight from the heavy trunk. That flash is so intense, it practically blinds every single elf standing nearby. But once the vision finally clears, the priestess is left in pure shock. She spots our MC standing tall, tightly gripping his crimson blade. Right as his feet, Minister Carl is lying there completely wiped out. Seeing that heavy defeat, the queen vows to hunt down this masked freak. She hasn't even figured out the culprit is actually Xu Yang himself. Marita wonders how they plan on tracking a guy without even seeing his face. The queen tells her to chill, revealing the tree already locked onto his soul. Now, the main quest is hunting the killer down and saving those humans for later. This busted gear gives 500 spirit and 1200 mana points. Down in the abyss, our boy inspects the shiny new staff he looted from the elf. Checking out the stats, he gets exactly why Lucifer was struggling so hard. Feeling a bit bummed, he notices the weapons level lock is super annoying. Making up his mind, the kid decides to ask Lilith for some answers. The second she spots the staff, her jaw practically drops at the sight. The elf girl asks where the heck he managed to snag a royal treasure like that. Su Yang casually claims he just looted it after wiping the floor with its owner. She is completely mind-blown hearing he actually deleted the mighty Carl. She points out that only royal blood can truly unlock its hidden power. Proving her point, she pricks her finger and lets a drop fall right onto the gear. Showing his soft side, our boy asks if she's alright after taking that cut. The staff starts glowing, but it gives off a super weird vibe this time, triggering her cursed bloodline. The weapon stats actually drop by 10%. Lilith quickly apologizes, thinking she completely ruined her master's new loot. Our guide tells her to chill, promising he's got her back no matter what. Deep down though, he's already planning to force the queen to spill the secret. Meanwhile, floor 99 of the abyss is turning into a massive war zone. Cutting to the smoke, huge waves of ugly monsters keep attacking non-stop. But our hero is just casually wiping the whole map clean without breaking a sweat. Checking his stats, he notices he's dangerously close to hitting level 200. Keeping an eye on the elf queen, he gets the feeling she's brewing up a new scheme. Suddenly, a massive boss monster leaps straight at our boy, but the poor mob doesn't even stand a chance and catches a legendary beatdown. That kill gives him the exact EXP he needed to officially cap at 200. The very next second, the entire floor starts violently shaking. A massive world alert drops, warning that the King of Sin is making a comeback. Our MC figures out that grinding levels is speeding up the return of this one out of 5 bosses. Hopping onto his dragon, he decides to rush straight for his 7th class upgrade. Right then, something starts cracking the space-time fabric around them. A super mysterious sword slowly emerges from a glitchy portal. The blade shines brightly and immediately starts sucking in everything in the area. The vision soon fades to black, leaving us wondering if that was the tree's tracking mark. Now, the scene cuts over to Longxia, right at the Tang family estate. After catching that massive beatdown, old Tang is finally waking up. Grabbing his pounding head, he sees his crew breathing a huge sigh of relief. Right then, a girl in red rushes into the room screaming for her dad. He calls out to Anan, who explains she sprinted back the second she heard the news. Apologizing for the heavy scare, the old vet swears he's still going strong. Asking how long he was out cold, he finds out those 2 mysterious figures already vanished. Feeling he missed a golden chance, he strongly suspects that masked hero was Su Yang himself. Stepping up, Wei Shen drops the bomb that 2 massive news updates rolled out while he slept. First off, the elves locked onto the abyss, and the Supreme King just recovered a third of his power. Because of that, the entire world rallied up to grind levels over in the Elven Kingdom. Puzzled by this sudden shift, the squad figures those pointy ears must be shaking in their boots. But the old man senses a much darker plot hiding behind this fake friendship. On top of that, they unlocked 3 top-tier dungeons just to prove their good intentions. Glancing at her dad, the girl asks what the squad's next move is gonna be. Annoyed, the redhead refuses to tag along, betting the elves are just using humanity as pawns. Helping her dad stand up, Anan claims they gotta think ahead and accept the training boost. Nodding at his daughter's logic, he decides the main priority right now is the abyss threat. And once that gets sorted, they are definitely settling the score with those pointy-eared snobs. Switching scenes, we catch the crew working overtime to rebuild that wrecked portal. The tech department pulled extra shifts to get the gateway fully operational as fast as possible. Checking out the heavy damage, the girl notes the raw power from that brawl was far from normal. She mentions she really wanted to meet Su Yang, but the kid vanished right in the middle of the chaos. Curious, she wonders what makes our MC so special to earn such high praise from her dad. The veteran jokes the boy could single-handedly wipe out the elves, but she ain't buying it for a second. Meanwhile, our boy officially hits level 200 and unlocks his 7th class quest. He quickly figures out that to hunt Asura dragon, he's gotta raid the dragon realm itself, and by pure coincidence, the only gateway there sits right inside elven territory. Thinking it over, the guards guarding it are so weak, they will not even be a speed bump for him. Honestly, this whole invasion mission is gonna be a massive walk in the park, since his end goal is world domination anyway. Doing a quick scouting run sounds like a solid plan. Glancing at Athos, he tells his black dragon he can't tag along for the stealth run, since the beast is way too huge. Bringing him along would instantly blow their whole cover. Out of the blue, the dragon starts roaring out loud and blasting dark flames everywhere. Catching him off guard, the massive beast rapidly shrinks down and shifts its form. Settling down, the giant boss turns into a slick tattoo right on our boy's palm. Annoyed, he asks why his pet didn't mention his trick earlier, and the beast claims he just didn't feel like it. Rocking an uncapped level, our kid's raw stats have officially hit ridiculous numbers. It really looks like our MC is unlocking power levels worthy of a literal titan. Chilling on his throne, he hypes up the fact that he can now revive his summons infinitely. Rocking 0 cooldowns, he can revive his demon generals as long as his mana holds up. Right to make a move, the master decides to bring back Samao, the mighty king of wrath. Right on cue, a massive pillar of dark energy erupts straight from his throne. and Samael respawns, swearing unmatched loyalty and blind obedience to his brand new ruler. Our boy drops the order to march against the elves, and his new minion is totally down for it. Meanwhile, the line for the elf portal is stretching for miles, with everyone begging for entry. Tokugawa tries to sneak in by dropping the late Carl's name, but the guards shut him down hard. The gatekeeper tells him to wait for his paperwork, but the snake is in a massive rush. He's fuming, seeing the Longxia crew scoring the alliance, while secretly plotting a heavy betrayal. Out of nowhere, the elves point their spears right past him, locking on to a much deadlier threat. Confused, the traitor peeks over his shoulder to see who's pulling up with such heavy aura. And right there stands our hooded MC, dragging along an extremely freaky-looking dude. The royal guards hit full panic mode the second they feel the wild energy radiating off those two. Small asks his master what the next move is, since their stealth mission just blew up. Ditching the whole stealth act, our boy orders his minion to wipe the floor with every single guard. The King of Wrath thanks him for the golden ticket and promises a bloodbath like nobody's ever seen. Firing up his power, he starts shifting and morphing right into his terrifying true form. Faster than anyone can track, the towering beast completely vanishes from sight. Reappearing out of nowhere, the first elf gets deleted instantly by a savage heavy strike. The elven threat alarms start blaring like crazy as the monster's energy just keeps spiking, and proving the hype is real. The Wrath Sin hits just as hard as his massive size suggests. Spotting the deadly threat, Tokugawa spurs his horse and bolts out of there as fast as possible. Following their cowardly boss, the whole Sakura guild pulls a desperate emergency retreat, but Samael shows zero mercy, dropping heavy beatdowns on anyone standing in his crosshairs. One soldier begs to back up their allies, but their spineless leader is only focused on escaping. Finding that retreat pathetic, Su Yang commands Samael to teach the scumbag some proper manners. One order was all it took for the Wrath King to spawn right in front of the runaway coward. The leading guard gets slammed into the pavement before he even processes what hit him. Right after that brutal slam, he gets launched into the sky like a ragdoll. To cap it off, the poor guy ends up as a quick snack for Samael's giant demon wolf. Every single kill stacks up the kid's HP, making our MC practically unkillable at this point. While his boss crunches the numbers, Samael keeps the party going, having the time of his life. Locking onto the rat, the Wrath King hurls his heavy weapon with deadly force. Desperate to stay alive, the coward reacts as fast as his gamer reflexes will allow. Panicking, he pops his ultimate Amparasu shield, hoping to tank the lethal strike. And against all odds, the fiery barrier actually holds back the damage for a brief second. But obviously, a flimsy shield like that was never going to survive against such raw power. Even as a dirty snake, the guy proves he's got the crazy skills needed to dodge a lethal blow. Drawing his blade, he unleashes his secret trump card in a desperate counterattack. Shockingly enough, he actually manages to land a tiny scratch right on the towering beast. Too bad that tiny paper cut did zero damage and only made the Wrath King furiously mad. Realizing he just messed up big time, the traitor starts begging for his pathetic life. But the God of Wrath ain't about mercy, snagging the scumbag up in his massive grip. Squeezing him tight, the demon proves his twisted fun is only just getting started. Thrashing him around, he violently slams the traitor into the dirt over and over again. Stepping up, our MC tells him to quit playing with his food and focus on the real mission. He reminds his heavy hitter they've got way bigger fish to fry waiting for them inside. Delivering one final crush, the rat is deleted, dropping another massive HP boost for the boss. Tallying up those fresh stats, our boy is now rocking a juicy 60 million health points. Giving Samael the green light, he announces the main event is going down in the Elven capital. We then cut straight past the heavy walls right into the heart of the Elven kingdom. The royal guards are slacking off, betting those weak humans won't cause any real trouble. The second the gateway sparks up, they figure the human guests finally made their entrance, but giving them a nasty shock. The one stepping through that portal is definitely not human. Su Yang casually mentions he hopes those pointy ears enjoy the special delivery he just dropped off. That little present was fully on the house just to kick off their raid with a bang. Back in the throne room, the elf royals debate letting humans step foot inside the dragon realm. Eavesdropping on the chat, Tassie highly doubts those weak humans stand a ghost of a chance. She calls out their wasted time, reminding everyone the true threat is that mysterious hooded freak. Suddenly, a royal guard bursts into the room screaming, warning that everything is falling apart. The panicked soldier shouts that the portal is under heavy attack by a king of sin. The queen can barely believe a monster of that tier actually made it into her realm. Boiling with rage, she screams at her royal guard to fix the mess immediately. The soldier swears on his life the mission will be handled, telling her not to worry. But the big question remains, why would a king of sin suddenly target the elves? Meanwhile, stepping outside, the whole situation has turned into absolute pure chaos. The Wrath King is already stomping through the city, smashing every single thing in his path. Over at the Elven Temple, the players keep dropping like flies and respawning non-stop. To shut Samael down, they called in a highly skilled elite squad for backup. The frontliner charges straight at the giant beast, swinging with everything he's got. But the massive demon easily parries the elf using nothing but his bare blade. And right after that block, he counters with a devastating punch straight to the gut. Imagine a body shot so brutal it practically hurts just watching it land. The monster taunts the crowd, asking if anyone else wants to step up and catch these hands. Right on cue, a squad of hooded elves starts channeling a massive meteor shower. But the towering boss just glances back, flashing a completely mocking smirk. Then, the heavy magic blasts start raining down from the sky like crazy, and the flaming meteors crash down straight towards Samael with absolute maximum force. The resulting explosion is colossal, kicking up a massive dust cloud everywhere. Yet the beast remains standing tall, totally unbothered without a single scratch on him. One overly hyped elf starts celebrating way too early, thinking they actually secured the win. He stares at the blast zone, fully believing the monster finally got wiped off the map. But the second he turns around, a heady beatdown is already dropping on his head. Samael suddenly starts beating on his own chest in a super freaky way. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he literally rips his own heart straight out of his chest. This twisted ritual is exactly how he activates his unstoppable berserker mode. That bust estate makes the bastard practically immortal for 3 whole minutes. During that time frame, he is going to hand out savage beatdowns without a shred of mercy. Not a single enemy is going to be left standing to tell the tale. Anything foolish enough to cross his path gets instantly deleted on the spot. One of the players spots the boss's HP bar completely locked in place, refusing to drop. Panicking, he yells at his squad to spam crowd control spells to lock the beast down. Multiple massive roots erupt from the dirt, managing to tie Samo up tightly. Instead of sweating it, the giant brood just laughs right in their faces. He cleanly slices through the roots with zero effort and breaks free instantly. But right then, the queen decides it's finally time to step into the brawl herself. Disgusted, she states that a filthy monster has no right stepping foot in her royal court. Channeling her magic, the monarch slams down an insanely powerful mana seal. Trapped by the spell, the invader is left with no choice but to bail out immediately. Caught in a tough spot, Samael apologizes to his master for the quick retreat. The guard begs for a harsh punishment for failing, but she just orders him to clean up the mess. This is probably that same arrogant general who was acting all tough earlier. He's left overthinking the monster's threat about coming back to defile his ruler. While the kingdom scrambles to rebuild, the soldiers just stand around barking orders at the commoners. Chilling on a balcony, 2 spoiled nobles chat about the massive scare they just had. This stuck-up lady complains the royal guards are overpaid and totally useless. She mocks that at least the commoners died honorably trying to protect the capital. The other noble mentions hearing rumors about a sin cult hiding deep in the slums. A maid serving them listens in with pure disgust, practically itching to spit in their food. The scene then cuts directly over to those very same elven slums. Huddled around a fire, the locals are ranting about being treated like absolute garbage. That exact same maid joins the circle, totally agreeing with every word they say. She declares the nobles are the real sinners for ruthlessly oppressing their own people. Dropping her whole disguise, she reveals who she truly is hiding underneath. Shifting her face and hair, she steps fully into her true unmasked form. The woman claims that if the gods protect such evil, they aren't worth worshipping. Hearing that sparks the elves up, craving brutal revenge against the entire royal bloodline. To crush those corrupt nobles, she tells them they need an equally divine power, and only the sovereign of sin can deliver that righteous punishment for them. The crowd is left stunned, vividly remembering the massive tragedies he already caused. She smoothly spins it, claiming the suffering was just a test, and he is actually a benevolent god. To seal the deal, she slices her own finger open to form a blood pact right there, swearing that royal blood will pay the price for every single sin they committed. Looks like a massive elven civil war is about to pop off real soon. Praying with heavy devotion, she begs her new boss to deliver them true salvation. She genuinely hopes he brings some light to her heavily oppressed people. Meanwhile, Su Yang realizes the elves' defensive line is getting pretty annoying to deal with. He figures the main issue is those pesky scouts who could easily snitch to the queen. Wasting no time, our boy pops his corrupted mode to speed things up. and in the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes from the spot. Reappearing instantly, he drops a lightning-fast beatdown on every single guard around. This new mode made him way too fast for the lookouts to even react. He knows the guards will just respawn later without remembering a single detail. Stepping through the portal, the MC hypes himself up for his grand return. Right now, he's standing smack in the middle of the actual dragon realm. He looks over at Athos and asks that the big guy misses the smell of home. Then, our kid drops the order for his giant black dragon to take flight. The massive beast takes off and our boy leaps straight onto its back. A short while later, we see a red dragon already lying there completely defeated. The fight was a total breeze, but it probably wasn't his main target anyway. The upside is he just scored another bone dragon to add to his growing army. Out of nowhere, our MC gets ambushed by a brand new wild threat. He admits the hit packed a punch, but all it did was mess up his hair a bit. That sneak attack came straight from an aggressive lightning dragon. Not wasting a single second, the kid charges straight at the scaly beast. But before he even lands a hit, Athos swoops in and slams the rival dragon hard. The electric beast questions why the mighty Athos is bowing down to a mere human, but he didn't even get a chance to finish talking before getting sent flying. Our MC casually states the golden rule of this world: the strongest always rules. While still airborne, the kid lands a brutal heavy strike dead on the beast, and the enemy dragon ends up crashing heavily into the dirt. With the monster grounded, he calls Athos over, saying it's finally snack time. But it looks like our MC decided to just eat the dragon meat completely raw. He really needed that heart to boost his lightning affinity stats to the max. Now, he's actively hunting for a much bigger boss to keep grinding his levels up. The system suddenly drops a quest to hunt down the fallen holy dragon. He thought that beast was a myth but gets hyped for the new challenge just like I do when you drop a like on this video.